Chapter 1. I came back from the period of more than 100,000 words and put them in my brain storage. All settings in this work are purely fictitious. It has no connection with any real people, events, groups, or organizations. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Chapters with negative reviews all have reminders before reading, which can help readers avoid lightning. The author may have mentioned the mistakes left by writing on other websites, and the prefix of the article may have been mentioned by the author, and the subsequent text is interspersed with 2 single chapters to answer questions, which will not appear in the future. I apologize here. When Shen Xing opened his eyes again, he was already in the boundless starry sky. Shen Xing's somewhat chaotic consciousness slowly became clearer. In his last memory, he saw the front face of a truck coming. And now he's a rock in space. Although he can feel a little small, Shen Xing feels that if he returns to the embrace of the earth now, his small body is enough to turn his happy hometown into a Death Star. I don't know where the gravity comes from, causing Shen Xing to keep spinning in circles in space. Although Shen Xing had no eyes, a strange vision appeared in front of him, just like the space sandbox he had played on an unknown game platform before. He can now feel that he is being pulled by a huge blue star in the distance. Although I can feel several gravitational forces, only the gravitational force in the direction of the blue star is the strongest. Just like the spring breeze, elf Shen Xing looked at it for a while, wondering if it was the habit of human beings before that actually made him feel a little bit sleepy. After sending out some fluctuations like stretching, Shen Xing entered a deep sleep state. I don't know how long I slept for, maybe a few years or longer. Because Shen Xing discovered that he had come to the other side of the star and seemed to have gone around in a big circle. Shen Xing couldn't figure out the length of his revolution, and he didn't know how to put the Earth's time on it. Shen Xing felt very tired. She has been sleeping for several years. When she wakes up, she is looking at the space scenery. There are also a few planets colliding around her from time to time. Although there is no sound, it is difficult for Shen Xing not to notice the light produced by the collision of huge celestial bodies. I can't just drift on forever, right? What kind of eternal prison is this? Just as Shen Xing was about to give up thinking, he discovered that something strange appeared in his consciousness. Unnamed, level, planetoid, basic force, the ability to control gravity. All things are unified, tangible substances that can be fused to create contact. Civilization level, not activated. I can understand the system coming, but why do I feel like I've been sleeping for tens of thousands of years? Shen Xing's consciousness fluctuated, because after he woke up, he found that some stars in the distance had become dim, as if they were dead. Although these situations may be normal from a planetary perspective, but from a human perspective, they are too outrageous. Let's make peace with what we have come. The level of civilization should be like human civilization, right? Since there is a level of civilization, that means maybe I can try to create life. Shen Xing was inevitably a little excited. After all, he had been wandering in space for so long and saw countless stars turned into pieces. He originally thought that one day he might be completely eliminated. But now that the system exists, it is possible for him to give birth to life and become a creator. At least I won't be alone in this soundless space forever. After a period of time, what Shen Xing can do is to try to use basic force to capture some passing asteroids, as well as the fragments of previously broken planets. As Shen Xing continued to capture and fuse, his body became larger and larger. The basic power is similar to the mental power. You need to lock the target and slowly drag it to the star. Then there was a very strange energy that began to approach Shen Xing's star, and then made it become a part of itself. After constant fusion, Shen Xing found that the range of his basic power that he could extend seemed to be wider. It seems that the greater the mass and volume, the wider the range it can extend, and the basic force will become stronger and stronger. Shen Xing patiently strengthened his star body little by little. He could feel that his size had become several times that of before. If you compare it with the celestial brothers you have seen around you, it will probably be close to half of their size in no time. Although he has never seen the size of the Earth in outer space before, Shen Xing feels that the celestial bodies around him are not much different from the Earth. During this period, Shen Xing also roughly calculated the time it would take for him to make one revolution. Because there is nothing to do, and after awakening consciousness, there seems to be endless energy no matter how many things he does at the same time. There is no feeling of limit. Shen Xing took readings every minute and finally got the precise answer. 173 years omitting the extra time units. The time it takes for one revolution is 173 years, and the time it takes for one rotation is about 10 hours a day. I don't know if it's because he came from Earth, but he adjusted to be more comfortable around 26 hours. For the past 10 hours, I had been spinning in circles with the magic of love. After I stopped, my conscious body still felt that some inertia was still operating, which inevitably had some psychological effects. It felt like dizziness and nausea, which made my conscious body very uncomfortable. Nowadays, the 26-hour rotation time is as comfortable as the gentleman downstairs sitting in a rocking chair and listening to the 3 sessions of Galileo. After adjusting his own rotation time, Shen Xing has been spinning silently. He collects the celestial fragments around him, just like playing a mobile game to earn monthly cards, and occasionally gets a little bit of mosquito legs. After almost 6,666 circles around this huge blue star, Shen Xing decided to implement a plan wandering. Shen Xing, being able to make 6,666 laps is purely due to some strange superstitions. After all, this number is still very good. This plan was probably thought of on the 3,029th lap. The reason is that the current blue star has a bad temper and occasionally some storms will break out. Moreover, the blue light is too strange for the scenery inside his body. It is better to follow the aesthetics of the Earth. Moreover, Shen Xing's current star size has exceeded that of his previous planetary brothers. Shen Xing's huge stream of consciousness calculated the picture of all the continents of the Earth placed on him. The current size of the Earth seems to be larger than that of the original Earth, because he can even move an extra piece of land on his body and place it on the previous location of the high seas. The volume is already large enough. Now Shen Xing's plan is to wander around in search of suitable sun-like stars while compressing his own mass to find the gravity of the previous Earth. After turning into a planet, time does not mean much to Shen Xing, and his consciousness is not as fragile as human beings. Now he does not need products such as computers and mobile phones. He only needs to occasionally look at his own star body and sort out the continents on his body. It is interesting enough. Okay, it's time to say goodbye to Xiaolan. Chapter 2. After making a decision in her heart, Shen Xing immediately began the journey of separating from Xiaolan. It is worth mentioning that in the long years of growing up, Shen Xing has acquired some more practical tips. The stars separated from his body can also generate some basic forces, thus further increasing his range. So Shen Xing began to control the basic force to generate asteroids in outer space, and began to pull his main star together, and then gradually reached the escape velocity. A planetary version of the Nine-Dragon Coffin has appeared in the universe. If any civilization observes this scene, it will probably have its heart broken. Shen Xing sat in a car pulled by several asteroids while checking the system panel for any changes. Unnamed, level, planet, basic force, the ability to control gravity. All things are unified. Tangible substances that can be fused to create contact, creative power, having the right and ability to create life and matter, civilization level, not activated. You actually activated a new ability? You can create life and matter. Shen Xing felt a little excited in his heart. He was unable to perceive the outside world when he was in a deep sleep state. Now he will inevitably feel a little lonely during the long interstellar journey. Although his consciousness has become very powerful and his spirit will not be broken due to loneliness, it is inevitable that he will feel lonely. A little depressed after unlocking new abilities, Shen Xing began to try to create life on his own planet, as well as some materials needed for the development of civilization. Although unlimited creation is theoretically possible, the available area on the star is inevitably limited, and it is impossible to create a planet with unlimited resources. It took almost tens of thousands of years for Shen Xing to gradually compress the mass of the star while constantly trying to create life. At the same time, it completely broke away from the gravitational circle of the star. Although Shen Xing has the ability to control gravity, Shen Xing found that the distance that can be extended cannot exceed 500,000 kilometers. In the past, he could only drag some passing meteorites. Now it seems that he can try to drag a planet. It seems that controlling gravity is like exercising a muscle. Maybe in the near future we can directly use gravity to drag a star. If you are more bold, then you don't dare to think about it. You can leave it to the future. Shen Xing turned his attention to his own star. The climate on the star is now very cold. After practice, Shen Xing got the answer. The possibility of creating life out of thin air is almost zero. After all, even to create life, there must be a basic life environment for its birth. Shen Xing was a little helpless. Although he could also try to create some different life forms, he did not know the birth conditions and conditions of other life forms. Evolutionary path, and in his heart he still hopes to cultivate humans to accompany him. In this case, let's find a suitable star system to settle in first. He has probably been wandering for hundreds of thousands of years. Shen Xing doesn't know. After all, Shen Xing admires himself for being able to count tens of thousands of years. This is one of the few entertainment activities, but it's better not to continue this activity of counting your travel time. because he found a star system that is very similar to the sun. The huge white light shines alone in the space. After being refracted by the thin atmosphere of the Shen star, it barely shows a color similar to the sun, which is probably no better than before. The sun feels brighter. Moreover, Shen Xing observed the stars in the distance and found that the distance from him was about the same as the distance from the Earth to the sun. Probably. Shen Xing doesn't know, but the feeling he gets when he immerses his consciousness into his own star body is similar to that on the Earth, so he can probably calculate it like this. Moreover, it seemed to him that he was younger than the sun. If asked, it was a meager tacit understanding between the celestial bodies. After all, there was no feeling of collapse. The entire star system has about 6 planets, which is quite auspicious. Moreover, there are no strange celestial objects in Shen Xing's visual distance, such as black holes. After Shen Xing determined the target, he held the reins of several asteroids with his backhand, and then extended the gravitational pull from the other side to approach the star's orbit. After adjusting his own rotation speed, Shen Xing began to adjust his revolution time. After hundreds of years of trial and error in Earth time, Shen Xing finally adjusted his orbital time to about 370 days. After another period of correction, it was perfectly stabilized at 365 days a year in standard time. Fortunately, Shen Xing used his consciousness to feel the situation inside the star, and it didn't have any huge impact. For people on Earth, he can now call himself a livable planet. After simply fine-tuning other data such as tilt, you can now open the encyclopedia to check the Earth's data, and then copy and paste it to Shen Xing. At this time, Shen Xing is completely in the same position as the Earth. Then Shen Xing suggested that everyone copy the moon's data and paste it into a satellite he created. Now that we've stabilized, it's time to give ourselves a name. After Shen Xing thought for a while, he decided to name himself Tianxiong Xing. In fact, he couldn't think of a perfect name even after much thought. It's like there are 1,000 hamlets in the hearts of 1,000 people. The name that Shen Xing could think of was Shen Xiongxing, because Shen Xingxing seemed a bit weird, but there was a strange sense of shame in naming a planet after his own surname. After much deliberation, I decided to name it Tianqiangxing. After all, it is a bit rare to hear such a high-ranking name. Now that you have made a decision, you must grasp it, otherwise you will always be hesitant. At this time, Shen Xing checked his panel again. Sky star, level, planet, basic force, the ability to control gravity. All things are unified, tangible substances that can be fused to create contact. Creative power, having the right and ability to create life and matter. Celestial body transformation, the ability to transform the geology, atmosphere and other celestial environments of controlled celestial bodies. Civilization level, budding civilization. Shen Xing found that his convenience ability increased as the level of civilization increased. After activating the ability to transform celestial bodies, almost instantly, the atmosphere and geology on the celestial body completed the appearance of natural development for thousands of years and had the ability to nurture life. Admission ticket. He retained about 30% of the land and 70% of the ocean, still like the Earth, but the difference is that he merged the continents together, like a supercontinent in theory. As for the specific altitude of each area on the continent, Shen Xing chose to draw a few strokes as he pleased. Finally, through Shen Xing's constant trial and error of creation, a familiar life form was born on the star. The world's first prokaryotic cell appeared in the ocean. Chapter 3. Tip before reading. This chapter is quite controversial. There may only be humans on the sky star, and no other diverse, intelligent races. The protagonist will have a humanoid body and interfere with the development of civilization. Some readers may not like this style. It's difficult to reconcile everyone's opinions, and the author's writing skills are poor. The author bows and apologizes. Shen Xing knows that this is just the beginning, so he chose to sleep while he was sleeping. The miracle of life began to bloom rapidly, as if he had found a breakthrough. Bacteria, viruses, fungi, eukaryotic cells, sponges, jellyfish, flatworms, fish, tetrapods, reptiles, mammals. The explosion of life began, and the whole world began to change drastically. When Shen Xing woke up, the whole world had become a paradise for dinosaurs. The overlords of the Mesozoic era have been living on the sky planet for hundreds of millions of years, and have even evolved some unique species. What is going on? Shen Xing was silent. He felt that he might have been sleeping for a long time this time. Probably because of Shen Xing's existence, the entire land was prosperous. Dinosaurs who had not experienced natural or man-made disasters almost occupied the entire continent, and even the oceans were filled with dragons. Trouble. After observing carefully for a while, he first sighed about life, and then made a cruel decision: mass extinction. He just checked his dashboard again. The level of civilization is still stuck in the budding era. If dinosaurs flourish again, although humans can still appear, the world will be far from what Shen Xing expected. Although it is a pity, Shen Xing chose to let the dinosaurs give in for the emergence of humans. Under the control of Shen Xing, Tianqiangxing began cleaning activities globally. Disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis have struck simultaneously. The sky was filled with the wails and desperate roars of dinosaurs. But Shen Xing's consciousness did not fluctuate at all, which made him a little at a loss. Although Shen Xing is not a holy mother, he has never experienced the destruction of life on a planet. Is it because he is now a planet? Or is it because of other unknown reasons? Shen Xing didn't feel any discomfort, and even felt like he was watching a movie. Even if he created this hell drawing with his own hands, he could still judge it from a god's perspective. For Shen Xing, it was almost an instant in one day and one night. More than 95% of the world's dinosaurs have been destroyed, and the rest are just hanging on. Shen Xing sighed, then casually lifted up part of the undersea continent, and drove all the remaining dinosaurs together, letting these creatures destined to be abandoned by the times spend their last lives. With the control of Shen Xing's consciousness, the entire planet became tidy again, and the creatures in the supercontinent began to slowly evolve. Finally, it only took hundreds of thousands of years for primates to make rapid progress, just as Shen Xing expected. During this period, the last dinosaurs also died in the final paradise created by Shen Xing for them. From then on, there were no more dinosaurs in the world. But Shen Xing left behind the dinosaur island. After all, it is also proof of the existence of life in the past. When new humans appeared, Shen Xing finally discovered that his faceplate had changed. Sky star, level, planet, basic force, the ability to control gravity and consciousness. All things are unified. Tangible substances and other substances that can be fused to produce contact. Creative power, the right and ability to create life and matter and the ability to unconditionally create existing life and matter. Celestial body transformation, the ability to transform the geology, atmosphere and other celestial environments of controlled celestial bodies. Existence conversion. You can transfer a part of your existence to the life or substance you create, and the ability of the main body is allowed to be used after the transfer. Civilization level, Stone Age. There are some more things that I can't understand. Although Shen Xing can feel that his ability is very powerful, the methods he can use will only exist within the scope of his own cognition. If it exceeds this scope, if some extreme effects occur, then the gains outweigh the losses. Shen Xing was thinking about it when he suddenly found that there seemed to be something strange on his panel. He could feel something similar to a cursor moving constantly, which made him a little confused. He tried to use the cursor to click on the consciousness entry, and then the details interface appeared. Consciousness. It may allow individuals to influence the material world through thinking. That means this cursor may also appear because I want it. Shen Xing probably understands the existence of consciousness, which is probably equivalent to the idealist theory that spirit precedes matter. As long as he wants to, he can affect reality to a certain extent. For example, if Shen Xing imagines that he has a glass of water in his hand, then a glass of water will really appear in his hand. It's really magical. I played around with it for a while. Although the legendary control elements can be realized through celestial transformation, they cannot be used in the universe, and the power of consciousness is unlimited. After testing the scope of consciousness for a while, Shen Xing's eyes shifted to those new humans again. After he thought about it, Shen Xing used his evolutionary creation power to create a new body. It looked very ordinary, just like what he looked like before his rebirth. Then with a thought, he transferred part of his consciousness to the new body through existence transformation. Opening his eyes again, Shen Xing had arrived in the rainforest. After casually dispersing the rain clouds in the night sky, he created a set of clothes made of plants and put them on his naked body. I felt the straw clothes on my body. It was a little comfortable, but also had a high-end feel that did not transcend the times. Shen Xing nodded with satisfaction, then slowly floated up and flew forward. The night in the rainforest is a bit quiet, with only the sounds of some animals beating a fixed beat. Shen Xing flew for a while before finding a human settlement. At this time, everyone seemed to be sleeping. When Shen Xing appeared outside the settlement, the muffled beat G sound spread throughout the settlement, and then people appeared in almost every thatched hut. Several primitive people with stone weapons looking at the thatched cottage they lived in. Shen Xing couldn't help but secretly admired it in his heart. In this era, it was possible to build a building complex of this size. It was really ingenious. And hashtag, who are you and why do you appear in our tribe? Thanks to the power of his consciousness, Shen Xing quickly understood the meaning of the original syllables. You can call me Starfather's messenger. Shen Xing pointed to the stars in the sky, and then pointed to a man in the settlement, clearly expressing what he wanted to express. Starfather? What is that? A strong, primitive woman stood in front of everyone. She seemed to be the leader of the tribe. She asked Shen Xing, Starfather is a god. Duh. Chapter 4. Starfather is a god. And gods have power beyond your imagination. He created life. Shen Xing pointed to everyone in the tribe, then pointed to himself and said, let me bring you civilization. Civilization is slash and burn farming, building nests, and making clothes. Following Shen Xing's words and actions, spears in the hands of primitive people appeared out of thin air and flew out, and then the spears inserted into the ground turned into saplings and began to grow. Then flames suddenly burst out from the tree trunk and burned the small tree to ashes. Then the ashes turned into a huge thatched house. The thatched house began to shrink into a piece of clothing on Shen Xing's body, and then flew to the female leader's body and wrapped it up. In this series of miracles, all the primitive people had knelt down on the ground at some point, watching all of this happening with blank eyes. It wasn't until the female leader was entangled in clothes that she was startled. When she got up and found the comfort and slight warmth of the clothes, she didn't know what kind of existence the man in front of her was. He is a man sent by God. God's name is Starfather. Then where should we start? This envoy of God? The female leader could not express herself at first, but Shen Xing raised her finger and pointed at the female leader, and then a ray of light entered her mind. And finally, she said the word God envoy in Huxia. After speaking Huxia, the female leader looked at Shen Xing in confusion, and then her eyes gradually became clear. Shen Xing used his consciousness to pass on some knowledge to the female leader, including concepts of language, civilization, and some unique knowledge that transcends today's times. You are the ancestor of civilization. Father Star ordered me to give you the name, Ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, the female leader Zhu knelt down on the ground piously, using the divine gift she had just received to express her love and worship for Starfather. I will definitely live up to Starfather's trust. Shen Xing nodded, and then gave the language to everyone in the tribe. They understood what the leader just said almost instantly. Everyone knelt on the ground and said in unison, I will live up to Father Xing's trust. The deafening sound resounded through the rainforest. The primitive people in several settlements not far away woke up in confusion. The small birds and beasts fled in all directions after being frightened. The entire rainforest seemed to wake up. After everyone raised their heads, they found that Shen Xing's figure had disappeared in front of them. The female leader stood up and spread her hands. Under the light of your love, all things grow. Starfather, you are the creator of life, the leader of civilization. Lead us through the darkness. We offer you our deepest respect. Starfather, you are the origin of all things. You are the enlightenment of civilization. We praise your miracles with the highest respect. The female leader praised her Starfather repeatedly, using the language she had just acquired. The surrounding primitive people all bowed their heads and knelt down, and then followed the leader to silently praise the great Starfather. In the following days, Shen Xing began to pay attention to the development of this tribe. After the tribe had knowledge, his ancestors called the tribe the Star-given tribe, which meant that the tribe members had the knowledge and abilities given by Starfather. In just 2 years, Zhu has absorbed several surrounding tribes and become the largest human society in the rainforest. There was a huge temple standing in the rainforest. The temple was 33 meters high and looked like a huge pyramid. Shen Xing couldn't help but be in a trance for a while, as if he had returned to the earth. Except for the development of human civilization, all the time was used to build this magnificent temple. In human mythology, Starfather created humans in his own image, so humans can become advanced creatures with wisdom and civilization. At this moment, all primitive humans gathered together and stared seriously at the female leader ancestor standing at the base of the pyramid. At this moment, the female leader Zhu, the leader of the tribe, stood on the altar of the temple, raised her hands above her head, and announced to all the tribesmen, under the guidance of Starfather, we explore the unknown and build the cornerstone of civilization. Your strength is the source of our courage. We praise your wisdom. Great Starfather, your will travels across the stars and leads us forward. In your glory, we find the meaning of life. Under the protection of Starfather, we can prosper. Your gifts are like bright stars, illuminating our path. Starfather is the only existence in the world, the only God. From today on, anyone who disrespects Starfather will die. Everywhere the human race goes from now on, temples must be built to worship Starfather. Starfather is on top. At the foot of the temple, primitive humans gathered around the altar and shouted following the words of the female leader Zhu. Starfather is on top. Starfather is on top. Starfather is on top. A sound like a roaring mountain and a tsunami drove away other members of the small tribe who were secretly observing in the dense forest, as well as birds and beasts. At this moment, people saw a beam of light reflecting on the altar, and then a figure slowly descended, and everyone around them fell silent for an instant. They opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths slightly, as if they were trying to understand the great existence in front of them. I saw him slowly appearing in the sight of this group of primitive humans. His body was not made of flesh, but made up of countless twinkling stars and nebulae, as if it were a microcosm of the entire universe. His body exudes a deep blue radiance, dotted with white and silver starlight, as well as the occasional golden light of supernova explosions. His skin is covered with the texture of the Milky Way. The rotation of galaxies and constellation patterns slowly flow on the surface of his skin, like a living starry sky. His eyes are as deep as black holes, shining with strange light, and seem to be able to see into every corner of the universe. His hair seemed to be made up of countless meteors and comets, floating long behind him, leaving traces of light in the night sky as he moved. He wears a robe woven from stardust, embroidered with patterns of constellations and the universe, with tiny stars twinkling around the edges. His breath is accompanied by the pulsation of the universe, and every breath drives the endless growth of galaxies, spraying out shining star dust. He gently stopped beside the female leader Zhu, turned to look at the temple, and then slowly walked up the stairs. As he walked, the ground beneath his feet reflected starlight patterns, as if the starry sky spread out beneath his feet. Shen Xing felt the body named Star Father, looked at the magnificent temple in front of him, smiled, and waved his palms. All primitive humans felt unprecedented comfort. Those humans who were disabled due to hunting actually grew again. Missing limbs. Everyone suddenly felt Father Star's love in their hearts. They fell to their knees, looked at the great figure from behind, and cried bitterly. They also learned that the earth beneath their feet was called the sky, and that the incomprehensible, and blasphemous figure in front of them was none other than their creator, Starfather. Among the crowd, there was a strong man holding a slate, carving history with a feverish expression. The leader built a temple for his ancestors to worship Starfather. Starfather felt inspired and came to the world. Chapter 5. After the arrival of Starfather, the entire Star Gift tribe erupted in fanatical belief. The primitive humans began to expand with their language, skills, and belief in Starfather, spreading Starfather's belief to almost the entire supercontinent. Starfather once said that the earth under our feet is called the sky. We were born on the same continent. We should all believe in Starfather. The day when Starfather comes is designated as the day of God's advent. The knowledge given by the priest includes the division of dates. The leader of mankind, Ancestor, designated the day of God's descent as January 1st of the first year of the sky, and January 1st of each year as the Star Festival. When the unique galaxy of stars in the sky appears, it happens to be January 1st. On this day, believers will pray at night to seek the guidance, protection, and blessings of God the Father. As for the stars, they are naturally the horoscopes made by Shen Xing when he came. Since humans regard the stars as his blessings and guidance, he doesn't mind having a group of his little clones arranged and combined every year. Thanks to Shen Xing's knowledge transmission, it only took primitive humans thousands of years to enter the Neolithic Age. The death of Zhu, the leader of the human race, caused the originally united human tribe to begin to split. Human beings had more and more various ideas, and then entered the only way for human beings, war. Human tribes began to have conflicts, large and small, and the enemy of each tribe changed from nature to human beings themselves. But Shen Xing did not stop their behavior. This is the only way for mankind and the catalyst for human civilization. Only by fighting with each other can human beings break the old order and establish a new system. Although Shen Xing created the humans in the sky, he would not interfere too much with the development process of humans and could not let them become flowers in the greenhouse. They have to experience everything they should experience. Shen Xing is not the nanny of human civilization, but a god from the perspective of God. Only winners can grow further. In the following 100 years, rapid development occurred. Under the guidance of the knowledge slate left by the ancestors, human society has jumped to the Bronze Age. Human society is also divided into 3 huge countries, running a centralized system. They are named Xingzi, Xingqiong, and Xingen. Kingdom of Stars. This is the eastern region of the supercontinent. It has fertile soil and is close to the ocean. The Star Tribe established its country here 100 years ago and has the most prosperous development in the entire supercontinent. Year 3111 of the sky calendar, the day God descends, the whole nation of Starry Dome celebrates together, waits for the coming of the stars, and performs starry night prayers. The king of the Star Vault, named Yin Feng, is currently kneeling down in the Starfather Temple. Countless tributes are placed in front of the Star Father statue. After paying homage, Yanfeng stood up slowly and murmured, "Father Star is on top." Then he turned around, faced the few people waiting respectfully behind him, and said seriously, "Starfather was kind and gave the fire of human civilization. Our ancestors, the Star Tribe, established their country here from scratch. It took several generations of hard work to build such a huge country. In recent years, the Kingdom of Stars has continuously invaded our borders. The citizens on the border have complained endlessly, and some have even been captured and used as slaves. We have endured it for a long time, but now on the day when God descends, how can I swallow my anger in front of Starfather and watch the people suffer from the war? We are all descendants of Starfather, and the Star-given country is the descendant of our ancestors. How could they abandon Starfather's guidance and let this continent fall into war?" After Yanfeng finished speaking, he took the lead to leave the temple. After leaving the temple, he slowly pulled out his bronze sword and pointed in the direction of the Star-given kingdom. "We have Starfather to protect us in this battle. Today, we will take the star directly and give it to the capital." On the night of God's descent, the warriors of the Kingdom of Stars were earnestly praying to Starfather. Looking at the stars gradually disappearing in the sky, all the warriors began to march towards the west. Shen Xing looked at the war between the two countries below him. The war in the Bronze Age had begun to take shape. It could be said that it could be fought with blood flowing like rivers. "Starfather is on top. Charge with me." Yanfeng raised his arms and shouted, then led the soldiers to rush to the capital of Xingxi Kingdom under the leadership of Yanfeng. The soldiers were encouraged and shouted together, "Starfather is on top. Starfather is on top. Starfather is on top." They charged towards the Kingdom of Stars without fear of life or death, roaring with red eyes. In a war, victory or defeat is determined not only by simple things like numbers, but also by morale and the belief in victory. The balance of victory was undoubtedly tilted towards the Kingdom of the Stars. In just a few hours, the defense line of the Kingdom of Stars collapsed completely. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Stars had already rushed into the capital and entered the palace. Yanfeng pulled out his bronze sword and placed it on the neck of the king of the Kingdom of Stars. "You lose, Lei Yun." Lei Yun ignored Yanfeng. His face was filled with loneliness, his decadent face slowly raised. He looked at the sky and murmured desperately, "Starfather, aren't we your people? Aren't we the believers whom you have blessed?" Shen Xing naturally saw this scene and heard Lei Yun's desperate words. For him, Lei Yun's questions are insignificant. He is just one of the many living beings, and he has seen everything that has happened since the Xingji tribe was established in the past few years. The faith in the Kingdom of Star Grant has become weaker and weaker. Even the king will not go to the Starfather temple to worship. Shen Xing is also dissatisfied with the corruption of the nobles. Even the people in the temple often behave disrespectfully. Perhaps it was some thoughts in his heart that caused trouble. Shen Xing would not allow them to weaken in the slightest in their faith in the humans in the sky. "It seems that I have become a little selfish." Shen Xing smiled mockingly, then waved his hand, and a bolt from the blue smashed the top of the palace of the Kingdom of Stars into pieces. The rubble fell to the ground, and some hit Lei Yun's head. Blood began to ooze from Lei Yun's forehead, making his face look a bit ferocious at this time. "How dare you say such disrespectful words? You are blaspheming." Although Shen Xing didn't take it to heart, Yanfeng's eyes widened when he heard it. Seeing the thunderbolt in the clear sky, he was even more convinced that Xing's father was angry. Yanfeng cut off Lei Yun's head with a sword, and then raised it above his head. He roared angrily at the soldiers behind him. "The blasphemer! Hang his head at the city gate for 3 days. Then throw him into the sea." In Tianqiangxing, everyone pays attention to burial. Throwing the body into the sea is regarded as an extreme insult and one of the most severe punishments. Seeing Lei Yun's body being desecrated in this way, everyone related to Lei Yun in the Kingdom of Stars was stunned, and they vented their incompetent anger unwillingly. "People, Starfather has abandoned us. He is no longer worthy of our faith." Lei Yun's brother forcibly broke away from the suppression of the soldiers, ran towards the door while shouting, and was then beheaded by a sword from the Star Kingdom. "People, Starfather has abandoned us. He is no longer worthy of our faith." After Lei Yun's brother died, his wife also shouted loudly toward the door and was then beheaded. Lei Yun's relatives continued to spread blasphemous words, making Yanfeng like an angry lion. He began to investigate how many Lei Yun's relatives were in the city, and he wanted to clean up these blasphemous people one by one. Chapter 6. In the year 3113 of the sky calendar, a giant temple stood in the center of the continent. After the destruction of the Kingdom of Star Grant, the Kingdom of Star Grace chose to surrender to the Star Vault. From then on, only one country existed on the supercontinent. Star Empire. The central temple of the Star Empire is hundreds of meters high. In the eyes of everyone, it is a huge miracle. At the foot of the temple is the royal city of the Star Empire. Yin Feng became the sole emperor of the Star Empire. He ordered the establishment of the Star Empire, maintained the authority of Star Father, and wrote the Star Scripture, the prologue in the sacred codex of the Star States. At the beginning of time, there was chaos outside the sky. Star Father used his will and power to create the land outside the sky from the chaos. Star Father created countless stars, and each star is his child, carrying his hopes and dreams. Among the many stars, Star Father chose one star and gave it life. This is our home. The Xingqiang cult began to spread among the people, and Yin Feng took the lead as the first high priest. He took Xing as his surname and changed his name to Xingfeng. This also became the tradition of the high priests in later generations. At this time, inside the palace, Xingfeng sat high on the throne, praying devoutly with his eyes closed. Supreme power, huge harem, endless wealth in Xingfeng's eyes. All of these were given by Star Father, and the central temple was built to express gratitude for the gifts brought by Star Father. Xingfeng finished his prayer, opened his eyes, and said to his subordinates, "Now that the construction of the central temple has been completed, the 80,000 Star Grant old people are of no use anymore. They blaspheme Star Father, and I want to kill them all. Then burn it and throw it into the sea." After hearing Xingfeng's words, everyone started talking, and then one of Xingfeng's sons stood up and suggested, "Father, these are 80,000 old people. It would be a pity to kill them all, and the blood would flow like a river, which would be a bit cruel." "Yes, it would be too cruel to kill them all. They are sinners. These people are all Lei Yun's old subordinates. They are preaching blasphemy." The rest of the people had their own opinions and were unable to convince each other. Xingfeng couldn't help but frown after listening to everyone's words. No matter what, they must be eradicated. Not only are they dissatisfied with Star Father, but they have also recently spread heretical beliefs. Keeping them will always be a disaster. On the other side, the leader of Xingxi's old people and Lei Yun's old tribe is named Lei Hua, who was one of Lei Yun's brothers. They secretly promoted the doctrine of the new god, and even some soldiers of the Star Empire were bewitched and became believers of the new god. And these soldiers revealed Xingfeng's orders to these old people, and when they heard that they were all going to be killed, these soldiers cursed Xingfeng for being inhumane and said insulting words to Xingfu. "We must resist. Only by resisting can we survive. Yes, we are Heavenly Father's people. Heavenly Father bless us, and we will definitely be saved." Soon, these old men who claimed to be Heavenly Father's people began to discuss plans for resistance and quickly made plans. Moreover, those soldiers who were bewitched colluded with them, cooperated inside and outside, and escaped from the Star Empire when the defense was empty. In the process of escaping from the Star Empire, the old people of Star Gift caused chaos in the royal city, igniting fires in many places in the city, and the entire night sky was illuminated by fire. Thank God for blessing, we escaped. Long live Heavenly Father, we are Heavenly Father's people. The old troops who escaped cheered, and then Lei Hua, who was called the messenger of Heavenly Father, turned to everyone and said, "We should go to the west. Only there is our homeland, and there is the place of the blessing of Heavenly Father." After these people fled the royal city, there was chaos in the royal city. Xingfeng ordered the arrest of several soldiers who were bewitched. Xingfeng ordered them all to be executed. "Those damn criminals, more than 40,000 people escaped. What on earth did you do for food? Even some of our soldiers rebelled and fled, and you didn't even notice it." Xingfeng angrily rebuked the subordinates responsible for the defense, and then ordered the criminals to be hunted down and killed without leaving any survivors. When the Star Empire was chasing these old people of the Star, they kept leaving troops behind. When the Star Empire's army supplies were about to be exhausted, they had no choice but to let go of the last small wave. After returning to the royal city, news about the new god reached Xingfeng's ears. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Xingfeng slapped the armrest of the throne angrily. "Blasphemers! These blasphemers! Only Star Father is the only true god in this world. Star Father created everything in the world. Let us humans become the kings of hundreds of races. Give us wisdom. Give us civilization. Give us language. Give us everything. This group of blasphemers, what kind of bullshit Heavenly Father, dare to arrogantly boast of being an independent evil god? This is simply unforgivable." Xingfeng roared angrily, and then he quickly came to the central temple, climbed up the towering stairs, came to the statue of Father Star and knelt down on the ground, lying on the ground and crying bitterly. "Great Star Father, an evil god actually appeared under my rule. You were actually insulted. This is a sin that I cannot forgive. Star Father, please punish me." Xingfeng lay on the ground like a child and cried bitterly until he lost all strength. Finally, his subordinates came and confessed to Father Xing together, and then helped Xingfeng leave the temple. Since it was me who committed the crime, I will kill him myself. As the Lord of the Star Empire and the chief priest of the Star Sect, I give an order to mobilize all our forces to destroy the followers of the evil god. Anyone who believes in evil gods within the Star Empire will be executed and their bodies thrown into the sea. Xingfeng gathered a force and then rushed to the west. Although Xingfeng's idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. After thousands of years, Starfather's appearance has long become a myth. In the hearts of everyone, it is more like a spiritual symbol that unites the nation. You can worship Starfather, but going on an expedition for your faith, regardless of life and death, is too difficult for everyone. Due to Xingfeng's impatience and improvisation without a plan, the vanguard troops suffered a defeat in the west, with tens of thousands of casualties and morale severely damaged. Xingfeng dragged his injured body and kowtowed step by step to the central temple. Looking at the majestic statue in front of him, Xingfeng finally couldn't bear the grievance and pain in his heart. Starfather, you created human beings and gave them wisdom and knowledge. Then you must also know, human beings are cunning and fickle, depraved and ignorant existences. They have lost faith in your faith for their own sake. These people are all criminals. When Xingfeng said this, bitter tears began to flow from his eyes. He stared at the statue of Father Xing with wet eyes, not daring to blink for a moment. I, Xingfeng, swear in the name of faith. I will definitely restore your past glory and let your glory fill the earth again. Just when Xingfeng stood up, a sudden change occurred suddenly. A portal of light opened in the starry sky. Its light was soft but strong, illuminating the entire continent. Chapter 7. Suddenly, a portal of light opened in the starry sky. Its light was soft but strong, illuminating the entire continent. In the portal, the figure of Star Father gradually appeared. His body was composed of countless stars and nebulae, exuding awe-inspiring brilliance. With the arrival of Star Father, the earth began to tremble slightly, as if in response to the arrival of this cosmic god. Mountains and rivers respond, rivers sing, and even the air is filled with sacred breath. The clouds in the sky gathered around Star Father, forming a huge halo, making his figure even more solemn. When the Star Father arrives, all creatures on the entire continent can feel a low and melodious star language. This voice seems to come from the depths of the stars. The people of the Star Empire witnessed this miracle. They knelt down on the ground in a daze, and their hearts were gradually filled with awe for Starfather. Their faith was awakened at this moment, and they knew that the arrival of Starfather would lead the world to a new direction. The star peak closest to Starfather was beyond words at this moment, and the tears in his eyes filled his face without knowing when. Starfather, did you hear? In the Western continent, everyone also prostrates themselves. They think this is a manifestation of Heavenly Father. But only one person collapsed on the ground with a pale face. This person was Leihua. Heavenly Father. I made it up, so. This is not Heavenly Father. Then he is. Starfather. Starfather actually exists. The legend that Starfather once appeared as a saint is also true. At this moment, it was as if there was a violent storm in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he didn't know how to escape in such an existence. You did a great job. In Xingfeng's mind, a gentle word suddenly appeared. Xingfeng became excited and quickly expressed his respect and love for Xingfu. Great Starfather, you have seen everything I have done. I feel unparalleled happiness at this moment. In Xingfeng's eyes, the figure of the priest looked at him, nodded slowly towards him, and then Starfather looked to the west, where the heretics were. Following Starfather's gaze, a low and powerful voice came from the sky, which was Starfather's oracle. The heretics in the west who spread the belief in evil gods must be destroyed. The oracle revealed the condemnation of heretics, and the voice reverberated across the continent, penetrating every corner and shocking every heart. The believers who were accused of heresy had nowhere to hide in front of this force. They were puzzled. Isn't this a manifestation of Heavenly Father? Why are we called heretics? Isn't this Heavenly Father? Before they had time to think too much, people on the mainland saw Starfather slowly raising his finger to point at the location of the heresy, and then several meteors carrying heavenly fire descended from the sky, lighting up the sky and the earth, and also illuminating the sky. To illuminate the faith in people's hearts after a loud noise and light, the old people in the entire West became dust in the world. In the Star Empire, Shen Xing created a scepter while observing the star peaks. The head of the scepter is a bright gem. It emits a faint blue light, as if it contains the essence of stars. There is a little starlight in the center of the gem, like the brightest star in the night sky. Surrounding the gem are intricate carvings depicting the constellations and galaxies in the sky. The handle of the scepter is made of an unknown silvery metal with a spiral-like texture engraved on the surface. Then Shen Xing checked his own panel while injecting his basic power into the scepter. Sky Star, Level, Planet, Basic Force, the ability to control gravity, electromagnetic force, and consciousness. All things are unified. Tangible substances and other substances that can be fused to produce contact. Creative power. The right and ability to create life and matter and the ability to unconditionally create existing life and matter. Celestial body transformation. The ability to transform the geology, atmosphere, and other celestial environments of controlled celestial bodies. Existence conversion. You can transfer a part of your existence to the life or substance you create, and the ability of the main body is allowed to be used after the transfer. Authorization. You can give some of your abilities to other individuals. Civilization level. Bronze Age. After assigning the control gravity of the basic force to the scepter alone, Shen Xing controlled the scepter to float in front of Xingfeng. This object is the star scepter, which is proof. Xingfeng looked at the scepter in front of him. He could feel Father Xing's affirmation. He took the scepter with trembling hands and instantly understood the function of the scepter. It has the ability to summon the power of the stars, and the wielder of the scepter can use it to control an ability called gravity. Great Star Father, thank you for your gift. Xingfeng holds the scepter and kneels down to Father Xing devoutly. As he watched, Star Father slowly ascended into the starry sky and returned to his eternal abode. But his brilliance and wisdom will remain in this land forever. After Xingfeng respectfully watched Star Father leave, he held the scepter in his hand tightly and then returned to the empire. In the eyes of everyone, Xingfeng floated and landed at the foot of the temple. Everyone gathered around him enthusiastically. Xingfeng hit the ground with his scepter, making everyone instantly quiet. Star Father has given us the tip of the iceberg of his divine power. From now on, we can only be Star Father's people. The scene erupted into violent cheers, and Xingfeng was thinking about the Star Vault sect amidst the cheers. He was wondering why someone would betray Star Father and why someone would join the evil god's command. This thought continued until the next day, and Xingfeng finally understood the key point. That is, the evil god sect is very complete, and everything about the evil god has been forged very comprehensively, making people feel that it is reasonable and well-founded. After the establishment of Star Vault sect, although countless believers chose to join, the lack of complete doctrines and scriptures made Star Father more like a spiritual symbol. People think that Star Father can be worshipped or forgotten. People only know that Star Father's faith has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Without witnessing Star Father's greatness, their faith will fade over time, and there will be a lack of understanding of Star Father. Of all, the Starry Vault sect should be a means of maintaining reverence. After thinking about all this, Xingfeng began to transform the Star Father cult. He passed the empire to his heirs, and then served Star Father wholeheartedly, calling himself the highest priest of the Star Vault cult. Later, he founded 3 institutions directly affiliated with the Starry Vault sect. The Star Council is the highest decision-making and legislative body of the Star Church, responsible for formulating religious policies and doctrines. The Oracle Academy is an institution that trains scientists and high-tech talents. It is also responsible for recording history and all deeds related to Star Father. The Heretic Tribunal is a trial agency responsible for investigating those who violate the teachings of the Star Dome and believe in evil gods. He also handed over the Star Scripture he wrote himself to the Oracle Academy for management. The Holy Scripture will record the lofty beliefs of the highest priests of the Star Church in the past and every moment when the Star Father came to the world, as well as all the information about human civilization. Knowledge and History. Chapter 8. After everything about the Star Dome sect was arranged, Xingfeng separated the Star Dome sect from the Empire. From then on, divine power and royal power were completely separated. In fact, everyone can feel that although Xingfeng's sect has been separated from the Empire, because Xingfeng is a God-given person, his rights are still superior to those of the Empire. In other words, at this moment, the unified thought of all mankind is that divine power is greater than royal power. In the next few years, Xingfeng continued to spread Star Father's beliefs, and his body gradually aged over time. It is now the year 3146 of the sky calendar. For Xingfeng, who was born in the year 3090 of the sky calendar, he is already 56 years old. In this era when human lifespan is generally low, Xingfeng is already considered a long-lived person. Now he can only sit quietly in front of the statue of Star Father every day and pray. He knows that his lifespan is coming to an end. But unlike other people in power, he is not afraid of death, but can accept it wholeheartedly because he felt that he would be able to go to Star Father after death and serve Star Father forever. Star Father, your people will return the life you gave them. Xingfeng's cloudy eyes opened slightly, and he stared at the ground at the foot of the Starfather statue. He didn't know what he was thinking about or what he was waiting for. He raised the scepter and then used the gravitational force to insert it into the ground in front of the statue. Nearly half of the scepter, which was as tall as a person, was buried in the ground. Yinhe, you must remember that after my death, make my body into a statue and place it at the feet of Father Xing. Xingfeng released the scepter in his hand, turned to Yinhe, who nodded slightly behind him, and ordered, also, only the highest priest of the star cult can try to take out the scepter. I can feel the power of the scepter. He only allows people with firm beliefs to use it. I understand, Father. The corners of Yinhe's eyes were slightly moist, and he wanted to step forward to help Xingfeng, but Xingfeng's feet softened and he fell into Yinhe's arms. My life is coming to an end. Let's start preparing now. Xingfeng's eyes seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He could only rely on his strong willpower to maintain his vitality, but he could clearly feel that his body temperature was rapidly passing away. Just when Xingfeng was about to die, the sky seemed to suddenly darken in the haze. Xingfeng seemed to see Star Father coming to this world again. He thought it was his hallucination and completely failed to notice that his son had put him down to the ground in fear and then knelt down to worship him. Father Xing, have you come to pick me up? Xingfeng's breath was weak and his consciousness gradually blurred. At this time, night has fallen over the empire, but the sky has not completely plunged into darkness. The stars began to arrange themselves in a strange order, as if preparing for the coming miracle. Under the attraction of this mysterious force, Xingfeng's consciousness gradually regained its clarity. He saw a dazzling divine light falling from the sky, penetrating the thick clouds, and illuminating the temple where Xingfeng was located. In the starlight, Starfather's figure gradually appeared. His body was still composed of countless stars and nebulae, exuding an awe-inspiring brilliance. Starfather's eyes fell on the dying Yinfeng. His eyes were full of mercy and pity. He stretched out a hand, and the essence of the universe seemed to be gathered in his palm. I saw the palm made of stars gently touching Xingfeng's forehead, and a warm and powerful force poured into his body. This force was like a fountain of life, awakening every cell in his body and repairing it. Removing his aging body tissues and even remodeling his bones and muscles as the starlight circulated, Xingfeng's face gradually returned to rosy, and his breathing became steady and strong. His body glowed with new vitality under the power of Starfather, as if he had gained a second life. He finally realized something. He stood up again and knelt in front of Starfather, his eyes full of determination and piety. Everything I created has life and death. Xingfeng, I see your devout faith in my eyes, even putting it above life and death. Today, I will give you another lifespan to show my approval. Afterwards, Starfather's figure disappeared over the Star Empire. While everyone was still immersed in the majestic figure of Starfather, people were surprised to find that the already aging High Priest of Star Peak actually walked out of the temple. That young face and strong body all indicate that he has returned to youth. The faces of the citizens of the Star Empire were filled with unparalleled shock and joy, as well as admiration for Starfather. Is this the power of Starfather? Starfather not only created everything in the world, but he can also control life and death. When the highest priest of the Star Sphere Sect was about to die, Starfather remembered his piety and gave the highest priest a second life with divine power. Shen Xing looked at the records written by the Oracle Academy of the Star Vault Sect in the Star Vault Sacred Scripture and couldn't help but nodded. He used this divine descent to successfully complete an experiment. His method of resurrecting Xingfeng was to first use the unification of all things to fuse and eliminate its body tissues, then use the power of creation to create new organ replacements, and then use his consciousness till he repeated the above operations. It seems that the upper limit of consciousness is very high, but it is limited by the quality of consciousness. Shen Xing has not given up on exploring abilities over the years. According to his research over the years, the way to unlock new abilities is to reach certain milestones or to meet some very strong needs in his heart. Or to put it another way, this so-called system may be a manifestation of his consciousness. It's even possible that consciousness is the basis of it all. After Xingfeng gained his second life, his faith in Starfather has reached an unparalleled level. He continued to wield the life given by Starfather, continued to spread Starfather's faith on the supercontinent, and left a temple in every city and village under the Empire's rule. Let every newly born child experience the grace from Starfather from an early age, and the intensity of human faith will skyrocket. This life passed quickly. It seemed that due to being transformed by Starfather, it took Xingfeng a full 90 years to reach the end of his life and became the longest-lived human being on the continent. Finally, in the year 3236 of the sky calendar, Xingfeng passed away at the age of 146. His body was sealed in a bronze coffin and placed at the foot of the statue of Starfather. In the last moment of his life, Xing did not ask Starfather to let him live in the world. After all, more than 100 years had allowed him to see through most things in the world. He just wanted to lie quietly on the statue of Starfather after the end of his life. Next, stay with the most important faith in your life forever. The entire Star Empire is in mourning. What everyone understands is that a great era has come to an end at this moment. Chapter 9. After Xing died, Shen Xing's heart was a little disturbed by this believer who firmly believed in him until his death. He sighed, and then continued to observe the development of civilization. Shen Xing has been a planet for a long time, and for him, the passage of time no longer matches the previous Earth had. Ever since, he just quietly watched the evolution of the stars in the sky. The civilization of the human race has experienced countless changes under the joint governance of royal power and divine power. The change of royal power is like the change of seasons, but the divine power is like the eternal stars, stable and unshakable. Over the course of this millennium, the birth of iron marked the end of the Bronze Age. Gold, silver, and copper coins became the medium of trade, and the emergence of pottery and porcelain made human daily life more colorful. Human beings no longer rely on clumsy stone tablets to record words, but have turned paper into a carrier of knowledge. With the exploration of the natural world, more animals and plants have been incorporated into human life. Knowledge in calendar, astronomy, mathematics, and other fields has achieved unprecedented development since there are no other civilizations outside the Star Empire, and the vastness of the supercontinent almost covers the entire northern hemisphere. With the continuous development and exploration of the human race, humans have early realized the spherical structure of the sky star, as well as the relationship between the sun and the moon. Spherical nature, that's right. The stars on this planet are still called the sun, and the satellites are called the moon. Shen Xing was also very curious. After that, he found out that it was because the knowledge he had transmitted was subconsciously given these two names, so the people of Tianxiong had already started to call them that. Moreover, they also discovered pi and calculated the diameter and circumference of the sky star. The advancement of medical skills, the improvement of nutrition, and the abundance of products have caused the total number of humans to skyrocket, and the previously vacant land on the supercontinent has gradually become filled with humans. This is a prosperous era, an era of rapid development of science and technology and civilization. Benefiting from the development of civilization, Shen Xing found that his abilities seemed to have been improved. Sky star, level, planet, basic force, the ability to control gravity and electromagnetic force, imaginary power, the ability to control consciousness and part of time, laws of the universe. You can control some of the basic laws of the universe and fundamentally change some physical laws and natural laws. Civilization level, level 1 civilization, age of exploration. Shen Xing found that his abilities seemed to be integrated. The basic power of reality and the power of fiction were separated, and all the abilities he possessed were integrated into a unified law of the universe. Shen Xing is still exploring the scope that this so-called law of the universe can control. What he knows so far is that after the integration, he seems to have more powerful power and a wider range of applications than before the integration, which is an unexpected surprise for him. However, just when this peaceful era was developing steadily, a smooth metal ball the size of a football suddenly broke into Shen Xing's sight. This metal ball emitted a strange light and flew straight towards the galaxy where Shen Xing was located, and soon entered the control range of Shen Xing's basic power. An ominous premonition arose in Shen Xing's heart, and he immediately mobilized his electromagnetic power to try to detect the UFO. After all, it feels like a technological creation. In Shen Xing's impression, electromagnetic force is very useful for technological creations. The metal ball flew around the Shen star in the sky several times. It moved very quickly, exceeding the speed of any outer space creation on Earth in the previous life. While the sphere was operating, Shen Xing sensed the pulse signal inside the photosphere through electromagnetic force. Shen Xing's heart was full of vigilance, and he decided to try to read the content of this signal. After all, this light ball was definitely the product of a certain advanced technological civilization. After concentrating on using electromagnetic force to carefully detect the ball, he found that the pulse signal inside the ball was a complex code, which was very obscure to him. But obviously, this situation couldn't be simpler in front of consciousness. Almost instantly, Shen Xing decoded the content of the signal. Cosmic Probe Report Number 2231. Cosmic coordinates as 7960 planet has been completely detected. The shortest lifespan is about 4.3 billion years. The discovery of carbon-based advanced intelligent life forms autonomous evolution without interference from external civilizations. The civilization of this planet is in the exploration stage within the planet. The development of civilization is at an extremely low level. The shortest time to evolve to galactic civilization is about 10,000 years. Evaluation completed, waiting for instructions. Shen Xing was a little surprised by the information. He knew that his lifespan was far less than 4.3 billion years, and the detector's assessment was obviously wrong. Moreover, it did not detect Shen Xing's autonomous consciousness, which made him have a doubt about this so-called advanced civilization. Shen Xing did not relax his vigilance. He knew that this detector might be just the tip of the iceberg, and there might be a very powerful civilization hidden behind it. He is ready. Once the detector signals any threat, he will not hesitate to use electromagnetic force to destroy it. A few minutes later, a pulse wave came from the distant stars. Shen Xing immediately used electromagnetic force to analyze the fluctuation. He found that it was an instruction to order the detector to go to the BI galaxy. After receiving the command, the detector immediately responded and then quickly flew in a certain direction until it flew into the deep space of the universe. Shen Xing watched the ball detector disappear from his sight. He felt slightly relieved, but an inexplicable sense of urgency became stronger. He realized the fragility of human civilization and the uncertainty of the future, whether it is to unlock new abilities or to regard the humans in the sky as their own creations and subjects. Shen Xing decided to take some actions to guide human civilization quickly towards a more prosperous and stable future, and to accelerate the development of science and technology so that it could have the ability to fight against other alien civilizations as quickly as possible, turning our attention back to the stars. Today's only supercontinent, once a symbol of peace and prosperity, has now become turbulent due to competition for resources. Countries divided by the Star Empire are constantly at war with new countries, competing for resources on the supercontinent. The war was like an unstoppable plague, rapidly spreading to the entire supercontinent. No one is spared in this world war, and all human beings are involved in this disaster. Even the Star Sect, a religious organization with supreme authority, cannot stay out of the matter. The Star Dome cult has always guarded this land in the name of Starfather and has never participated in secular wars and disputes for thousands of years. But this time, they encountered unprecedented challenges, and this also determined whether the Star Sect will still be established in the world. Chapter 10. Due to their reverence for the Starfather, followers of the Star Sect are spread all over the world, and people have donated a large amount of materials to the Star Sect. Today, the Starry Sect has the largest amount of land and the most abundant assets and materials on the entire continent. When war rages, people are destitute and starving everywhere. Many people are left with only the instinct to survive. Faced with the dilemma of not having enough to eat and starving to death, some people began to turn their attention to temples. Although the temple has the guards and law enforcement forces of the Inquisition, these forces are insignificant in front of the surging refugees, slaves, and warlords from all over the world. After thousands of years of peaceful development, the power of these guards has ceased to exist in name only and has become extremely weak. In the east of the supercontinent, in a place called Balian Country, a temple was captured by thousands of refugees. These hungry and murderous refugees have lost their minds and become like bloodthirsty beasts instigated by a leader named Suze. They took that step. We are just robbing the temple, not disrespecting Starfather. Suze's words are just lies, but they are not important to the slaves. All they need is an excuse to feel at ease. As a result, Balian Kingdom's temple guards were defeated, the temple was robbed, and the priests and several clergy were killed. Inside the temple, piles of food made the slaves full for the first time in a long time. K Starfather. No matter how much I believe in Starfather, I have never had a full stomach in my life. This time when I arrived at Starfather Temple, it was the first time I experienced what it feels like to be full. A refugee angrily vented the negative emotions in his heart. His words stirred up many people who had eaten enough and remembered the majesty of Starfather again. Starfather is Starfather, and Starvault cult is Starvault cult. They cannot be confused with each other. We just robbed the food of these priests in Starfather cult, but we don't dare to be disrespectful to Starfather. Bah, how can Father Star care about little people like us? Father Star doesn't care about the life and death of all of us. Who do you think you are? Starfather is a great and omnipotent God. What qualifications do you have for Starfather to care about? Starfather creates all things and does not interfere with all things. Starfather's vastness is incomprehensible. Stop talking nonsense. The argument continued in the temple, and the opinions quickly divided into two extreme groups. The level of people's beliefs could be seen at a glance. Shen Xing once again watched with cold eyes, just quietly watching all this happen. This was originally part of Shen Xing's expectation. Currently, war has swept across the entire continent. and there are humans everywhere who don't have enough to eat. The temple was robbed and Xingfu's majesty was damaged, which was something Shen Xing expected. This time, he not only wants to promote the process of human civilization, but also once again makes everyone remember him for Shen Xing. 1,000 years is a short period of time. Hundreds of thousands of thousand years have passed in his life. But for short-lived humans, 1,000 years is a very long time, enough to make their subconscious awe of Shen Xing weaken a lot. In Shen Xing's view, the weakening of faith also shows the weakening of human unity. Without common faith, how can the entire planet work together as one? Shen Xing must once again eliminate some of the rebels and continue to strengthen the remaining humans' genes for fearing him. Sky calendar year 4399 in the east of this continent. Only a magnificent temple and a small area surrounded by walls are left of a former empire. The Star Vault Kingdom, the once glorious empire on the Sky Vault Star, is now inevitably involved in the whirlpool of troubled times. With wars raging and lives devastated, the fate of Stardom Kingdom seems to have reached a crossroads. Since the war broke out, even though the Stardom Kingdom is located in the far eastern region of the continent and backed by the ocean, it has not been spared. Food production has decreased and people are struggling to make ends meet. But thanks to their proximity to the sea, fishing and hunting have become an important source of food for them. This made the Stardom Kingdom relatively wealthy during this disaster, and since they were all old citizens of the empire, the internal crisis in the country was minimal. However, in these troubled times, wealth often means danger. The wealth of the Starry Kingdom has attracted countless coveted eyes and has become the target of public criticism. In the process of resisting foreign enemies, the old king of the Starry Kingdom died, unfortunately, and his eldest son was also defeated and killed. Later, the youngest son Yin Huang, who was only 18 years old, took over the authority of the old king and became the king of the Starry Kingdom. Yin Huang, although this young king is capable and has a tenacious fighting spirit, his efforts seem insignificant in the face of absolute power. The enemy's power was strong and combined with each other, which caused the Stardom Kingdom's territory to be continuously compressed, and in the end they could only retreat to the temple. This magnificent building that has stood for thousands of years has now become the last territory of the most powerful empire in the past. Today, only the temple is still resisting. Under the temple, the enemy troops were preparing to attack again. Catapults, giant crossbows, and domesticated animals were dispatched to the battlefield. Huge stones were also transported from distant mountains. In the temple, the ministers were anxious. Soon, some ministers could not bear the silence and stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, the enemy has dispatched a large amount of supplies and military supplies from nowhere. It seems that they are going to launch a fierce attack on the temple." Yin Huang looked solemn. The reason why this last temple has not been breached in the past 2 years is because there is a huge difference in supplies between the two sides. The Starfather Temple has the most abundant supplies in the entire world. Now that the enemy forces have been replenished, the gap between strength and weakness has been instantly leveled. Except for some remaining city defense equipment in the temple and the condescending terrain, there is no advantage anymore. Yin Huang remained silent, but the people below were about to jump. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Yin Huang sighed imperceptibly, and then he shook his head helplessly and said feebly, "I don't know either." Although the enemy is very powerful, after 2 years of resistance, Yin Huang's fantastic ideas have helped everyone survive until now. The ministers still have a certain degree of confidence in Yin Huang. Now even the king doesn't know what to do, saying that the Kingdom of Stars is really at the end of its rope. "Your Majesty, why don't we surrender?" A highly respected minister said this with difficulty. Yin Huang didn't say a word, but his expression remained solemn. "Yes, Your Majesty. If we don't want to surrender, we can separate and escape from other directions of the temple. There will always be a glimmer of hope. We can meet in the distance and rebuild the starry sky." Just when everyone gritted their teeth and made their final choice, Yin Huang's eyes became firm. "I cannot surrender. I will not sit back and watch the Starfather Temple be robbed by the enemy. If Starfather's majesty is damaged, as a descendant of the Yin family, how can I dare to believe in Starfather again? How dare I face the ancestors of my Yin family?" As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. My last resort is to pull out the Star Scepter. Chapter 11. Although Yin Huang's will is firm, his heart is very painful. The war is cruel and ruthless, and the defeat of Stardom Kingdom seems inevitable at present. Perhaps in a few days, the prosperous temple of Starfather beneath our feet will be reduced to ruins, and the majesty of Starfather will also be desecrated. In the temple, Yin Huang looked at the majestic and solemn statue of Starfather. He knelt on his knees and worshipped devoutly. His hands tightly grasped the scepter inserted in front of the statue, but he remained motionless. 2 lines of tears shed from his eyes. After the last hope was shattered, King Yanhuang finally showed his most vulnerable side. He is just an ordinary child, but because he is in the royal family and encounters great changes, he has to carry the entire country on his shoulders and move forward alone. He tried his best to pretend to be stronger than anyone else, but now facing his star father, whom he had respected and devoutly respected since he was a child, Yanhuang finally took off all the pretense. Star Father, please forgive my incompetence. I tried my best. I can't win. Even if I am killed by those blasphemers, I will still not change my respect and love for Star Father. His tears fell on the scepter in front of him. The crystal on the scepter reflected a faint light. Although he is disappointed, he is not desperate. Death is not the end. It may be another starting point to return to the arms of Star Father. The atmosphere inside the temple was extremely quiet, with only Yanhuang's breathing echoing in the empty hall. He stared at the statue of Star Father with tears in his eyes. Those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything seemed to be watching him silently, giving him the last comfort. At this moment, the entire temple was suddenly shrouded in a mysterious light. Beams of light were projected from the high dome, illuminating every corner. Pious believer, I see your faith shining like gold. A grand and ethereal voice echoed in the temple, like a call from ancient times, full of endless majesty and love. Yanhuang felt an unprecedented surge of power, his heart beat faster, and a deep sense of awe arose spontaneously. His mind was shaken, and his body was shaking involuntarily. He knew that this was the voice of Star Father, and this was the appearance of God. Star Father is on top. Yanhuang knelt on the ground excitedly, his eyes flashing with tears, but more of them were filled with the light of firmness and faith. If civilization wants to move forward, it must be united, and its faith cannot be shaken. Star Father's voice sounded again, this time clearer and more powerful. Following Star Father's voice, the ground in front of Yanhuang suddenly glowed with dazzling light, and the ancient Star Dome scepter slowly rose from the ground. This scepter has not changed at all for thousands of years, and the gem on the top still exudes mysterious and powerful power. Yanhuang slowly stood up, stretched out his hands, and held the scepter tightly. He felt an unprecedented power flowing through his body. This was the power given by Star Father, and it was a weapon against darkness. The starry scepter will give you enough power. Star Father's face showed no fluctuation, as if he was telling a trivial thing. With the blessing of the scepter, you can have the power to control the elements of the world. In Yanhuang's consciousness, another idea appeared out of thin air. He knew how powerful the scepter was, that it could control the force called gravity among the stars, and that it could control all elements in the world. He stood the scepter in front of him and knelt down excitedly on the ground to thank Star Father for his gift. He looked up again, only to find that Star Father was no longer there. Only the tall statue was left watching him quietly. The ministers behind him were already stunned. They seemed to have witnessed the arrival of the legendary Star Father, and their legs kissed the earth unknowingly. Yanhuang's expression returned to calmness. He just gently raised the scepter in his hand and then said, "Everyone, follow me to clean up the blasphemers." When their figures appeared in front of the enemy's catapults had all locked the entrance to the temple. Then countless boulders came to the heads of everyone in Yanhuang. The ministers backed away with pale faces, but Yanhuang waved his scepter with a calm expression, and several thunderbolts rose out of the air, directly turning the boulders into powder. The enemy troops below were already in chaos. The thunder shattered the boulders and also shattered their hearts. Those who blaspheme God will all have to pay the price. Star Father gave me divine skills to cleanse the world. Yanhuang's voice spread to everyone's ears along with the wind. At this moment, all the humans in the entire continent seemed to pause, and then various thoughts appeared in people's hearts. When the scepter is waved, the elements dance wildly. The coalition forces of various countries under the temple were submerged by the seawater pouring in from the sky in just a few seconds. Yanhuang's performance shocked the ministers behind him. They looked at the godlike king in disbelief. He actually defeated hundreds of thousands of enemy troops by himself? No, it's not. It's Star Father's power. The king once said that this was the magic given to him by Star Father. The war can end here. Yanhuang, who possesses divine magic, formed an army and swept all the way from the east of the mainland. All the refugees in Star Father's temple were wiped out. All the believers who believed in Star Father once again found their backbone and knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Tears in the 4,400th year of the sky calendar, Yanhuang unified the supercontinent and re-established the Star Empire. All disrespectful people were liquidated one by one, and mankind's faith in Star Father reached its peak again. And this time, humans will remember the power of Star Father more firmly and consolidate their beliefs. Shen Xing watched the magic sweeping across the continent and felt a little bit of approval for Yanhuang. After all, the so-called divine magic, is separated from hundreds of millions of small parts from the laws of the universe. I didn't expect that the power and variety Yanhuang exerted would be so amazing. After the reunification of the continent, Shen Xing never appeared in front of humans again. But he secretly met with Yanhuang alone and told him that the continent under his feet was about to be torn apart, and asked him to prepare to divide the country. This is what Shen Xing thought after thinking about it. A unified empire is indeed powerful, but how can there be progress without competition? Under Shen Xing's control, the supercontinent began to fall apart like the Earth in the previous life, and the small dinosaur island was merged into the largest continent. He simply and crudely divided the world into 5 continents: East Continent, South Continent, West Continent, North Continent, and Central Continent. The ocean is divided into 4 oceans: the Eastern Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Western Ocean, and the Northern Ocean. Choosing names has always been a problem for Shen Xing. He had already thought of their names before dividing the continent. After the supercontinent split into 5 continents, humans once again became in awe of Star Father's divine power. Therefore, the countries on the 5 continents did not continue to divide, but established their own countries based on continents. Subsequently, the development of civilization also entered the highway due to competition among various continents. Chapter 12. In the 32nd century, the Earth is no longer the blue planet it used to be. Hundreds of consecutive years of extreme climate disasters have made the Earth's surface desolate and dangerous. Rising sea levels submerged coastal cities, droughts and floods alternately ravaged the land, and food shortages and the spread of disease became the norm. The living space of human beings has been sharply compressed, social order is in danger, and the depletion of energy has intensified the crisis. Hundreds of years ago, human civilization mistakenly used a new type of nuclear fission energy. Then a certain incident caused a nuclear leakage accident and radioactive waste disposal problems, further deteriorating the environment. Through the unyielding spirit of mankind, we finally forcibly advanced aerospace technology and gained the ability to navigate interstellar space. This opens up new possibilities for everything, but with the exhaustion of other resources, human technological development seems to have come to an end. Many scientists have begun to wonder whether the ceiling of Earth's civilization has been reached. But during a certain interstellar exploration, they obtained a legacy. Under the influence of heritage, Earth civilization has successfully completed a technological leap and has possessed countless branches of science and technology over the past few hundred years. A twisted technological tree was born. Against this background, the United Earth government held an emergency meeting at the Central Space Station in geosynchronous orbit. The chief astronomer of the United Earth government, with a hint of imperceptible excitement, showed a set of shocking data and images to senior officials and military leaders. Through the star map observation technology and the legacy, we discovered a planet that is 98% similar to the Earth from thousands of years ago. The chief astronomer's voice echoed in the conference room. We call it our new home. It has a suitable climate, abundant water resources, and fertile land. This is the hope for the continuation of human civilization. After Wei Hong, the joint leader, heard the good news, his frowning eyebrows relaxed slightly, but then they frowned again. With what we have obtained, how long will it take to get there? Are the energy reserves above enough to support this expedition? Wei Hong asked. According to our calculations, it will take at least 300 years to arrive through those heritage sites. As for the energy required, we need to immediately concentrate global scientific research efforts to conduct an unprecedented energy separation of the things we have obtained. There was silence in the conference room. Everyone knows that going to a new home will be a journey full of unknowns and dangers, but the current situation of the Earth can no longer be maintained, and interstellar immigration seems to be the only way out. But now the galaxy has fallen into a full-scale war. Because the Earth is located in a relatively remote place, it has not been affected by the war for the time being. Humanity received a legacy and used it to observe the galactic war. After intense discussions and careful consideration, the United Earth government made the final decision: start the new home plan. Global resources and manpower are mobilized to build immigration spacecraft that can carry the entire human civilization. Scientists are working day and night, hoping to complete this feat in the shortest possible time. After the news was announced, people around the world reacted in different ways. Some people feel desperate and do not want to leave their home planet. Some people are full of hope and look forward to starting a new life on a new planet. But no matter what, a long time ago, the fate of mankind has been closely linked, and everyone must work hard for a common future. As time went by, the first immigrant spacecraft gradually took shape. It is not only a spaceship, but also a symbol of human wisdom and courage. At the farewell ceremony, Joint leader Wei Hong stood in front of a huge display screen and delivered a speech to all mankind. Today, we stand at a turning point in history, facing unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Our home planet, the Earth, was once a gift from the universe, giving us life and prosperity. However, after countless centuries of changes, our homeland is suffering from the devastation of extreme climate, depletion of resources, and the threat of galactic war. All this forces us to make a difficult decision, to leave our home planet and embark on the journey of interstellar immigration. In an unknown super-galaxy cluster, we discovered a planet that is very similar to our homeland. It is no different from the Earth it once was. It can provide us with a new living space and a new hope for the continuation of human civilization. People on the Earth had different expressions after hearing Wei Hong's words. Some people were smiling and their eyes were shining with excitement. They were full of expectations for a new beginning, but some people were nervous and uneasy, with their brows furrowed and their eyes filled with excitement. Reveal concerns about the future. Some people even showed sadness and tears in their eyes because they knew that they might be leaving their home planet or their relatives soon. I know that leaving the Earth is a severe test for each of us. We have a deep affection for this land, where our ancestors thrived and where our history and culture are intertwined. But, for our children, for the future of mankind, we must take this step bravely. This will be a long and unknown journey, but I believe that as long as we unite as one, there will be no difficulties that cannot be overcome. Our destination is not just a new planet, but a new beginning, an opportunity to redefine our civilization. May our journey be safe and may our future be bright. Earth's civilization burst into warm applause at this moment. They are using this method to express their approval of the interstellar immigration plan. Humanity is getting ready to approach their turning point under the rapid operation of the entire civilization. A brand new starship was quickly created through legacy and selected a group of high-tech talents and a group of people who will serve as the vanguard of interstellar immigrants and pave the way for the entire human civilization. As for the remaining civilized subjects, they will board the starship that has not yet been renovated and keep up with the pace of the vanguard between 25 and 35 years after the vanguard sets off. When the pioneers were preparing to land on the immigration spacecraft, Wei Hong personally led the team to the pioneers to offer condolences. You are our guides and the guides of the Earth civilization. I believe that you will reach your new home safely. We will keep up with you as soon as possible. As long as we can take root and develop in our new home, as long as our technology continues to advance, we still have a chance to return to our home star. When we return to the galaxy again, we will be invincible. The people in the advanced team couldn't help but burst into tears when they looked at the crowds whose eyes were full of blessings. They waved goodbye to the people and also waved goodbye to the Earth. As the city-like immigration spacecraft was launched, the people in the advanced team began the journey of interstellar immigration with their longing for the future and fear of the unknown. The Earth, the cradle that once nurtured countless lives, can now only watch silently as its children leave. And mankind will also write a new chapter on the new planet. Chapter 13. Celestial Galaxy, Celestial Star. During the time when civilization was growing barbarically, Shen Xing was constantly manipulating new laws. During this period of exploration, Shen Xing has controlled approximately several surrounding galaxies. In other words, Shen Xing's body can be regarded as the consciousness of a galaxy cluster. Sky Calendar Year 5540. Shen Xing once silently watched the development of civilization on his own planet. At this moment, he finally decided to intervene in the evolution of life on his planet in a new way. He created a baby's body and landed this body in a peaceful place on the central continent of the Sky Vault Star. In an ordinary village in the Starry Kingdom, a baby was born with destiny. This baby was given fragments of Shen Xing's consciousness, and his eyes shone with a distinctive light of wisdom. In this small village, a fisherman who was out fishing found the baby. He picked up the bamboo basket containing the baby with a puzzled look on his face. My name is Shen Xing. I would like to be adopted by kind-hearted people. Father Xing, you are such a poor child. Please stay in our village from now on. The fisherman sighed, and then took Shen Xing back to the village. Benefiting from the Star Father belief spread by the Star Church from generation to generation after Shen Xing appeared several times, the crime rate on this planet is extremely low, and most people have deep-rooted belief in Star Father in their hearts. Everyone in this small fishing village loves this little guy very much and is ready to send him to the nearest temple for a blessing ceremony. Whenever a baby is born, the priests of the temple will hold a blessing ceremony for them, which means that another life approved by Star Father is born. When the baby transformed by Shen Xing received the blessing, a strange scene appeared in the sky. The stars were arranged into a strange picture, and then the silver-white starlight shone on Shen Xing's body. The light flowed, making Shen Xing seem to be emitting starlight. The entire temple and people in the area were deeply shocked by this scene naturally. Other continents have also observed strange phenomena, and everyone is trying to understand Starfather's guidance. In this remote temple in the central continent, the priest responsible for praying shouted, "He is the God-given son appointed by Starfather." People began to spread the story of this baby, thinking that he was the messenger chosen by Starfather. At the same time, at the other end of the central continent, a scientist named Wen Jing proposed a subversive theory. The sky star is not the center of the universe, but rotates around the sun. This knowledge should have been known for a long time. But due to the forced intervention of the Star Sect, no scientist dared to speak out until now. And because this theory challenged the teachings of the Star Sect, Wen Jing's theory was regarded as disrespectful to Starfather. Starfather created the sky star, and all the stars should revolve around the sky star. You damn heretic. You actually blasphemed Starfather. After being arrested, an excited Wen Jing kept shouting in the courtroom, "I have believed in Starfather since I was a child. Today I am 40 years old, but I still have no doubts about my faith in Starfather. But Starfather is Starfather. Star Dome Cult is Star Dome Cult." The teachings of the Star Vault sect are all written by us humans after understanding and guessing the greatness of God the Father. They do not represent the absolute will of the Starfather. And we humans make mistakes. Starfather created all things and made us humans the leader of all things. But it does not mean that the planet we live in will become the center of the universe. The sun is the center of the galaxy. I calculated this based on the knowledge I have learned throughout my life. And the knowledge I have learned is also taught by the academy run by the Star Sect. Is the knowledge taught by the Starry Vault sect false? The local priest coldly pronounced Wen Jing guilty. Blasphemy. This is the most serious crime on Tianqiangxing. Wen Jing will be sentenced to permanent imprisonment. In today's Sky Star, people believe that only Starfather can decide life and death, so there is no death penalty, which can be regarded as allowing Wen Jing to save a small life. Father Star, am I really wrong? Wen Jing looked gloomy. He spent a long time in prison, but he never gave up his scientific exploration, because there was nothing to record in prison, and others could not see this blasphemous research. So he kept using his brain to calculate. In prison, if you forget, just start over. As time goes by, the baby transformed by Shen Xing has grown into a young man. Sky calendar year 5560. 20-year-old Shen Xing opened his eyes and woke up from the academy dormitory of Xinqiang sect. It's almost time. Shen Xing has been collecting all kinds of information for the past 20 years, and the results he obtained made his face darken. Over the past thousands of years, with Shen Xing's many manifestations, the Star Vault cult has purged those disloyalty and doubters, and the majesty of Starfather has become inviolable. This has also led to the growing power and prestige of the Starry Vault religion, and it has become more and more like a traditional religion. Heavy bureaucracy and riddled with all kinds of ills, the Star Vault sect around the world is unified, but the top management of the 5 continents is separated. Therefore, the power of the state cannot affect the status of the Star Sect at all, nor can it fight against it. In the past, on the stars in the sky, the division of power was obvious. Divine power is divine power, royal power is royal power, but with the dominance of the Starry Vault sect, this balance no longer exists. The clergy of the Starry Vault sect are also ordinary humans. There is a famous saying on Earth, absolute power will lead to absolute corruption. As the Starry Vault religion becomes more and more unconstrained around the world, the clergy are issuing various decrees more and more unscrupulously, gradually eroding all national power. Moreover, the Starry Vault cult in some areas is issuing harsh policies such as forced donation and forced labor. The entire Starry Sky sect seems to be slowly falling from the lofty temple into the abyss. It is gradually being corrupted by power and greed. Many people in the Xinqiang sect are colluding with each other. So over the years, the Starry Vault sect has become more and more unbridled and unpunishable. The Starry Vault sect is an institution that should be used to manage human beings, but now it has become so dirty. It's time to let these people know that humans should believe in Starfather, not Star Cult. Shen Xing thought as he slowly floated up and headed towards the central temple. Middle-earth, central temple. Shen Xing's figure descended slowly without hesitation. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes. Then the residents near the central temple became agitated. In the Central Continent Council established at the foot of the temple, those who represented the country's highest power people also came out. They looked at Shen Xing's tall figure and were a little distracted. Then they saw Shen Xing slowly raise his arms, and several fat-looking priests flew out from the central temple. They kept waving their hands in the air, and then his neck suddenly turned, and then he was thrown to the ground at the foot of the temple. People gathered around cautiously and found that these people were actually the senior priests of the Oracle Court and the tribunal who had issued strict laws. Shen Xing slowly landed in front of the door of the inner hall of the temple and spoke softly, and the voice seemed to reach everyone's ears instantly. Star Father, I'm very disappointed. Chapter 14. Star Father, I am very disappointed. As Shen Xing finished speaking, the entire central temple fell into silence. The high-ranking priests fell to the ground, groaning in pain, and soon lost their breath, but their eyes were always full of fear and confusion. The crowd around him began to whisper. They didn't understand why this young man had such powerful power and wanted to kill these high-ranking priests on the spot. The original intention of the Starry Sect is to guide people toward kindness and wisdom and to unite human civilization, rather than becoming a tool of oppression and greed. Shen Xing stood on the steps of the temple, his eyes scanning the crowd below, and his voice sounded again, calm but full of power. My name is Shen Xing. Only then did everyone realize that this young man who fell from the sky was the Son of God whom word of mouth had told him. 20 years have passed since then, and many people's memories are relatively vague, but under the current circumstances, they almost instantly remembered the rumors about this person. The priests who ran out of the temple immediately after them also heard Shen Xing's words. They trembled, realizing that what they had done for a long time might have angered Starfather. Some people in the crowd under the temple began to point angrily at these priests, accusing them of atrocities and injustice. In this case, many priests who had followed the trend weakened their legs and fell to their knees directly. Starfather, we were wrong, one of the priests shouted loudly, his voice full of regret. We have been blinded by power and have forgotten your teachings. Shen Xing slowly walked towards a kneeling priest. Son of God. The priest looked at Shen Xing in front of him in fear. His hands and feet became cold, as if he was about to die. Shen Xing's gaze was profound, and the priest felt that Shen Xing seemed to have seen through his inner thoughts. Everyone has the opportunity to reform, but they must truly repent. I see the regret in your heart. Use actions to prove your faith. After the priest heard what Shen Xing said, he opened his mouth in disbelief, and then he wholeheartedly bowed down in front of Shen Xing. It turns out that the Son of God can see through people's hearts then what they did. Didn't Starfather also see everything? Shen Xing kept peeking into the hearts of these priests. Almost instantly, there were more than a dozen priests who sincerely wanted to forgive their sins, and their crimes were relatively minor. Some people still have a trace of luck in their hearts. Shen Xing naturally has other time to deal with these sinful people. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd below the temple. They saw the power and kindness of the Son of God, and also the tolerance and justice of the Starfather. Shen Xing turned around and faced everyone. His voice spread throughout Central Continent. From today on, the Starry Vault sect will be thoroughly cleaned up. All corrupt priests on the 5 continents will be eliminated, and the temple will return to its true mission. Become the guide and protector of human civilization. Shen Xing's declaration is like morning bells and evening drums, awakening the belief in Starfather in human hearts. He pointed to the sky, where star maps appeared. Each star map represented an important moment in the history of the Starry Vault sect. These star charts are the foundation of Starry Sky religion and will guide us back to the right path. In the crowd, some people began to pray in low voices, and some shed tears excitedly. They felt Father Star's care and expectations, and their hearts were filled with hope for the future. Shen Xing returned to the inner hall of the temple, and his figure gradually disappeared into the light and shadow. Outside the temple, the redeemed priests stood up. They knew that the rest of their lives would be dedicated to spreading the true teachings of Starfather and contributing to the reform of Star Vault cult. The news spread quickly throughout the sky like a prairie fire. People began to gather in temples across Middle-earth, demanding reform and justice. The core leaders of the Star Dome sect in Central Continent began to be shaken. They realized that if no changes were made, the Star Dome sect would lose the trust of all believers. In the next few months, the Zhongzhou Starry sect began unprecedented reforms. The finances of all temples are made public, and the income and power of the priests are monitored. The temple began to actively devote itself to education, medical treatment, and charity, and truly became an institution serving believers. Shen Xing's actions in Zhongzhou caused shock to the entire planet, but he knew that the real reform had just begun. His gaze passed through Central Continent and turned to other continents, especially those places where the Starry Vault sect has completely decayed. During the ongoing transformation of Zhongzhou, some high-level officials from other continents became dissatisfied. Shizhou, a once prosperous continent, has now become chaotic due to the corruption of the Starry Sky cult. The high-ranking priests acted recklessly in the temple. They greedily plundered the wealth of believers and used power to satisfy their own desires. Where did this so-called Son of God come from? Apart from those stars, Why is there not even a little bit of other news? Those people in Zhongzhou still think they are orthodox. I guess they are just making things up based on the stars. Shizhou's Xingqiang sect is the most decadent. At this time, in the Shizhou temple, a group of high-ranking priests were sneering with disdain. Okay, we have sent people to investigate this matter. When the results come back, we will know what happened. While everyone was arguing, a senior priest from Shizhou said, "Are you looking for me?" The sudden words made the highest priest and other high-ranking priests stunned for a moment, and then they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Father Star, what's going on?" The priests were panicked. They looked at Shen Xing and felt unprecedented fear. "Is this the name of Star Father that you guys can call directly?" Shen Xing's eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice echoed in the temple. The high-ranking priests of Shizhou tried to resist. They called the temple guards to fight against Shen Xing. However, their strength was like ants in front of Shen Xing. Shen Xing waved his hand gently, and the guards who came over disappeared into thin air. "You? Who are you?" a priest asked tremblingly. "I am Shen Xing, the guardian of the Sky Vault Star, and the messenger of the Star Father you have long desecrated." As Shen Xing's words fell, the air in the entire temple seemed to solidify. The priests felt an unspeakable sense of oppression, and their hearts were filled with despair. Shen Xing didn't say anything more. His steps echoed in the temple. With every step he took, a priest fell down. They didn't scream or struggle, they just turned into dust under Shen Xing's power. 2 minutes later, there were only a few priests left in the Shizhou temple. These people were unable to resist under the oppression of these worms. Now they are bowing to Shen Xing with tears of gratitude. They are willing to fight for the reform of Starry Sky Sect. Chapter 15. Shen Xing did not stay in Shizhou for too long. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling between temples and other continents. In Nanzhou, Beizhou, and Dongzhou, Shen Xing's actions were exactly the same. His arrival is like the Day of Judgment. Those greedy and corrupt priests have nowhere to hide under Shen Xing's power. With Shen Xing's purge, the entire Xingqiang sect began a self-reform. Believers began to re-examine their faith, and they realized that true faith is not based on power and greed, but on kindness, wisdom, and pure respect for Star Father. Although Shen Xing's actions were fierce, they ushered in a new life for Tianqiang Star. Under the guidance of Shen Xing, the Xingqiang sect began a real reform. The temple is no longer a symbol of power, but a palace for spreading knowledge and wisdom. Priests are no longer superior rulers, but have become guides and friends of believers. Sky calendar year 5578. Shen Xing was 38 years old this year. After cleaning up the Starry Sky Sect, Shen Xing became the highest priest of the Starry Sky Sect and was unanimously recognized by the 5 central temples. After reading through the Xingqiang cult's information over the years, Shen Xing found that the cultural development of Tianqiang Star seemed to have become very strange because of the emergence of the Xingqiang cult. Now that we are in the industrial age, some theories that should have been proven long ago have not been developed, and some inventions that should have been born have not appeared. This man named Wen Jing proposed the heliocentric theory, but was sentenced to permanent imprisonment. He was charged with blasphemy. Shen Xing was flipping through the information and constantly sifting through it in his mind. He must find a way to complete some missing developments and unite the entire civilization of Tianqiang Star into one body. Someone is coming. See Priest Shen. The senior priest thanked Hui Ji and quickly walked into the round table hall and bowed slightly to Shen Xing. "Let the congressmen from the 5 continents come to see me." After receiving the order, Xia Huizhi sent letters to all the councils using special messengers from the Starry Vault sect from all continents. After receiving the news, the representative of Zhongzhou Councilor immediately hurried to the round table hall. After paying a visit to Shen Xing, he sat quietly next to Shen Xing. As time passes, the sun gradually sets apart from the representatives from Zhongzhou. Only the representatives from Dongzhou arrived. As for the representatives from other countries, Shen Xing had their whereabouts from beginning to end. The distances between the 5 continents are not too far, and it would take several hours to travel one way by big ship. In the past 10 years, due to the changes in the nature of the Star Vault sect, it has gradually faded away from the center of power, and the state power has become more authoritative. Therefore, these people are still dragging their feet until this time for the sake of so-called face. It wasn't until the sky darkened that representatives from several countries slowly gathered in the round table hall. "Everyone is here, let me get straight to the point." Shen Xing glanced at the top leadership representatives on the Sky Star, and then said slowly, "On behalf of the highest priest of the Star Church, I order the 5 major countries to merge into one. The top leadership of the country belongs directly to the Star Dome sect, and each of the 5 continents is a city belonging to the Star Dome Empire. Priest Shen, we have been separate countries for thousands of years. If we want to merge now, I'm afraid there will be many problems." the Nanzhou representative said with a smile on his face, full of rejection overtly and covertly. Nowadays, the 5 continents are separated by 4 oceans. If they are merged, it will be difficult to implement this national policy. Yes, Priest Shun, it's not that we don't agree with the merger, we really need to discuss it. Aren't you just rejecting Priest Shun's proposal? Do you really think so? I don't even believe it. The representative from Central Continent sneered and bluntly attacked the representatives from the 4 continents. The expressions of the other representatives changed, and then they continued. We are indeed considering this matter. There are many difficulties involved. No one has a better way. How can we say that we are rejecting Priest Shun? That's right, representative of Zhongzhou. Your speech really misunderstood us. Shen Xing quietly watched these people perform in front of him. He could see what these people were thinking in their hearts. There are various political trades between the 4 continents. If they are merged, they will lose a lot of benefits. Moreover, the power of the country has finally reached its peak, and the status of the management has also risen, and they have gained more rights and interests. Who knows how much money will be left after the merger? Just for the sake of the influence of the Starry Vault sect, I'm just trying to be conceited here. Priest Shen's words are naturally for the sake of mankind. How dare you question Priest Shen? He is the son of God appointed by Star Father. I don't doubt Priest Shen's intention, but we didn't see Father Star's vision with our own eyes. Maybe it was just a celestial phenomenon similar to the Star Festival. Yes, only you people in Central Continent saw the miracle. We didn't. It's really a pity. The representatives at the round table were all expressing their opinions, overtly or covertly testing whether Shen Xing really had the so-called magical power. When the Star Sect was being purged, Shen Xing did not reveal his magical skills in other continents except Central Continent. At first, it was just word of mouth among the people in Central Continent, and there was no evidence in other continents. And what I did back then was just for this moment. Shen Xing, who had never spoken once from beginning to end, stood up in front of everyone's astonished gazes, then snorted coldly and looked at these representatives with sharp eyes. The fact that Tianxiong Xing has reached this point is inseparable from a bunch of rabble like you. Human civilization is now like leaves that have been disturbed by the storm, fragile and disorderly, and you are still surrendering to your petty profits. Since you said that if we merge, it will be difficult to implement national policies, then I will let you see the true power of divine magic. There was no change in Shen Xing's expression. He just raised his right hand, and the star scepter broke free from the ground and came to his hand. When everyone saw that the star scepter appeared again, before they could be surprised, Shen Xing just put it aside and floated Shen Xing, then teleported in front of each representative and threw them out of the temple after the representatives from various countries felt the weightlessness. They kept waving their hands and feet, and their faces all showed panic. Then they were shocked to find that they were floating high in the sky, and beneath their feet were vast voids in 5 continents. Shen Xing's figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. Then he stretched out his right hand, and then slowly closed his 5 fingers. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the 5 continents below were constantly moving. He used the most basic laws of the universe to control the stability of the geology to ensure that humans would not suffer unforeseen disasters, and then made the continents begin to move rapidly. In the end, Shen Xing's 5 fingers formed a fist, and the continent under their feet also became a whole, just like the supercontinent in history. This is magic. Then at this moment, tell me, who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 16. After going through so much trouble, these representatives had no objections. They quickly returned to their own countries to discuss the matter with the national parliament, and finally unanimously approved Shen Xing's proposal. Driven by Shen Xing, the various countries on the Sky Dome Star have reunited and formed a unified country. The Star Dome Empire Shen Xing, as the highest priest of the Star Sect, became the only highest authority in this empire. His decisions affect the fate of the entire planet. After arranging everything in the new empire, Shen Xing dealt with some of the backlogged affairs during this period. After about 2 days, Shen Xing finally found time to come to the prison. He was going to meet the person who proposed the heliocentric theory, who was imprisoned due to the constraints of the times. When Shen Xing stepped into the prison, the atmosphere in the entire prison suddenly became tense. His arrival made all the guards' hearts beat faster, and their breathing became rapid. They know that the highest priest in front of them is the only ruler on the Sky Star. His power is the sacred power given by the Star Father, and it is an existence beyond their reach. It's like letting an earthling stand in front of a nuclear bomb. Although you know it won't explode suddenly, the terrifying power will always make you a little nervous. Shen Xing's eyes were calm and profound. His eyes swept across every corner of the prison, as if he could see into every soul deep in the prison. He came not for trial, but for redemption, for the scientist Wen Jing who was misunderstood by the times. Priest Shen, you are here. The guard's voice trembled. He looked at Shen Xing, his heart filled with awe and curiosity. Take me to Wen Jing. Wen Jing. The guards were stunned. This name was very unfamiliar, but they did not dare to have any questions. They just quickly flipped through the prisoner files, looking for the name. Wen Jing, a scientist who was imprisoned for insisting on the truth, his name was buried in the dust of history. But his faith and persistence left a relatively deep memory in Shen Xing's heart. In fact, Shen Xing's heart is full of complex emotions. He knew that Wen Jing's insistence was correct, and that his theory was scientific truth and a fact that all life on the Sky Dome star should accept. However, the limitations of this era and the particularity of the Star Sect made Wen Jing pay a heavy price. The guards found Wen Jing's file. Although the blasphemy charges in it made them very concerned, they did not ask any more questions and just motioned to Shen Xing to follow them. Shen Xing and the guard walked through the prison corridor and came to Wen Jing's cell. The guards followed closely behind, their hearts beating like drums, nervously waiting for what was about to happen. They didn't know what Priest Shen wanted to do, whether it was to punish the blasphemers or because of other things. The viewing window of the cell slowly opened, and Shen Xing's eyes fell on Wen Jing. Wen Jing is no longer as high-spirited as he used to be. Time has left deep marks on his face, and his pale beard and hair make him look dying. But Shen Xing could see it. His eyes were still firm, and his belief had never wavered. Wen Jing, raise your head. Are you here to judge me for the crime of blasphemy? Master Priest, Wen Jing said in a very hoarse voice. He raised his head, and what he saw was the unique costume of the Starry Vault sect. His eyes were not focused, as if he was thinking about something else in his mind, but he still expressed enough respect for the priests of the Starry Vault cult. Do you think the theory you originally proposed is correct? Yes, Lord Priest. But no one believed it. Because of my incompetence, I can't answer the root cause of the sky full of stars created by Star Father, so I know they won't believe it. A hint of appreciation flashed in Shen Xing's eyes because he saw Wen Jing's heart. He didn't lie. He didn't question the existence of Star Father. He was just constantly trying to prove why Star Father made the sky star revolve around the sun. Wen Jing's belief has not collapsed, but he wants to use scientific arguments to prove it. For a scientist to prove the existence of an illusory god, it can be said that the souls of a firm believer and the scientist are constantly colliding. And in these decades, there has never been a winner. Shen Xing looked at him quietly for a while, and then a calm voice echoed in the cell. Wen Jing, your name will be remembered forever on the Sky Star. Your theory is the truth that all life on the Sky Vault star should accept. You are right. Wen Jing's heartbeat almost stopped at that moment. How many years? He spent endless years in a dark cell. His beliefs and theories were regarded as heresies, and his youth and enthusiasm were slowly wasted in this dark place. However, at this moment, he heard Shen Xing's words. That calm voice was like the first ray of sunshine at dawn, illuminating every corner of his soul. Wen Jing's eyes widened. His lips trembled slightly, trying to say something, but found that he couldn't make a sound. His brain was spinning rapidly, trying to understand this sudden change. Master Priest, have you admitted my theory? This sentence echoed over and over in his heart, shock and disbelief intertwined. As the shock gradually subsided, Wen Jing felt a strong surge of emotion. His eyes began to moisten, and tears slid down his cheeks involuntarily. All the pain and grievances of these years of loneliness, struggle, and perseverance seemed to be released at this moment. This old man cried loudly in the cold prison. The cries echoed deep in the prison. Many prisoners were curious to see what happened, but were pushed back by the guards. When Wen Jing's tears were almost dry, he wiped his face with his dusty sleeves, and then he took a deep breath to try to calm down his emotions. He raised his head. His gaze penetrated the shadow of the cell and fixed on Shen Xing. His heart was filled with deep gratitude. Wen Jing, in the name of the highest priest of the Star Sect, I recognize your theory. Supreme Priest, after Wen Jing was grateful, he was deeply shocked. He clearly knows the weight represented by these 4 words. It is the top existence of the entire Star Sect. This position has not appeared for many years. Since the Star Dome cult fell apart, each continent considers itself orthodox, and the believers and priests in each continent are closely connected, and no one recognizes the status of anyone else. Now the highest priest has appeared, which is the Starry Sect, unified? In addition to being shocked, Wen Jing also felt a trace of complicated emotions in his heart. He thought of his persistence and resistance, and of the people who were persecuted because of his doctrines. All his students and teachers were sentenced to imprisonment. He heard that some of them had already died in difficult circumstances. Is all this worth it? Chapter 17. Is all this worth it? Wen Jing was asking himself, with mixed feelings in his heart as the emotions gradually subsided. Wenjing's heart rekindled hope. The recognition of his theory means that his many years of hard work have not been in vain, and it means that he can continue to pursue scientific truth and contribute to the civilization of Tianqiaxing. Wenjing, I see your faith and persistence. Shen Xing's voice was calm and powerful, penetrating the silence of the dungeon. Shen Xing's magic appeared at this moment, and his power was as bright as a star, illuminating every corner of the cell. The power of divine magic was released, shattering Wenjing's chains, and the sound of metal breaking echoed in the dungeon, like the horn of freedom. As the prison door was opened, Wenjing's restraints were lifted and his freedom was given back. Continue to contribute your strength to the Sky Vault Star. Shen Xing put a hand on Wenjing's shoulder, and the two disappeared into the cell together. The watchers who followed witnessed all this, and their hearts were filled with awe and hope. They know that the history book on the Sky Vault Star will open a new page because of everything today. On the top platform of the central temple, this is where priests used to promote their faith. When the figures of Shen Xing and Wenjing appeared on the top of the central temple, the crowd in the square suddenly fell into silence. After Shen Xing stood still, he slowly said, "The scientist beside me is named Wenjing. 38 years ago, he was sentenced to blasphemy and sentenced to permanent imprisonment for proposing the heliocentric theory. Science is one of the right paths and should not be regarded as heresy. Starfather's faith cannot be tampered with, nor should human thoughts be constrained. Thousands of roads in the future of human civilization can be explored." As Shen Xing publicly admitted Wenjing's heliocentric theory, the atmosphere in the crowd began to change. They cheered and felt excited for Shen Xing's enlightenment. Shen Xing lowered his hands slightly, and the noise of the crowd gradually subsided. Everyone's eyes below the temple were focused on these two figures. Shen Xing turned to face Wenjing. He slowly raised his hand with his palm upward. The power of divine magic began to gather in Shen Xing's palm, forming a ball of light. The ball of light rose slowly, emitting a warm and soft light, illuminating Wenjing's whole body. Wenjing felt a warm force surrounding him. The light penetrated into every cell of his body and awakened his long-dormant vitality. He felt that his dry skin began to regain its elasticity. Each wrinkle gradually stretched, his muscles were filled with strength again, his skin began to glow with new brilliance, and the traces left by the years were smoothed out one by one. His hair gradually turned from gray to jet black and shiny, and his hair became thicker. Wenjing's eyes were once again shining with the vitality of youth. The eyes that had become cloudy due to old age were now clear and bright, shining with the desire for knowledge and hope for the future. The crowd burst into exclamations as they witnessed this miraculous change. Shen Xing's followers were even more fanatical. They chanted Shen Xing's name, regarded him as the messenger of Starfather, and were full of admiration for him. Wenjing slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air around him, and his heart was filled with gratitude and awe. "Wenjing, I have traced your life back to the time when you were sentenced. This is also some personal compensation on my part. Now you can continue your exploration and contribute your knowledge to the world." Shen Xing put down his hand, and the light ball slowly dissipated in the air. He smiled and said to Wenjing, "Priest Shen, I don't know what to say. Your kindness and strength have given me a new lease of life." Wenjing stared at Shen Xing excitedly, his heart filled with endless gratitude. Shen Xing patted Wenjing's shoulder gently. "Go ahead and use your enthusiasm and wisdom to guide Sky Star to a more glorious future." Wenjing nodded, turned around, and faced the crowd below. Their eyes were full of admiration and expectation. He knew that his life would be rewritten from now on, and he would continue to pursue scientific truth with a new life and contribute to the prosperity of Tianqiaxing. As Wenjing's theory was confirmed by Shen Xing, the scientists who had been implicated before were also released one by one. They praised Father Xing's greatness and were grateful for Shen Xing's affirmation. These scientists all returned to their former places and continued their scientific research careers. Some even began to join the Oracle Academy and began to promote the greatness of Starfather. And those scientists who continued to conduct scientific research also published papers one after another promoting the power of Starfather. However, they are now trying to use scientific methods to demonstrate. After Wenjing received the gift of divine magic, he felt like he had an enlightenment. He went through countless rigorous arguments and came up with some conclusions that people praised. 5 of the theories are the most famous, namely, on the impossibility of the so-called infinite causal retrospection, on the inevitability of the order of the universe, on the complexity of the origin of life, on the universality of morality and value, on the rationality of the existence of the universe, one in nature. We observe that every moving object is pushed by another object. If this pushing relationship goes back infinitely, it will lead to an infinitely long causal chain, which is logically impossible. because infinite backtracking means there is never a starting point. Therefore, there must be an initial mover who is not pushed by other things, thus starting the movement of the entire universe. And this mover is the Star Father himself. 2. The universe exhibits exquisite order and regularity. From the orbits of planets to the structure of atoms, everything follows precise physical laws. This order cannot be caused by chance, because pure chance cannot explain such complexity and finesse the laws of the universe. Therefore, the order and regularity of the universe imply the existence of an intelligent designer, the Star Father, who is the creator and maintainer of the order of the universe. 3. The origin of life is an extremely complex process involving countless precise conditions and reactions. It is almost impossible for random chemical processes in nature to produce such complex and sophisticated life forms. Therefore, the origin of life requires a power beyond nature. This power is the Star Father, who gives life its original power and form. For there is a universal pursuit of goodness, justice, and beauty in human society, and these values transcend cultural and geographical limitations. These universal morals and values cannot only come from human social contracts or cultural traditions. Therefore, these universal values are morals and values must originate from a transcendent source, the Star Father, who is the ultimate giver of morals and values. 5. The very existence of the universe is a miracle. It not only exists, but exists in a way that supports life. This way of existence of the universe seems to be designed for some purpose or plan. Therefore, the existence and design of the universe point to he has an ultimate purpose and planner, the Star Father, who is the ultimate explanation of the existence of the universe and the meaning of life. This paper has strict logic, reasonable structure, and sufficient arguments. It perfectly explains the status, majesty, and glory of Star Father. This also made Wenjing a leader in the field of Tianqiangxing science. Chapter 18. In the distant depths of the universe, 2 earthly spaceships are heading towards the Sky Dome star. They are the pride of the pioneer fleet, carrying mankind's hopes and dreams for a new home. These 2 spaceships, as the pioneers of human civilization, have antimatter annihilation engines at their tails that emit blue flames, like the tails of comets drawing a bright trajectory. Wei Wensu, captain of the No. 1 ship and commander-in-chief of the pioneer fleet, is having a meeting with the core members of the ship. Commander Wei, we are now only about 20 million light-years away from the target planet. If everything goes well, we can reach the target planet in about 150 to 300 years by continuing on this orbit. The person who is reporting the situation is Pioneer Fleet Senior Technician Audiobook Wade after the nuclear energy crisis. The countries on Earth have long since completed the integration of a community with a shared future for mankind and become a prosperous and unified United Nations of Earth. The official languages are Wuxia and English, which are the most widely used. After hundreds of years of precipitation, the proportion of mixed-race children on the Earth has long been higher than that of single-race people, so the language barrier of the entire civilization has been eliminated unconsciously. What are the details of the target planet? Commander Wei Wensu's eyes flashed and he asked seriously. After more detailed observation and analysis by the detector, the lifespan of the new home planet fluctuates around 4.3 billion years, and it is suspected that there is life on the planet. But there are no artificial satellites or artificial celestial bodies in the outer space of the target planet. So the civilization on the target planet is definitely still far behind the Earth's civilization. Based on this data, I think it is unknown whether there are advanced intelligent creatures on the planet. And the most important thing is that the target planet's mass, diameter, and distance from the star are all almost exactly the same as the Earth. This is incredible. I never thought that there would be 2 such similar planets in the universe. That is the most perfect new home. It is perfect for the development of our Earth's civilization. Audiobook excitedly described the data of Sky Dome Star, while talking to others, waving the report he had confirmed several times in his hand. Commander Wei Wensu had an expression of longing on his face. He stared at the starry sky outside the window, his heart full of hope for the future. As long as we are given enough time to develop a higher level of technology, we will definitely be able to counterattack the Milky Way and return to our home star, the Earth. Wei Wensu's voice is firm and powerful. Ever since humans have been able to observe the galactic war, the entire civilization has been hanging a sword of Damocles over its head. It is worth mentioning that even after more than 100 years of sailing, Wei Wensu looks like he is only 20 years old now. Because this is already the second body he uses, Earth civilization has already developed consciousness transfer technology, which can perfectly transplant the consciousness of a dying person into a newly born clone. Some of these clones are specially configured full biological tissue clones, and some are semi-human clones, except for the brain, which is a biological organ used to carry consciousness. The rest of the tissues and organs are all machine structures. No matter what kind of clone it is, there is one biggest disadvantage. That is, the cost is too high. Only those with power and wealth, and some top scientists, can enjoy this technology. As for the civilian technology that ordinary people can enjoy, it is not that advanced. After all, the population problem is also one of the most important problems in the development of civilization. Although the level of science and technology has developed to the point where it can have a certain degree of combat effectiveness in outer space, it is still far from enough for other civilizations. As for the so-called moral concepts, they have long since disappeared with the development of science and technology. The development of science and technology is accompanied by the disappearance of moral values. At the same time, an almost distorted sense of civilized honor is growing wildly. No matter what sacrifices need to be made, no matter what the price is, as long as it allows civilization to progress, as long as it allows science and technology to develop, as long as it allows Earth civilization to continue, we can accept it. The journey of interstellar immigrants is long and lonely except for a small number of generals, soldiers, and scientists. Other ordinary humans have entered the hibernation cabin, waiting for the day they arrive at their new home. In this process, they will experience countless consciousness transfers and physical rebirths until they reach the so-called new home location. And on the distant star in the sky, human civilization is developing rapidly. Shen Xing hardly has to worry about any possibility of human rebellion. There is only one thing he has to do now, and that is to upgrade the level of human civilization as soon as possible, and then improve his own abilities. Now the channels for improving abilities seem to be tied to the development process of mankind. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was due to some strange factors. For Shen Xing, as long as he has a human clone, he can lead all humans as the chosen son of God. The human clone possesses all of Shen Xing's abilities so that he can use them to lead and protect the human civilization he created. Shen Xing is working hard to promote the development of science and technology and improve human productivity. At the same time, he is also actively guiding humans to explore the mysteries of the universe and science and technology. Besides technology, are there other ways for civilization to develop? Do the powers in human fantasy before rebirth really not exist? If my consciousness can create this kind of route, will it lead to a new path? This kind of path does not have a complete path in my memory. Can I create a new path that is reasonable and sustainable? Shen Xing kept thinking. He tried many possibilities, and even wanted to directly raise the human intelligence of Tianqiong star to a peak. But he failed because his consciousness and the laws of the universe seemed to be effective only if they were reasonable in a subjective cognition. In other words, his upper limit limits the upper limit of humans on Skyvault star, but humans on Skyvault star can independently break through the upper limit, and he cannot actively adjust the upper limit. While Shen Xing is developing technology, it is also exploring some new possibilities. He knows that only by continuous progress can we deal with the threats from other high-level alien civilizations. The last visit of the metal ball gave Shen Xing a strong sense of vigilance. Humans on the Sky Dome must accelerate the pace of development in order to survive in this universe full of unknowns and dangers. The future of Tianqiong is full of infinite possibilities. Under Shen Xing's guidance and transformation, human civilization is moving towards a higher goal. They will continue to explore, discover, and innovate until one day they can stand at the pinnacle of the universe and become the true ultimate civilization. Chapter 19. In the vastness of outer space, Shen Xing's consciousness is like a huge net, covering several planetary systems. Nowadays, the number of his clones is extremely large. Using a rough metaphor, it can be described as a sky full of stars. With the Sky Dome star as the center, Shen Xing built a spherical skynet with a diameter of tens of thousands of light years. This skynet is still expanding, swallowing up small celestial bodies within the scope of the skynet and bringing them into Shen Xing's perception range. If you just expand the scope and include it in the monitoring range, there is basically no difficulty. But if you control these several star systems, it will be very difficult and will take a long time. So Shen Xing's ambitions don't stop there. At the outskirts of the star system, he used his clones to condense into a satellite-sized planet, named Tianyuan Star. This planet, named Tianyuan Star, has become a weapon for Shen Xing to sweep away dwarf planets and asteroids in the small body gathering belt. A small celestial body gathering belt located at the edge of the star system was originally filled with countless dwarf planets and asteroids, but in front of Tianyuan Star, they were swept away like dust. Each clone of Shen Xing is connected to the laws of the universe through basic forces. Even the clones of small celestial bodies can push large celestial bodies and change their motion trajectories with the basic force generated by them. Under the control of Shen Xing, the small celestial bodies in the small celestial body gathering belt were guided to Tianyuan's star one by one, and then were swallowed and absorbed. Becoming part of Shen Xing, this process only took a few years, and the size of Tianyuan's star has expanded thousands of times, becoming the largest planet outside the Sky Dome galaxy. The rapid growth of Tianyuan's star has brought an improvement in Shen Xing's abilities. However, Shen Xing was not satisfied with this. He plans to turn all the other 6 planets in the Sky Dome galaxy into parts of himself. Shen Xing began to change the trajectory of Tianyuan's star, bringing it closer to Planet 6, the outermost planet of the star system. Although the size of Planet 6 is currently only half that of Tianxiong's star, in Shen Xing's plan, it will become the next target to be devoured. As the abyssal star approaches, the gravitational force between the two increases sharply, and the orbit of Planet 6 begins to change, approaching the abyssal star. Shen Xing did not intend to completely destroy Planet 6. He controlled the basic force of Tianyuan's star, and then used the laws of the universe to resist the natural gravity between the two, gradually slowing down the speed of Planet 6. Eventually, Planet 6 slowly collided with the abyssal star. In the silent sky, a piece of blazing earth appeared, and the two stars burned silently, and then continued to collapse. Shen Xing began the process of digestion, devouring and absorbing. After the devouring was completed, Shen Xing asked Tianyuan's star to spit out planet number 6 intact. After being devoured and split, although the planet did not change at all, the most important thing is that after being devoured, planet number 6 has completely become one of Shen Xing's new clones. Subsequently, Shen Xing moved planet 6 back to its original orbit and continued to exist as a planet in the star system. Everything seems to have returned to the way it was before, but Planet 6 has completely become a clone of Shen Xing, just like Shen Xing's human clone, and now it has become the third planet like the Sky Dome star. Shen Xing then set his sights on 5 other planets. Tianyuan's star continues to move into the star system, preparing to continue to swallow other planets on the Sky Dome star. Some physicists observing the universe discovered this amazing phenomenon during their observations. They discovered that a very large planet had appeared in the star system and was moving inward of the orbit of the star. It seemed that it was about to collide with another planet. This discovery shocked and disturbed the scientists on the Sky Dome star. They began to urgently study this phenomenon and try to find a countermeasure. Since ancient times, humans have observed the starry sky with the naked eye, but what the human eye can see is just the tip of the iceberg of the mysteries of the universe. With the prevalence of science, the birth of newly born optical telescopes has greatly expanded human vision. In recent years, scientists have used telescopes to explore the universe in depth, observed 6 other planets in the star system, and named them one by one. However, Shen Xing's unusual movements in the small celestial body gathering zone broke the tranquility of the universe. Shen Xing's second clone, Tianyuan's star, is a huge existence that is devouring other celestial bodies crazily in the small celestial body gathering zone. Its appearance, like a bright new star, illuminates the vision of scientists and arouses their confusion and curiosity. For hundreds of millions of years, the movement of celestial bodies has followed laws and stability. Even in the thousands of years since Shen Xing had human civilization, people have become accustomed to the movement of celestial bodies in the sky and take them as a matter of course. It was not until the discovery of various scientific laws that people had a deeper understanding of the principle of the stable operation of celestial bodies in the universe, that is, universal gravitation. However, Tianyuan's star moved in an unpredictable and contrary to common sense, breaking the tranquility of the universe. In the year 5585 of the celestial calendar, Tianyuan's star collided with planet number 6. This day became a grand event in the astronomical world. Scientists and astronomical enthusiasts stayed beside the telescope day and night, watching this spectacle happen. However, the expected explosion scene did not appear, but the two merged into one. Subsequently, planet number 6 returned to its own orbit again, while the abyssal star continued to fly towards the inner side of the star. Scientists were puzzled. They tried various theories to explain this strange phenomenon, but they failed to reach the conclusion. Satisfactory answer: they can only continue to observe the movements of Tianyuan's star and try to find the rules. In the celestial calendar year 5587, Tianyuan's star approached the vicinity of Planet 5. Planet 5 was also attracted, changed its orbit, and flew towards Tianyuan's star. Scientists were once again shocked. They found that after the collision between Planet 5 and the abyssal star, like Planet 6, it separated and returned to its original orbit, and then the abyssal star continued to fly towards the inner side of the star. In the year 5589 of the celestial calendar, Tianyuan star approached the vicinity of planet number 4. The experience of planet 4 was the same as that of the previous 2 planets. Scientists were not only shocked, they began to be afraid and terrified. If the Tianyuan star continues like this, it will soon be the turn of the Tianyuan star to be inhabited by humans. Almost as soon as the Tianyuan star was observed approaching, the Tianxiong star instantly became chaotic. Each district council of the Star Empire has taken action, allowing scientists to calculate and predict the trajectory of the abyssal star, whether it can collide with the sky dome star, etc. However, scientists have no way to accurately calculate the movement trajectory of Tianyuan star. In the year 5591 of the sky calendar, it is a familiar time again. Tianyuan star has arrived near planet number 3. At this time, scientists began to panic all day long because in the inner orbit of planet number 3, it is the sky star. Even if it's impossible to calculate, the superlarge planet Tianyuan has collided with other planets time and time again, so a collision with Tianyuan is definitely unavoidable. At this moment, the end is coming. Chapter 20. The current situation cannot be changed by manpower. Only God can prevent mankind from doomsday. Therefore, since the anomalies of the big planet were discovered a few years ago, counselors from various districts have reported to the highest priest Shen Xing again and again. But Shen Xing was busy controlling his clone of the stars in the sky and didn't meet anyone at all. He just asked Xiehuiji to tell them not to worry. With the blessing of Father Star, mankind will eventually be able to escape danger. Shen Xing said. However, Tianyuan star is getting closer and closer, and even planet number 3 collides with it. Seeing that the collision between Tianxiong star and Tianyuan star is inevitable, the end is coming, and it will be within 2 years. Even the naked eyes of ordinary humans can see that Tianyuan star is getting bigger and bigger. The Starry Vault sect's response to the coming apocalypse is still such an understatement, which simply cannot calm the hearts of more and more people. So, the counselors from each district united and came together to see the highest priest. They hoped to attract Ning Shunxing's attention. Shen Xing originally didn't want to worry about it, because soon Tianyuan star would, inexplicably, bypass Tianxiong star and continue to move forward into the star system. But Shen Xing thought about it, and suddenly thought of a better solution. This will be an opportunity to demonstrate the true power of divine magic. Thinking of this, Shen Xing stood up and walked to the round table hall, preparing to meet these congressmen. At the edge of the sky star, the huge planet hangs in the sky like the scythe of death, and its shadow gradually envelopes the entire planet. Shen Xing, the high priest of the Star Sect, finally appeared in the round table hall amidst everyone's expectations. District councilors and scientists bowed their heads to pay tribute, and Wen Jing was naturally among them. His eyes were full of trust and admiration for Shen Xing. Priest Shun, that huge planet is approaching us with an unstoppable force. What should we do? Later, a physicist named Qian Yun, with a trembling voice, told Shen Xing about the upcoming disaster. It seems that at this moment, science is powerless, and Shen Xing and Xingfu are the final guarantee. The glory of Star Father will always shine on us. There is no need to panic, people of Sky Vault Star. Shen Xing's eyes were deep and his voice was very calm. It seemed that this was not the end for him, which made everyone present feel a little more stable. Priest Shun, the people have begun to panic. Now everyone is saying that this is the end of mankind. How can we prevent the impact of that huge planet? However, Xu Wanjing, the representative of the Southern Division, looked worried. He took a step forward and asked respectfully. Shen Xing was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Follow me." He led everyone out of the central temple and came to the top platform. Shen Xing looked up at the Tianyuan star that was getting closer and closer, turned around, and said to everyone, "Is this what you call the end?" His voice was very calm. Everyone was speechless and could only lower their heads in silence. Suddenly, Shen Xing's body slowly rose and was suspended in midair. Not only the congressmen and scientists behind him, but also the residents living at the foot of the temple also saw the figure in white robes. They couldn't help but look expectant, because what was floating in the air now was the patron saint of the entire Sky Dome Star and the highest priest of the Star Dome Sect. If there is any way to solve the crisis of human extinction now, then only Shen Xing can take action. Shen Xing slowly raised his right hand, and the light in his palm began to condense. The light was like a firefly at first, and gradually became as dazzling as the sun, illuminating an area near the central temple. The color of the light gradually changes from warm orange to deep black, as if it wants to swallow up all light. "High Priest, are you going to?" Qian Yun couldn't help but exclaimed behind him, with a hint of trembling in his voice. Shen Xing did not answer. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the end of the universe. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and held the black ball of light in his hand. Then he stretched out a finger, and the black light turned into an invisible wave from the fingertip and shot straight into the sky. Buzz. As the fluctuations spread, the space began to distort, as if it was being kneaded by an invisible hand. The light around Tianyuan's star begins to bend and converge towards a central point. A tiny black hole formed on the surface of Tianyuan's star. The gravity of the black hole began to appear. The surrounding light was distorted, forming a huge vortex. Its gravity was so strong that even light could not escape. "Look, what is that? How is this possible?" A white-haired scientist behind him said with a trembling voice, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. His companions also exchanged shocked looks, as if to confirm whether this was reality. "Oh my God, is that the supposed black hole?" "Calm down, we have to calm down. This is the power of the High Priest. We have to document this." Some young scientists looked enthusiastic. They took out their notebooks and began to record everything they saw. Their eyes all shone with fear but enthusiasm. Thanks to the existence of Star Father, astronomy has been developing rapidly in the sky. Various observed and conjectured cosmic objects have long been recorded, and compact celestial bodies such as black holes, which are still hypothesized, have also been proposed. The voices of several top Tianqiangsing scientists behind him echoed in the square, causing a commotion. Wen Jing was also trying to comfort the people around him, but there was also a tremor in his voice. He knew that this scenario was scientifically impossible through the scientists' reactions. The congressman's eyes were full of awe. The power Shen Xing displayed was beyond their understanding, making their faith in Starfather even stronger. Their hands were shaking, but their eyes were full of unparalleled excitement. Everyone knows that this will be the most important moment in human history. The scientists all blushed, and they marveled as they witnessed Tianyuan's star begin to deform under the gravity of the black hole. The surface of the abyssal star began to have depressions visible to the naked eye. Rocks, dust, and even light were sucked into the black abyss. The gravity of the black hole is like an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly tearing apart the surface of Tianyuan's star as the black hole expands. The space at the edge of the black hole becomes more and more distorted, as if even time has frozen at this moment. The cracks on Tianyuan's star spread rapidly, covering the entire planet's surface like a spider web. Then, Tianyuan's star exploded silently in space, turning into countless fragments and flying in all directions. I saw those fragments drawing beautiful tracks in the sky. Like a gorgeous meteor shower, Shen Xing slowly lowered his right hand, and the black hole's gravity began to weaken, eventually disappearing into the sky. He landed slowly. At this time, Shen Xing's figure looked particularly majestic in this shocking scene. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the planet being destroyed. It was not until Shen Xing's voice sounded again that everyone came back to their senses. Remember this moment, remember Starfather's power. Chapter 21. Celestial Star, Central Temple. The eyes of tens of thousands of people and those behind them converged on one point. Remember this moment, remember Starfather's power. Shen Xing, the highest priest of the Star Sect, slowly descended from the sky, like a god coming to earth. When his footsteps touched the ground, the air in the square seemed to freeze, and all eyes were filled with awe and expectation. In the future, Tianqiangsing will face unprecedented challenges. The crisis does not lie in the stars in the sky, but in those alien beings that are as intelligent as us. The battle for human survival will be written by you yourself. Shen Xing turned around and walked into the depths of the temple, leaving a silence behind. The congressmen and scientists looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and uneasiness. Priest Shen's words, what do they mean? A congressman broke the silence, with a tremor in his voice. He had some guesses in his mind, but they were not comprehensive. What Priest Shen is referring to are those alien intelligent life forms that may have appeared in the universe earlier than us. Their existence may be our biggest threat in the future. After Wen Jing pondered for a while, he said seriously, these words are like a stone that stirs up thousands of waves, and everyone has infinite reveries in their hearts. The entire vast universe was created by Star Father on other planets. Alien intelligent life may have been created earlier than humans. The alien species that can reach the sky star must have powerful civilization and technology. Humanity is not alone in receiving favor from the Starfather. Starfather doesn't just prefer humans. These words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. While everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, they also felt extremely lost and hesitant. They realized that the Sky Vault star was not the only intelligent life in the universe, and the brilliance of the Starfather did not only shine on the humans on the Sky Vault star. If aliens come to Sky Vault, how should we treat them? Will they live in peace with us? Gordon, the representative of the Western District Councilor, asked in a deep voice, and there was another moment of silence because no one could answer the question. Perhaps, as the high priest said, human beings can only rely on themselves. After Shen Xing returned to the temple, he controlled the broken planet fragments to fly past the sky star. On the backside of the sky dome star, a place without continents was regenerated, and then gravitational acceleration was used to push the abyssal star away, allowing it to continue wandering in the sky dome galaxy, devouring other planets. This self-directed and self-acted apocalyptic crisis has been completely resolved in the eyes of mankind. Shen Xing's goal has been achieved. He not only demonstrated his power to destroy heaven and earth, but also planted deep worries about the future in human hearts. He gave mankind a warning in advance facing the potential threat of alien civilization. Mankind can only rely on its own strength. As the crisis was resolved, the representatives of each district returned to their own countries and announced the truth of the doomsday to the people. They told how Shen Xing used magic to destroy the supergiant planet and save all mankind. After the people learned the truth, they chanted devoutly, "Thank you, Priest Shen. Thank you, Star Father, for your blessing." Time flies. After experiencing the doomsday crisis, human civilization has once again embarked on the highway of development. Since the Tianyuan star incident, humans are not the only intelligent life. News of alien civilizations in the universe has spread like wildfire. The people were full of panic, but also full of curiosity. They want to know which star among the stars in the sky has the same civilization as the sky dome star. Later, humankind's motivation was pushed to its peak. Everyone wanted to quickly develop the technology of sky civilization in order to stand out among Starfather's people. In the year 5599 of the sky calendar, several top scientists led by Wen Jing seemed to have grasped the thread of the information age and successfully created a computer. It represents a new chapter of human civilization, allowing humans to use logic and numbers to weave infinite possibilities. After learning about the new invention, Tian Miao, the parliamentary representative of the Central District, quickly requested to meet the highest priest. With his devotion to the Starry Vault cult and his pride in new technology, he asked Shen Xing for instructions, hoping to bring the light of technology into the Central Temple. Faced with Tian Miao's request, Shen Xing did not refuse indifferently, nor did he simply accept it. Instead, he verbally praised Tian Miao. In Shen Xing's eyes, every scientific and technological progress is worthy of encouragement. Shen Xing ordered the establishment of the Rising Star Award in the name of Xinqiangjiu to commend those talents who have made outstanding contributions in the field of scientific research. This award can be said to be the Nobel Prize of the sky, the highest praise for knowledge and wisdom. Once the news was released, the entire sky was shaken. Shen Xing's reputation is unmatched in the hearts of mankind at this time, and people's worship of him is second only to Starfather in the minds of the people. Shen Xing is not only the spokesperson of Starfather in the sky, but also a sacred existence with the power to change the world. Although they didn't know it, Starfather and the Supreme Priest were actually the same person. Scientists and scholars were inspired by Shen Xing and devoted themselves to research day and night. Eager to be recognized by Shen Xing, parliamentarians from various regions have also responded by increasing encouragement and investment in scientific research. And the public's respect and yearning for scientists have reached unprecedented heights. In the year 5602 of the sky calendar, the birth of the internet brought another technological revolution to the sky star. Shen Xing personally instructed that with the central temple as the center, a network connecting various regions and temples was laid, so that human thoughts and information could be spread throughout the world in an instant. At the Star Festival celebration in 5603 of the sky calendar, Shen Xing cordially received the inventor of computers and the internet at the central temple. Shen Xing spoke highly of the two men's achievements and encouraged them to continue to contribute to the progress of mankind. Then they were personally awarded special Rising Star medals, which was the highest recognition of their wisdom. The two winning scientists were so excited that they were speechless in front of Shen Xing. Their hearts were filled with infinite admiration for Shen Xing. After the award ceremony, they were still immersed in the glory and excitement, unable to extricate themselves. Priest Shen met me and awarded me a medal. Am I dreaming? I also want to ask, am I still at home and haven't woken up yet? The two winning scientists asked, with a hint of trembling and uncertainty in their voices. After receiving affirmative answers from others, the two scientists seemed to have lost their usual intelligence. Their eyes were dull, and their mouths were grinning. Their appearance was not laughed at by others, but instead aroused deep envy. If I were to receive an award from Priest Shen, I would definitely be more carried away than the two of them. Everyone's hearts are filled with yearning and envy for Shen Xing's award. This makes those scientists who have not received the Rising Star Award as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They have switched from astronomy to other fields, hoping to win the Shen Xing Award in other fields. From this moment on, the technology tree of Tianxiong Star is officially launched, and a variety of inventions begin to appear. In Shen Xing's eyes, the civilization on Sky Dome Star looks more and more like the Earth it once was. Let your branches flourish to your heart's content. Shen Xing stood at the top of the empty temple, looking at the increasingly familiar scenes around him, muttering to himself. Duh. Chapter 22. Shen Xing has never carefully observed the technological development of Tianqiangxing. It was not until the recent boom in the scientific research field that he noticed it. Some of the scientific and technological levels of Tianqiangxing have remained at the level of the late Middle Ages, while the development of astronomy and celestial bodies has been advancing rapidly and may even reach the level of previous lives soon. Many celestial laws and cosmic mysteries that were impossible to discover on Earth at the same time can actually be observed in the sky, and they can even be deduced from the observed stars. Many real and fictional cosmic scenes we already have some guesses. Sky calendar year 5605. That year, the first camera in the history of mankind, Tianqiangxing, was successfully invented in the Southern Division by a Colbert scientist named Xu Wanjing, the representative of the Southern Division. The invention of this camera heralds the rapid development of other scientific research fields on the Sky Dome. Before the invention of the camera, the only way to capture an image was to draw, but now, a new chemical process allows them to quickly capture an image that can be stored permanently. Xu Wanjing, the representative of the Southern District, dedicated this magical device to the highest priest Shen Xing with great respect and personally took the first portrait of Shen Xing. When the film was developed, the photo became one of the most precious treasures on the sky. It not only captured Shen Xing's appearance, but also fixed a legend. Shen Xing is 65 years old this year, but he still looks like a 20-year-old young man. In the photo, his face is smooth and delicate, without a trace of wrinkles, as if it is nature's most carefully carved work of art, and his deep eyes reveal the depth and tranquility accumulated over the years. At Xu Wanjing's request, Shen Xing agreed to leave his photos to the Southern Division. Xu Wanjing returned to the district house excitedly with this heavy honor. He hung Shen Xing's photo in the district house, so that everyone who walked in could see the majesty and dignity of the highest priest for the first time. The news quickly spread to every corner of the sky. The parliamentary representatives and people of other divisions are all envious of the glory of the Southern Division. They have asked for photos of Shen Xing from the Southern Division, hoping to pay homage to this great priest Shen day and night in other divisions and people's homes. After Shen Xing agreed, although the officials of the Southern Division felt a little unhappy, they still distributed the photos to other divisions in accordance with Shen Xing's wishes. As time went by, not only parliamentary officials, but also ordinary people joined the ranks of praying for Shen Xing's photos. As a result, in the photo studio in the Southern Division, countless negatives were developed and countless photos were produced. These photos are like stars, covering every home and every corner of Tianqiangxing. People began their daily lives under Shen Xing's gaze. Whether they were praying or working, they could feel Shen Xing's invisible power and blessings. His ageless appearance has become an eternal mystery and an amazing miracle on the sky. His existence is not only a challenge to time, but also a hymn to life. In the same year, a scientist named Ji Shuebwa invented the high-frequency alternator. Although this invention has revolutionary significance, it has been opposed by many scientists who are accustomed to direct current due to its potential dangers. Ji Shuebwa fell into trouble because of this, and even had a life-or-death ambition. I always feel that this person's name and experience are inexplicably familiar. Although Shen Xing knows that certain technological developments will inevitably occur, he still feels a little confused when they actually occur. Since entering the Sky Star as a human clone, this inexplicable feeling has become more and more frequent, and the consciousness that should not be able to produce emotions can't help but have some fluctuations. Although it sounds strange, Shen Xing is becoming more and more like a human being. At Ji Shuebwa's most desperate moment, Shen Xing, as the highest priest, personally ordered to support the development of alternating current and gave him high honors and support. This move not only saved him, but also promoted the rapid development of alternating current. Ji Shuebwa also burst into tears of gratitude, as if he were a child who has received support from his parents. Ignorant humans don't understand science at all. Thank you, Priest Shen and Father Star, for saving my research. Scientists are a little confused about Shen Xing's attitude, but they still believe that Shen Xing's vision is not wrong. After further verification, they gradually realized the superiority of alternating current. It has a longer transmission distance than DC, simpler power generation equipment, easier arc extinguishing, and easier voltage transformation. At this time, the scientists were shocked to discover how wise and forward-looking Priest Shen was. Soon, alternating current made great progress and development. It is precisely because of this that humans began to rapidly enter the electrified society. Then the first internal combustion engine-driven car was successfully invented, and the machinery industry also entered a period of rapid development. When people's entertainment activities were very poor, further inventions than still photography appeared. Now people can capture images of objects in motion and play them back for human entertainment. Of course, it is only a matter of time before sound is recorded. Because of an accident, the long-overdue black powder was born, and then chemistry developed. Under Shen Xing's deliberate guidance, the weapons industry also developed rapidly. Shortly after the emergence of the musket, the shadow of the rifle appeared. In order to make people's lives more convenient, countless automated machines have been manufactured. Humans once stared at the birds in the sky. Longing to fly, now is the time for them to build their own wings and use machines to complete tasks that humans cannot. With the emergence of airplanes, people discovered that they had conquered the sky and the sea, and the stars in the entire sky could go anywhere. The invention of television allowed all of this to happen in front of all humans in the sky at the same time. The theories of quantum mechanics and special relativity also appeared almost at the same time, marking that the study of scientific theories has entered new fields of micro and macro. The world's first satellite was also launched amidst people's expectations. It orbited the planet sky for 3 weeks, allowing humans to learn new and unprecedented information about sky's atmosphere. Sky calendar year 5610 science is developing faster and more impressively than at any other time in history. Humanity has split the atom and unleashed a new force on the world, and everything finally converged into a key point at the end. When scientists split the atom, they created a weapon beyond anything they had known before. The atomic bomb was born. From now on, humanity has the ability to self-destruct. Chapter 23. Warning before reading. Some readers may like plots where the protagonist has his own way, but the inheritance of divine magic is for the subsequent development into an interstellar civilization, where there are confidants to govern it. However, the author knows that it may be a bit toxic to some readers, so he apologizes and explains. Sky calendar year 5624 Central Temple, Round Table Hall. After the rapid development of society, in addition to the representatives of each district, there are also hundreds of district representatives under the district, as well as some priest representatives elected by the people, sitting here. After renovation, the Central Temple has become even more magnificent. The full name of the Central Temple was changed to the Star Dome Central Temple. The standard height is more than 600 meters, and the number of floors is about 100. The 99th floor is the Round Table Hall, where everyone is located. While all representatives from around the world are accommodated, the remaining area is still considerable. More than 100 people gathered together, like stars gathering in the night sky, shining brightly. They come from all over the world, gathering in this sacred hall with their devotion to Star Father and admiration for the highest priest Shen Xing. Behind them are photographers holding live broadcast cameras. They will convey the words of the exalted high priest to those who are watching on television around the world. The moment Shen Xing stepped into the hall, all eyes were focused on him. His figure is like a light traveling through time and space, illuminating everyone's heart. The priests stood up one after another. Their movements were uniform, as if driven by some mysterious power, and they extended the most noble courtesy to Shen Xing. Shen Xing nodded slightly. Although his movements were light, they were as steady as a mountain. Sit down. Thank you, Priest Shen. The district representatives and the priests spoke in unison, and their voices echoed in the hall, like a hymn, praising Shen Xing's greatness. After they sat down, they all had a look of shock on their faces, and unspeakable emotions surged in their hearts. Compared with the last time we met, Shen Xing seems to be younger. His appearance seemed to have been forgotten by time, forever staying at the age of 20. On the Sky Dome Star, no matter they are a 3-year-old child or an old man, no one knows the legendary story of Shen Xing, the highest priest. Shen Xing was born in Tianqiong calendar year 5540 and is now 84 years old. However, time seems to be particularly kind to him, and his appearance still maintains the grace of his prime. The last time we met, although he was still young, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. But this time, he is more like a 20-year-old young man, full of vitality and vigor. Although the priests were shocked, they quickly calmed down. After all, Shen Xing is the son chosen by God and the spokesperson of Star Father in the world. For him, returning to youth is not unthinkable. When the priest sat down again, Shen Xing leaned against the statue of Star Father. His figure and the statue complemented each other, as if he had become a part of the temple. I received a revelation from Star Father before that humans may encounter invasion from alien species in the future. As for how long this future will last, I don't know yet. His voice sounded low and powerful, penetrating everyone's heart. The priests were sitting upright, knowing that this would be a major event concerning the life and death of mankind. Their spirits were highly concentrated, listening to every word of Shen Xing's words. Star Father treats all lives that believe in him equally. Shen Xing continued, which made everyone feel nervous, and then he changed the topic. But I am also a human being after all, and I don't want to see our civilization completely disappear. For the continuation of humankind, I began to retreat and meditate on solutions. His tone revealed firmness and determination, and his words were like a rock, giving people strength. The priests were deeply moved by Shen Xing's words. They knew that the highest priest had made great efforts for the future of mankind. In the past 2 years of retreat, I have been feeling the greatness of Star Father and want to obtain Star Father's instructions. The great Star Father felt my piety, and I finally understood a set of practice methods to gain more powerful power. This method can allow humans to gain unparalleled power, become stronger, and better protect our civilization in the future. To put it simply, all the devout people of Father Star can be accepted as my students. After my enlightenment and baptism, they will have the opportunity to inherit the inheritance of divine magic. Shen Xing's words were like thunder, shaking the entire hall. The priests were shocked by the sudden news, and their hearts were filled with excitement and joy with the magic given by God. You have extraordinary power. This is not only Star Father's personal recognition and personal glory, but also a contribution to the entire human civilization. Shen Xing looked at the excited priests, and his voice sounded again. I have formulated a complete system of magical cultivation. When you reach the Qiming level, you can begin to come into contact with Star Father's magic, learn basic beliefs and knowledge of magic, and then have the ability to defeat ferocious beasts with your bare hands. When reaching the Star Glory level, cultivators will have a more thorough understanding of Star Father's beliefs and can begin to master elementary divine arts. Those who reach this level will be immune to all diseases and poisons and will have a longer lifespan. When you reach the Star level, you will be able to synchronize with the Star Father's will. Your magical ability will reach an advanced level. Your physical strength will be comparable to the stars. You can control the heavenly phenomena and the Earth's movements while standing on the planet, and it will be easy to control the elements. When you reach the galaxy level, you will be completely bathed in the grace of Star Father. Your magical ability will reach an extremely high level. You will be almost omnipotent, ignore gravity, and cross the void. And the Star Source stage is my current state. It will be known as the incarnation of Star Father in the real sense. It will be able to control the movement of celestial bodies, conduct interstellar travel, and transform life levels. Shen Xing's words are like an epic poem, telling the mystery and power of magic. The priests and representatives were deeply attracted by his words, and their hearts were filled with awe and longing. Their bodies trembled and their blood boiled. However, when Shen Xing said the following words, the hot-headed priests quickly calmed down. Divine magic cannot be taught lightly. It requires extremely devout faith, extraordinary qualifications, perseverance that surpasses all others, and great perseverance. And only after receiving my enlightenment and baptism can you become my disciple, accept my guidance, practice divine arts, and obtain the inheritance of divine arts. The priests took a breath of air. They knew that the chance of being recognized by Father Xing and Priest Shun, becoming the disciple of the highest priest, and following Shen Xing and practicing divine arts was really slim. While everyone was still immersed in the power of divine magic, Shen Xing slowly stood up and said to the camera in the back row, "In the name of the highest priest of the Star Sect, I announce to all mankind that I will recruit disciples. Anyone who passes the examination and becomes my student will personally teach divine arts." This news was like a storm, quickly sweeping the entire world. People are deeply attracted by the prestige of divine magic, and their hearts are filled with yearning and longing. Chapter 24. Warning before reading. This chapter has many negative reviews. Yi Lian is not the heroine, nor does she have to accept female apprentices like other novels. She just tells the story from a person's perspective, and women are more approachable. The subsequent plot will be equally distributed among all students, and no one family will be the dominant one. The author bows to express his thanks again. When the highest priest Shen Xing decided to recruit disciples and personally teach his unfathomable magical skills, the news exploded like a supernova, lighting up every corner of the Sky Dome star. The whole world was shocked, and every corner was filled with excited discussions and infinite longing. The term magic has long surpassed legends in people's minds. It represents a supreme power, a mysterious ability that can change the world and transcend the laws of nature. In history, the deeds of those who were endowed with magical powers are like bright stars, dotting the history of the sky. But legends are in the past after all, and the feats of Shen Xing, the current highest priest, are even more shocking. With only his own strength, Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, he destroyed a planet that was countless times larger than the Sky Dome star. This is an absolute proof of the power of divine magic. Even the most cutting-edge technology cannot compare with this. Even nuclear weapons are nothing but children's toys in the face of magic. People's dreams and desires were ignited, and all kinds of wishes emerged in their hearts. I want to fly into the sky like the high priest and feel what the clouds feel like. I want to live forever and see if the universe has an end. I want to stand on the moon and see the legendary gray earth with my own eyes. As long as I can become a student of the high priest, I am willing to make every effort to do so. I will use my power to protect the peace of mankind. Everyone has different dreams, but they all point to the same goal: to become Shen Xing's disciples. They know that only by passing the strict assessment of the Central Temple and gaining Shen Xing's approval can they embark on this path of glory. On the edge of the Eastern Division, there is a small fishing village caressed by the waves. A girl named Yilian is just 18 years old this year. Her father is a simple fisherman who works with the sea every day, maintaining the family's livelihood with hard-working hands, while her mother is a housewife who is responsible for taking care of Yilian and her younger siblings at home. As the eldest daughter in the family, Yilian has shown her love for learning and thirst for knowledge since she was a child. Her intelligence and unremitting efforts have enabled her to achieve excellent academic results. Although her father was exhausted after working every day, he was filled with pride and hope when he saw his daughter's achievements. Yilian's efforts finally paid off this year. When she was 18 years old, she was admitted to the Star Dome Academy in the Central District with excellent results and became the pride of the whole village. When the news came, the entire small fishing village was immersed in joy and excitement because there was a top student in the village. Yilian's father, who usually doesn't drink alcohol, made an exception that night and had a few drinks. He looked very happy. However, an announcement from the Central Temple brought new waves to this small village. High Priest Shen Xing, the legendary existence, the highest priest who mastered divine arts, actually announced that he would recruit disciples and teach divine arts himself. The news spread to every corner of the sky. Whether it is a prosperous city or a remote village, people are discussing this news, making everyone's heart burn with the yearning for divine magic. When the village chief's voice echoed in the square and read out the edict from the Central Temple, the villagers' eyes turned to Yidahai in unison. Their eyes were full of envy, and their comments kept coming and going. In our village, besides the daughter of Lao Ye's family, who else is a college student? Dahai, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for your daughter. You have to tell her quickly. It would be a supreme honor to become a disciple of the high priest. Lao Yi, let your daughter go to the Central Temple to take the test. Yidahai stood in the middle of the crowd and felt the concern and expectations from all directions. He felt both pride and a little pressure in his heart. His daughter Yilian's intelligence and diligence were obvious to the whole village. This opportunity is both a challenge and a blessing from fate for her. The villagers' enthusiastic suggestions were like a stream of warmth, warming Yidahai's heart. There was no jealousy or rejection in their words, only the most sincere wishes for Yilian and curiosity about the unknown. Yidahai took a deep breath. He knew that as a father, he must support his daughter in pursuing her dreams. He raised his head and responded to the villagers' expectations with firm eyes. Thank you for your concern and suggestions. I will definitely tell Yilian the news. No matter what the result is, we will do our best and live up to everyone's expectations. Yidahai returned home. He found Yilian and told her the edict from the Central Temple. Yilian listened to her father's words. Her eyes were shining with light, which was the longing for the infinite possibilities of the future and the desire for dreams. What an honor it will be to be a student of the high priest. She thought silently in her heart. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented excitement, but along with it, there was also deep hesitation and uncertainty. For Yilian, this is not only an opportunity to pursue higher knowledge, but also a way to realize personal dreams. She knows that there is only one way to obtain divine magic, that is to pass the strict assessment of the Starry Vault sect and be recognized by the high priest. But on the Sky Dome star, talented young people abound. Does she, a girl from a small fishing village, really have a chance of being chosen? Yidahai looked at his daughter's eyes, which contained expectations, confusion, and low self-esteem. Although he was in awe of the power of magic, he was more concerned about his daughter's future. Becoming a disciple of the high priest will be a huge challenge for Yilian, but it is also a rare opportunity. If we don't try, we will never know the result. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Central Temple, and we will meet this challenge together. Yilian raised his head and looked at his father's firm eyes. The confusion and fear in his heart slowly dissipated. She knows that no matter what the outcome is, she will never be alone because her father will always be by her side, giving her strength and support. The next day, villagers from the small fishing village gathered at the entrance of the village, their eyes full of blessings and expectations. In this warm gaze, Yi Lian and his father Yi Dahai embarked on a journey to the central temple of the high-speed train they took slowly rolled out of the platform, carrying the hope of the whole village, crossing the vast fields and bustling cities, heading towards the central district. Yi Lian knew in her heart that this road would not be smooth, but she also believed that as long as she persevered, one day she would be able to more clearly appreciate the greatness of Star Father. This was an important choice in her life and the beginning of her journey towards her dream. Accompanied by random thoughts, after a day and night of journey, the train finally arrived at its destination. Chapter 25. Yi Dahai and Yi Lian walked out of the station. In front of them was the Star City in the central district, with tall buildings and crowds of people. They did not stay in the bustling city, but went directly to the destination of their trip, the Central Temple. The towering figure of the Central Temple towers into the sky in the center of Star City. It is not only a symbol of faith, but also a gathering place of knowledge and power. When Yi Dahai and Yi Lian arrived, they found that crowds from all directions had gathered here, and their eyes all shone with the desire for divine magic and the yearning to become the disciples of the high priest. Looking at this scene of huge crowds of people, Yi Dahai couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. The competition was so fierce that he began to feel nervous, but Yi Lian seemed unusually calm. She said to her father, "Dad, don't worry. Even if I fail the test this time, it's not a big deal. I'm still young and still have a chance. Moreover, even if I don't become a disciple of the high priest, I can still study in university, become a scientist, and contribute to the development of mankind." The selection age for inheritors of divine magic is limited to 18 to 25 years old. Even if you fail this time, you will have the opportunity to continue participating every year in the following years. Yi Dahai was infected by his daughter's optimism and tenacity, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that no matter what the outcome was, Yi Lian was already his greatest pride. "Yi Lian, you have always been our pride. Our family's faith in Star Father is unwavering. I believe Star Father will take care of you. Whether you pass the test or not, Dad will be proud of you. Even if you fail, you can still become a scientist, and your wisdom and talents will eventually be recognized and appreciated by the high priest and even the entire society." The father and daughter walked into the central temple side by side, preparing for the upcoming trial. Registration has started since the day that shocking announcement was issued. Now is the second day of registration, and there are still huge crowds of people in front of the central temple. Yi Lian and her father Yi Dahai picked up the registration form at the registration office of the central temple and filled in every detail carefully, as if they were writing their own destiny. After submitting the form, they learned an important news. In 3 days, the first test will be held here. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. When the test day arrived, countless young girls and boys with dreams had gathered in the square of the central temple. In the square, the noise of the crowd, the rush of footsteps, and the low voices of conversation intertwined. Everyone's face is full of anticipation and nervousness. They know that this is not just a test, but also an opportunity to prove themselves. Yi Lian stood in the team. Her eyes were firm and her heart was full of longing for the future. She knew that no matter what the result of the test was, this would be the most valuable experience in her life. Yi Lian adjusted his breathing, calmed down, and prepared to face the upcoming challenge. The first test has arrived as scheduled. The first test is very simple and is designed to discover the depth and purity of each soul's faith in the Star Father. The test tool is a crystal made by Shen Xing himself. These crystals are said to be able to see through the human heart and identify the most sincere beliefs and the purest souls. The testing process is very fast. Each participant only needs to gently place their hands on the crystal. If the crystal is silent, it means the tester failed. If the crystal sparkles with dazzling light, it means that their faith has been recognized. The college students in the long queue were all hailed as the proud sons of heaven. They entered the temple with high hopes and placed their hands on the crystal one after another. However, most of the time, the crystal remains silent, and many people's hopes are shattered, and they can only leave with loss. As time passed, and the crystal still did not light up, doubts and whispers began to appear in the crowd. Is there something wrong with the crystal? Then a priest of the Starry Sky cult interrupted everyone's doubts with a stern voice. Questioning the sacred objects created by the high priest himself is disrespectful to the faith. If you have doubts in your hearts, how can you pass this sacred test? The religious law enforcement team maintained order on the side, and their faces became colder and colder with these questioning words. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn, and those who had doubts quickly extinguished their distracting thoughts. In complete silence, The test continued. Many people fail in front of the crystal and feel disappointed and frustrated, but just then, a ray of light broke the silence. A student's palm touched the crystal, and the crystal suddenly emitted a bright light, illuminating everyone's faces. Passed. He passed the test. Some people couldn't help but cheer. Envy and admiration spread among the crowd. The face of the student who passed the test was filled with uncontrollable joy. The priest of the central temple gave him an approving smile and told him, "Please prepare to take part in the next round of tests the day after tomorrow." This sudden success brings a glimmer of hope to everyone. Although the test of the high priest was difficult, it was not insurmountable. Everyone present rekindled the fire in their hearts. They know that as long as they maintain their devout faith in Star Father, one day they will be able to move to the next level of trial like the lucky one. Time gradually came to noon, but at this time there were very few successful people. Only 7 or 8 people passed this first test. This feels like a passing rate of less than 1/10,000th, which makes all participants feel a little nervous. They began to realize that the success they thought they had was just a joke, and that the test was far more rigorous than they originally expected. Those who failed to light up the crystal could not help but sigh in disappointment. Their hearts were heavy, as if a huge stone was pressing on their chests. Those lucky few who passed the test could not suppress their inner excitement and joy. Their laughter and cheers echoed over the square, becoming a bright color in this tense atmosphere. This contrasting emotion shows the true meaning of the test set by the supreme priest Shen Xing. It is not only a test of faith, but also a tempering of personal will and spirit. Those who pass will be given the opportunity to move on, while those who fail must reflect on themselves and find shortcomings on the road to faith. Despite the difficulties, these young people were not discouraged. They know that every challenge is an opportunity for growth, and every failure is a step toward success. They believe that as long as they remain loyal to Star Father, they will one day be able to achieve inner purity and pass the test of the high priest. Time passed by minute by second, and soon it was Yi Lian's turn to play. Yi Lian, who had been waiting at the back of the team for a long time, had already made enough mental preparations. She encouraged herself secretly in her heart, and then stood up. Chapter 26. In the test hall of the central temple, Yi Lian prayed silently in her heart. Only she could hear her voice. Omniscient and almighty Star Father, no matter what the results of today's test are, my faith in you will never waver. When my heart was full of doubts and the way forward was unclear, it was your light that guided me forward. Time passed by minute by second, and finally it was Yi Lian's turn to stand in front of the crystal. The temple priest's voice was calm and solemn, and he briefly explained the steps of the test. Place your hand gently on it, and let the crystal witness your heart. Yi Lian took a deep breath. There was no fluctuation in her eyes, only endless devotion to Star Father. She gently pressed her palm on the crystal ball. At this moment, the crystal suddenly burst into light, like the dawn of dawn, illuminating the entire hall and reflecting on everyone's surprised faces. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the temple priest, while the surrounding students cast envious glances. However, Yi Lian's face was still as calm as water. There was no pride in her heart, only deep gratitude to Father Xing. Thank you, Star Father, for your grace that allowed me to pass this test. I will always be loyal to your ways. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Lian walked out of the hall calmly. Her father Yi Dahai was waiting outside the door, his eyes full of concern, but he did not dare to ask questions for fear of affecting his daughter's mood. Let's go home. Yi Dahai tried his best to sound calmer. However, Yi Lian's next words instantly lifted Yi Dahai's mood out of the trough. No, Dad, we can't go home yet. Tomorrow, I will take part in the next round of testing. Yi Lian's face finally bloomed with a confident and brilliant smile, like the dawn of dawn, making everyone around him eclipse it. Yi Dahai was stunned for a moment, and then uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. My daughter, have you really passed? This is a 1 in 1,000 chance. Yes, Dad, it is Star Father's blessing that allows me to stand here. Yi Lian's voice was full of piety and strength. The excited Yi Dahai couldn't help but look up to the sky, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Star Father, for your gift. Your kindness and wisdom guide us. The father and daughter chatted briefly, and then quickly found a hotel nearby. After all, they still needed to stay one night in the Central Division. The curtain of the first test slowly falls among the applicants at the Central Temple Square. Among the millions of young people with dreams, only 20 stood out and successfully passed this difficult threshold. This cruel selection ratio makes everyone who pays attention to the trial cannot help but be in awe of the rigor of this trial and the fierce competition. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and the second test followed. This time, the number of participants dropped sharply, with only 20 people left who passed the first level of the trial. They gathered again in the main hall of the central temple, with desks, pens, and paper placed in front of everyone, ready to face the next round of challenges. The temple priest came in front of everyone, and then his voice echoed in the hall. You have passed the test of faith and proven your purity of heart and sense of mission. But this is just the beginning. If you want to win the favor of the high priest, you also need to show broader knowledge, deeper understanding, stronger will, and more lasting perseverance. The priest's words awakened the fighting spirit deep in every student's heart. The second round of trials tests knowledge and understanding, which is the written test. The examination room is divided into 4, and there are only 5 candidates in each examination room, but there are as many as 6 to 8 priests invigilating the examination. In addition to one-on-one invigilation, there must also be priests from other directions to guard the examination to ensure that no one can use evil means to conduct the examination. As the test papers were distributed, these 20 students were shocked by the depth and breadth of the test papers. The content of the test paper covers the teachings, history, and classics of the Starry Vault sect, as well as many fields such as mathematics, astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Finally, several essays were required to express a deep understanding of science, the universe, and the Starfather. The moment Yi Lian saw the test paper, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Her academic performance has always been excellent, which is why she was able to enter the highest school in the Central Temple Square unlike other students who like to enjoy life. Yi Lian loves reading various classics. She likes to be at the beach at night, blowing the cool sea breeze, looking up at the starry night sky, meditating on the mysteries of the universe, and trying to understand the greatness of Starfather. Facing this challenging test paper, Yi Lian felt that the gap between herself and others would become even more obvious. While other students were still worrying about how to answer the questions, Yi Lian had already picked up his pen and started writing freely on the test paper. She knew that the high priest would personally review these examination papers. This was not only a test, but also an opportunity to show off her talents. The tip of her pen jumps on the paper, like waves on the sea, full of vitality and rhythm. She not only has to answer every question, but also uses her unique insights and deep insights to let the high priest see her potential and talent. Yi Lian's heart is full of confidence. She believes that as long as she can maintain this focus and enthusiasm, she will be able to stand out again in this second test. When the afterglow of the setting sun filled the earth, the second exam came to an end in silence. The candidates slowly walked out of the main hall of the Father's temple with mixed emotions, including relief and uncertainty. This scene was staged in every corner of the central temple, and every examination room was full of expectations and uneasiness about the results. Later, the test papers, which carry the dreams of many students, will be sent to the top of the central temple. It is the sanctuary of the central temple and the residence of Shen Xing, the highest priest. Shen Xing will personally review these test papers to find those disciples who best meet his expectations. In Shen Xing's eyes, the disciples he seeks should not only have unwavering faith, but also have outstanding intelligence and lofty ambitions. They need to have extensive knowledge, extraordinary understanding, perseverance, and determination to move forward. Because in the future, they will face unknown alien civilizations and all the events that may occur in the vast universe. You must have the ability to deeply study and understand your opponents, and you must have the courage to devote yourself to your beliefs and ideals. Regarding the assessment topics, Shen Xing came up with 3 essay topics in a relatively subjective way, involving a deep understanding of science, the universe, and God the Father. This is also a window for Shen Xing to understand the inner world of the candidates. After Shen Xing got these test papers, he started to look through them one by one because his workload was not heavy. Turning over the test papers one after another, Shen Xing was looking for answers that could demonstrate independent thinking and unique insights. However, most of the test papers failed to arouse his interest. Most of them were full of praise for God the Father, but lacked personal unique insights. Until an essay from a candidate in the Eastern Division came into view, a glimmer of light flashed in Shen Xing's eyes. I saw the name of the owner of the test paper clearly written on it. Yi Lian. Chapter 27. In the depths of the vast universe, humanity's vanguard fleet is sailing slowly. Chief Science Officer Audiobook was facing the vast star map, reporting the latest navigation progress to the captains of the 3 starships. Captains, our voyage is nearing its end. Currently, we are only 500,000 light-years away from planet number 2. The spacecraft has completed slowing down and loading, and is expected to arrive at the planet called its new home in a few years. At this time, in front of Audiobook, there were 3 virtual light screens, with the words, Captain of the number 1 ship, Wei Wensu, Captain of the 2nd ship, Richard Dale, captain of the third ship. Lu Xue, very good, Audiobook. When the fleet reaches a light-year distance from the second planet, we will temporarily stop for repairs. Richard, the captain of the second ship, showed a relaxed smile on his face and nodded. The Earth's main fleet has already set off. The energy of the main fleet can support them to sail at full speed. This means that soon after we arrive at the new planet, we can rebuild Earth's civilization again. Although it seems that the target planet poses no threat to us at present, in order to prevent unknown risks, we still need to send a reconnaissance spacecraft first. The captain of the third ship, Lu Xue, was trying to establish a connection with the main fleet. After reporting the progress of the main fleet, she continued to be busy. After Wei Wensu read all the known information so far, he nodded and then began to arrange the investigation mission. Organize an investigation team of about 50 people to conduct a detailed investigation of planet number 2, collect various data, and provide basis for future construction. The most important thing is that we need to confirm whether there are any deadly threats on planet 2. Roger, Commander Wei. Audiobook responded, and then he made some small suggestions. I think the possibility of a fatal threat to us on the target planet is very slim, but we still need to remain vigilant. Commander Wei, do we want the probe to land directly inside the new planet and observe it? Wei Wensu thought briefly, then waved his hand and expressed his affirmation. It's time, but we must also be careful about the possibility of being discovered by indigenous civilizations. Release the detector. After conveying Wei Wensu's order, Audiobook hesitated for a moment and then asked a difficult question. If low-level indigenous intelligent life is discovered on a new planet, how should we respond? Wei Wensu said nothing. Richard narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness flashed across his face, and answered the question first. If this is the case, then all of them can only be exterminated. In the laws of survival of the universe, the weak are eliminated and the winner is king. After hearing Richard's speech, Audiobook's face showed a bit of unbearable color. Isn't this too cruel? After all, they are the indigenous people, and we are just outsiders. Audiobook, have you forgotten? Our civilization on Earth was once the native of the Earth and the Milky Way. Now, because of the Galactic War, we have to abandon our home planet. Do you know why? Because there are already alien civilizations eyeing the Earth. If we don't move to a new planet, when our home is invaded by other alien civilizations, our people are displaced, who will sympathize with us. In this cruel battlefield of the universe, we cannot have mercy on any potential threats. If there is native life on the new planet, we cannot be merciful, otherwise once they become stronger in the future, they will definitely conflict with us people on Earth. Audiobook was silent. He knew that although Richard's words were cruel, they were an indisputable fact in this universe. Seeing Audiobook's silence, Lu Xue also put down her work and said with some seriousness, the specific situation defines what morality is, but if you have the ability to define the situation, ethics and morality are just clay in your hands that you can play with at will. If our homeland is invaded by an advanced alien civilization, we will not sit still and wait for death, but that is just a useless effort. Alien civilizations that are more advanced than us can dictate our outcome at will. Now, we are invaders, so you have to use the invaders' thinking to define this matter. If we understand them, who will understand Earth civilization? Audiobook obviously knew these problems in his heart, but he was still a little sad. I just hope that there will be no advanced intelligent life on the target planet, otherwise many of us will not be able to accept such an ending. Richard glanced at Audiobook with some dissatisfaction. What a woman's kindness. If we are reduced to a pig-like situation, it must be because there are too many soft-hearted people like you. Although Wei Wensu did not speak during the whole process, his silent attitude was clearly biased towards Richard and Lu Xue. The starship moved forward quietly, but what they didn't know was that they were about to enter the star field monitored by Shen Xing. On the distant Earth, humans have completely abandoned this once beautiful homeland. The sky is shrouded in gray fog, the Earth is devastated, and the seawater is filthy. Natural disasters continue, with volcanoes, earthquakes, and tsunamis sweeping across this once prosperous planet. In the outer space of the Earth, dozens of huge spaceships are docked together. They do not seem to belong to the fleet of the people on Earth. The Savites are an alien race with gray-green skin and emerald-green eyes. Their technology far exceeds that of the Earth. Their population is huge, and their consumption of resources and energy is also huge. In order to survive and develop, they had to start expanding outwards. While conquering other planets, they also needed a large number of intelligent life forms as a labor force. Yes, Lu, the captain of the Saiwei fleet, is standing in the command room of the flagship spacecraft, looking at the lifeless Earth with a gloomy expression. Cowardly Earthlings. They actually ran away. Although humans have made the Earth a mess, the Siway civilization has already possessed certain environmental transformation technologies a long time ago. Yeslu had observed the cosmic signal emitted by this living planet, but the battle on the main battlefield of the Milky Way prevented him from being distracted. Until now, he finally came to conquer this planet with sufficient troops. Not only did he conquer the planet in exchange for rewards from civilization, but he also needed the intelligent life on the planet to serve as the fleet's logistics workers. However, the people on Earth have fled this planet. Look for me immediately. Where did these low-level cowards escape to? Jeslu roared angrily. There were not many workers left in his fleet, and almost all of them died suddenly due to endless hard work. Due to the sharp decrease in the number of workers, Yeslu's fleet can no longer support the consumption of the galaxy battlefield. If we don't replenish the workforce, the fleet will cease to function. If you return to the home planet of the Siway civilization after defeat, you will be severely punished. We will soon occupy the entire galaxy. The administrator has issued a death order, and no fish can slip through the net. Any race that escapes the galaxy must be eliminated, leaving no one behind, so as not to leave behind any future troubles. Jeslu's staff officer responded quickly. Captain Jeslu, please calm down. With the technology of the people on Earth, they can't run too far. After we obtained the cosmic signal, we established connections with some people on Earth. They were very willing to become our affiliated civilization. I immediately asked someone to contact our undercover agent among the people on Earth. The reason why the Siway people were able to defeat the Milky Way Alliance not only relied on their technological and population advantages, they were also good at winning over people's hearts and buying undercover agents. When the Milky Way was about to be controlled by the Siway civilization, the capitulationists who received the signal on the Earth took the initiative to contact the Siway people and were willing to become traitors. Yesla nodded, with a cruel sneer on his face, and then stood in front of the space starship's window and spoke slowly. Find a way to contact the undercover as soon as possible and obtain the location of the people on Earth. We must immediately launch a pursuit and completely eliminate them. In the Milky Way, no lower civilization can stay except Sivi. The universe has too much uncertainty to leave any hidden dangers. On this cosmic stage, survival and destruction are intertwined, and war and peace coexist. Humanity's vanguard fleet faces unknown challenges and moral choices on its journey to its new home. The Siway people continued to expand and invade on their road of conquest. This is a battle about survival, power, and the future. Every race in the universe is fighting for the future of civilization. Chapter 28. Science is a systematic knowledge system that is based on verifiable explanations and can predict the shape and structure of things. Science represents an orderly collection of knowledge organized and formulated. The universe is the sum of time, space, and all matter conceived by Starfather. I firmly believe that the reason why Starfather is noble is that he gave birth to highly intelligent beings like humans. Without the existence of highly intelligent life forms such as humans, even if Starfather created everything in the universe, his creation would lose its due value. Only through our human consciousness can we truly feel the vastness of the universe and the grandeur of the Starfather. Shen Xing's eyes lingered on Yi Lian's article again, and he couldn't help but nodded affirmatively. The views described by this candidate are not only thought-provoking, but also have a philosophical flavor. It touches on the relationship between consciousness and existence, and also subtly introduces the discussion of the anthropic principle. Shen Xing's thoughts drifted back to the days when he was a lonely space rock. At that time, he was just a speck of dust in the universe. After becoming a planet, he was driven by a sense of loneliness to create advanced intelligent life. However, even without this system, Shen Xing knew his deepest desire no matter what. He will work hard to create human beings except for the nostalgia for the past life and the need for the company of intelligent creatures without human praise, belief, and worship. Even if you have the power to subvert the universe, you will lose its value and significance. In this sense, human beings are not only his created subjects, but also his close friends. It is the existence of human beings that allows his power and greatness to be revealed. Immersed in the feelings brought by this article, Shen Xing was a little unable to extricate himself. If there were no humans on Tianqiong Star, there would be no civilization. If there were no civilization, Shen Xing would not feel the resonance. It's all mutual. Maybe that's the point of all this existence. Today, his eyes finally fell on the name of the author of the article. Yi Lian, an 18-year-old college student from the Eastern Division. Shen Xing wrote and commented, "I am allowed to come to the Star Dome Central Temple to participate in the final assessment." In his writing, there is not only recognition of Yi Lian's talent, but also appreciation for her unique insights. Subsequently, Shen Xing reviewed all the test papers and gave thoughtful comments to each answer sheet. In these answer sheets, he found several equally outstanding sparks of thought, each of which contained the candidate's own profound insights. After the review, Shen Xing's subordinates sorted out the results and handed over the list of those who finally passed the assessment. Yi Lian's name is clearly visible on the list, alongside 5 other outstanding young people from various districts. Publish the results and list. Shen Xing ordered the senior priest next to him. August 2nd, 5624 in the sky calendar. The final list of students recruited by the supreme priest has finally been announced. Lin Luan, female, 21 years old, Central District. Su Xiaoi, male, 25 years old, Central District. Yi Lian, female, 18 years old, Eastern Division. Yang Sa, female, 20 years old, Southern Division. Yi Wu, male, 22 years old, Western Division. Chu Shixin, male, 19 years old, Northern Division. The world's population is nearly 2 billion, and the total number of applicants is 23.42 million. In this fierce competition after the first round of testing in the 5 major divisions, only 20 people remained after the second round of written examinations. Only 6 people can stand on the final stage. This is not only their personal glory, but also the pride of their division in a quiet corner of the Eastern Division. Yi Lian and his father Yi Dahai returned to their hometown and returned to a simple and ordinary life. Yi Dahai still goes fishing every day, while Yi Lian helps with housework at home and teaches the children in the village. In the simple little classroom, the children surrounded Yi Lian like a group of lively birds, their eyes shining with curiosity and admiration. Sister Yi, I heard from my father that sister, you took a very important exam. If you pass, you can become a student of the great high priest. The little boy with big round eyes in front of him raised his head, asked in a childish voice. Yi Lian smiled slightly, squatted down, looked level with the children, and replied, yes, that is an opportunity to gain knowledge and power. It is very rare. Is it really that great to become a student of the high priest? Another little girl blinked and asked curiously. Yi Lian nodded, with a hint of pride in her voice. Of course, becoming a student of the high priest means being able to be exposed to a wider world and learn deeper wisdom. Hearing this, a little boy jumped up excitedly, his voice full of longing. I heard from my father that the high priest students can master the magic of flying, can even talk to whales in the sea, and can tame tigers in the forest. Wow, that's really amazing. When I grow up, I want to become a student of the high priest, as powerful as Sister Yi. When the children heard this, they couldn't help but exclaimed, and their eyes shone with yearning and excitement. Yi Lian stood up and looked at the children's little faces full of dreams, and a warm current surged in his heart. As long as you have dreams and study hard, one day you will be able to realize your dreams and become the person you want to be. The children's faces were filled with hope and determination, and they answered in unison, we can definitely do it. At this moment, Yi Lian's heart was filled with relief and expectation. She knows that the seeds of dreams have been sown in the hearts of these children. As long as they are given proper guidance and training, they will all become pillars of the sky in the future. However, all the peace was broken by a letter from the Starry Vault cult. While Yi Lian was writing on the blackboard, the face of the village chief grandfather was filled with uncontrollable joy. He hurried into the classroom, holding a letter tightly in his hand, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Xiaolian, what great news! The priest of the Star Sphere cult has just sent this letter. Your name is on the list for the final assessment. The high priest wants to see you in person and conduct the final test on you. The village chief's eyes were full of expectations and blessings. He handed the letter to Yi Lian, as if conveying a heavy responsibility and hope. The chalk in Yi Lian's hand slipped silently, and her heart was filled with excitement. She quickly took the letter and opened the envelope anxiously. In the letter, Yi Lian was informed that she had passed the test and invited her to go to the Star Dome's Central Temple to accept the personal assessment of the highest priest. She knew that her answer was very bold, but it was this boldness that gave her the opportunity to meet the highest priest and participate in the final assessment. The children in the classroom were also affected by the sudden good news. They gathered around and talked about it with envy and admiration in their eyes. Sister Yi, you are so awesome. We are all happy for you to be able to meet the high priest. Yes, Sister Yi, when you learn to fly, you must teach us. Sister Yi, you are my role model. I want to be like you. The children's cheers echoed in the classroom. They were extremely excited that Yi Lian passed the exam. Yi Lian stood there, his heart filled with endless reveries about the future. She knew that her life was about to start a new journey. Chapter 29. After the list was announced, 6 outstanding figures from different districts took special planes and traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers to gather at the central temple. These 6 young people stood out from tens of millions of applicants from 5 major regions around the world. After passing many tests, they finally stood here. They are not only personal glory, but also the pride of each district. Representatives of each division personally ordered to dispatch special planes to escort them to ensure that they received the most thoughtful care and were in the best condition to face the final assessment. After arriving at the Central Division, the 6 people enjoyed a night's rest under the arrangements of representatives from each district. Early the next morning, vehicles representing representatives from each district took them to the solemn and sacred Central Temple. When the 6 of them came to the Central Temple, they looked at the world's center of faith in front of them. There was an indescribable feeling of reverence in their hearts. Under the guidance of the priest, the 6 people walked into the solemn hall and took the elevator to the top floor of the Central Temple. They exchanged glances with each other along the way, but no one dared to break the sacred tranquility. Shortly after reaching the top floor, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of the 6 people focused instantly, and they recognized the person at a glance: the legendary highest priest, Shen Xing. It is said that the highest priest is nearly 100 years old, but the years seem to have left no trace on his face. The 6 of them quickly bowed their heads to express their respect. "Keep your head up." Shen Xing's voice was like a spring breeze, making the tension in the 6 people's hearts slowly dissipate. The 6 people raised their heads, with curiosity and awe, and looked up at the being in front of them, who was called the Son of God. "You can stand out from tens of millions of people and stand in front of me. You are already the most devout people of God the Father, with firm beliefs and outstanding talents." Shen Xing's words were full of appreciation, making Lin Luan, Su Xiaoi, Yi Lian, Yang Sa, Yi Wu, and Chu Shixin feel extremely proud. They know very well that this is recognition from the highest priest and an affirmation of their knowledge, courage, wisdom, and ideals. The universe is vast, and there are countless advanced civilizations. Some civilizations believe in Star Father, while others are blasphemers and disloyal. No matter what, they may become enemies of mankind. We humans must not only protect ourselves, but also spread the glory of Star Father and eliminate those blasphemers and disloyalties. While technology is not yet fully mature, divine magic will be our most powerful weapon. Shen Xing's eyes swept over the 6 young people one by one, and then asked slowly, "Are you ready to sacrifice your life for Star Father and fight for humanity?" The eyes of the 6 young people shone with determination. They answered in unison and with unusual firmness, "I am willing to devote myself to Star Father and fight for humanity." Seeing the replies of the 6 people and their ambitions, Shen Xing nodded slightly. "Very good. From now on, you will be my students." The 6 people were extremely excited. Their hearts were beating and their blood was boiling. At this moment, they were finally recognized by the highest priest and became his disciples. "Thank you, High Priest." Shen Xing waved his hand, turned his back, and walked into the room, while gesturing for the 6 people to follow him. "From now on, don't call me High Priest anymore. You should call me Teacher." The 6 people responded quickly and then followed Shen Xing's footsteps. The room where Shen Xing lives is at the top of the temple, called Star Pavilion. After entering the room, the senior priest who was guiding the 6 people quickly closed the door tightly and then respectfully waited for instructions. In the Star Pavilion, the 6 people were a little tied up. They wanted to see the daily residence of the highest priest, but they felt that doing so was a bit unethical. "Relax, you will have more opportunities to come in the future." The 6 of them remembered after hearing what Shen Xing said. They were a little excited after seeing Shen Xing. They all forgot that the highest priest could see through people's hearts. Their little thoughts were seen through almost instantly, which made several people feel a little embarrassed, but they still couldn't restrain their curiosity. They slowly looked around. The first thing that caught their eyes was the walls with dark purple and gold as the main colors, decorated with fine reliefs depicting ancient history and stars. One wall is designed as a huge bookshelf filled with ancient and modern books. In the center of the room is a large desk made of dark wood. Behind the desk is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Unexpectedly, the room of the highest priest was not much different from that of ordinary people's homes, except that some details were more delicate, which made them feel a little relaxed. Divine magic comes from the understanding of Star Father. The deeper your consciousness understands the existence of Star Father, the faster the magic will grow. Today, I will enlighten you, open your consciousness, and baptize your body. As soon as Shen Xing finished speaking, the eyes of the 6 candidates were full of expectation and respect. Shen Xing slowly raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at Yi Lian first. Yi Lian felt a deep and mysterious power pouring into her consciousness like a torrent. This force is huge and immeasurable, filled with the vastness and majesty of the universe. Her heart was trembling, as if she heard a call from the universe. That was the destination of her soul. She closed her eyes, and every cell in her body was immersed in unprecedented relaxation and comfort, as if she had returned to her original cradle. After a while, Yi Lian opened her eyes. She knew that she had gained the power of a first-level magic. It felt like she had been reborn. She once tried to hug a big fish caught by her father, but in the end she was thrown into the sea together with the fish. Now she feels like she can handle that big fish with one hand. Thank you, teacher, for your enlightenment and baptism, Yi Lian said to Shen Xing with gratitude. Shen Xing nodded, and then used the same method to enlighten the other 5 people one by one. This so-called enlightenment baptism is a process he once tried as a human avatar and proved to be feasible. In order to achieve the inheritance of divine magic, Shen Xing no longer knows how many human clones he has created and how many clones have been eliminated by the laws of the universe. The so-called transformation is to use the laws of the universe to penetrate deeply into the body of living things, and then rewrite them from the entire existence. Then, when the tangible material structure of the living things is about to collapse, consciousness is used to stabilize it. In this short period of time, Shen Xing used the combined effects of various laws of the universe. If an organism is regarded as a piece of white paper, then transformation means writing a bunch of so-called settings on the white paper, then forcibly folding the white paper into a human shape by hand, and then defining it with subjective consciousness. For human beings under the influence of consciousness, Shen Xing does not need to follow the rationality of biological structure at all. He only needs to add settings to these people and stabilize them, so that he can maintain their original form while gaining other abilities. Nowadays, Shen Xing's consciousness is huge and boundless under the blessing of the stars in the sky, so it is easy to allocate a small part to maintain the divine inheritance of these 6 people, which is the so-called stable form. But if there are too many individuals maintained, if one of them is not paid attention to, it will be lost in the vast laws of the universe. Of course, Shen Xing can also take the initiative to disperse his consciousness, causing the individual to collapse directly. Everything is in one thought. Chapter 30. August 5th, 5624 in the sky calendar. Today, in the name of the highest priest, I declare to the whole world. From now on, Lin Luan, Su Xiaoyi, Yi Lian, Yang Sa, Yi Wu, and Chu Shixin, the 6 of you have officially become Star Father's divine attendants and students of the highest priest. Shen Xing stood in the star pavilion, but his voice passed through the empty hall and was clearly conveyed to the ears of everyone in the world. His eyes swept across the 6 newly promoted divine servants in front of him one by one. Their figures were tall and straight, and their eyes shone with determination and expectation. I will personally teach you the magic. This is the fruit of understanding the infinity of Star Father, Shen Xing said seriously while waving his hands to create a patch of light and shadow, and he combined the light and shadow to start explaining the principles of divine magic to everyone. The power of divine magic comes from your deep understanding of Star Father. The closer your soul is integrated with Star Father's will, the deeper your faith is, and the more powerful the power of divine magic becomes. The 6 young divine attendants listened quietly to Shen Xing's teachings. They know that this is not only an honor, but also a heavy responsibility. What lies ahead of you is a road full of challenges. But as long as you maintain your devout faith in Star Father and continue to explore and understand, nothing is impossible. Shen Xing paused. Then his voice softened and he said, Now, let's start the first lesson. Remember, magic is not just a kind of power. It is a bridge to communicate with Star Father, a way to understand the mysteries of the universe. Shen Xing stretched out his finger and gently touched everyone's forehead. A warm and powerful force poured into their consciousness, opening up their initial understanding of divine magic. To feel, to understand, to grow. Now that you have mastered the power of the divine attendant of Qiming, you will officially begin to shine like the morning star. May you realize the true power of divine magic under the light of Star Father. Under Shen Xing's guidance, the consciousnesses of the 6 priests gradually merged into a realm that transcended time and space. Their vision was surrounded by endless darkness. Only scattered stars dotted it. Suddenly, a faint light lit up in the distance. Gradually becoming brighter and warmer, they saw a lonely celestial body slowly rotating in the void. 6 people felt its loneliness. No sound, no color, only endless darkness and cold. Suddenly, A beam of light bursts out from inside the celestial body as time passed. Sparks of life began to appear on the planet's surface, from single-cell organisms to prosperous ecosystems. They witnessed the miracle of life evolution. Then consciousness is like a magnificent ocean, covering countless galaxies. The consciousness of the six people expanded, and they felt the vastness and mystery of the universe. When the consciousness of the six people returned to reality, their eyes were filled with new determination and understanding. Not only did they witness the growth of a star, but they also felt their connection with the universe. Seeing that several people had returned to reality, Shen Xing nodded with satisfaction and then continued, "Soon, I will assign you tasks and let you embark on a journey of penance around the world. During the journey, you will have a deeper understanding of the greatness of Star Father and the mysteries of divine magic. When your hearts are more closely connected with Star Father's will, I will enlighten you again and guide you to master higher-level divine arts." To master higher levels of divine magic is to add more cosmic law settings, but if you want to be more powerful, the material of the paper man must be strong enough. If the foundation is weak, it will not be able to withstand the erosion of the laws of the universe. Now, you go clean up first, put on clean clothes, and prepare to face new challenges. Shen Xing smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, "Follow the teacher's instructions carefully." The six of them saluted respectfully, then turned and left Xingqian Pavilion. Shen Xing looked at their leaving figures and felt a little relieved in his heart. He knew that these young divine servants would carry the future of Sky Star and Star Sphere Sect towards a more glorious tomorrow. The six divine attendants, like arrows from a string, quietly dispersed from the central temple and embarked on their own journey of asceticism. Their figures blended into different horizons and began a journey full of challenges. They traveled lightly, carrying no money or any luggage, and only wore clothes carefully made by Shen Xing using special materials. This outfit is not only durable, but also a symbol of their beliefs and identity. During the journey, they used the sky as a cover and the earth as a mat. When they were thirsty, they drank water from mountain springs. When they were hungry, they hunted wild animals and made fires to barbecue with their own hands. Their steps were firm. They did not rely on any modern means of transportation and relied entirely on their own feet to measure the land. In the depths of the jungle, they relied on their strong bodies and unyielding will to fight against wild beasts, proving the power of mankind with their own strength. In the vast desert, they crossed the uninhabited desert, faced sandstorms and scorching heat, and still moved forward bravely. The six people silently endured loneliness without complaining. Whenever night falls, they will look up at the stars, filled with awe of Star Father and understanding of the universe. Shen Xing watched them silently from the perspective of the planet, paying attention to these selected students. Their performance did not disappoint him. Everyone showed extraordinary tenacity and perseverance. Not only does he have the most devout faith in Shen Xing, but he also possesses wisdom, knowledge, perseverance, and determination that surpass ordinary people. With a pure soul and lofty goals, he is the perfect candidate after the double selection of nature and Shen Xing. Under the guidance of Shen Xing, the six people will continue to grow, eventually leading mankind out of the planet and into the universe, defeating all invading enemies, opening up territories for mankind, and writing their own legends. They are not only students of Shen Xing, but also the guides of human civilization, leading mankind towards a more glorious future. Looking at the vast universe, Shen Xing's star clone Tianyuan star is undergoing a spectacular transformation. Its mass has reached tens of thousands of times that of the main body of Shen star, making it a giant among planets. However, Shen Xing's goal is to make Tianyuan star a bright star in the solar system. The Sun has a mass of 330,000 times that of the Earth, accounting for 99.86% of the total mass of the solar system. The huge gravitational pull of the Sun maintains the orbital stability of planets, asteroids, comets, and other celestial bodies in the solar system. The total mass of all other solar system objects such as planets, satellites, asteroids, and comets together only accounts for a very small part of the total mass of the solar system. If Tianyuan star wants to reach the scale of the Sun, it still needs to continue to transform. Shen Xing stared at Tianyuan star. As it continued to grow, he could feel that the number of potential prey planets in the universe was also increasing. He believes that in the near future, Tianyuan star will complete a qualitative leap and become a real star. Tianyuan star's star journey will not be far away. After having a star clone, the safety of Shen's main body will be more securely guaranteed. Ordinary alien civilizations will not be able to pose any threat to it, and it will be more comfortable to use its abilities. Then Shen Xing's gaze penetrated into the interior of Tianyuan star. The star core inside this pitch-black planet also had some special features. A stable and profound black hole. Chapter 31. 2 months have passed since the 6 divine attendants left the central temple and embarked on their own paths of spiritual practice. At the vast edge of the Eastern Division, the Eastern Ocean is magnificent and stretches as far as the eye can see. On this vast sea, a new steel giant ship named the Giant Whale is sailing slowly, carrying more than 200 passengers and rich specialties from the Eastern Division. The Whale began its journey across the ocean. It targets the far southern subdivision. Although the number of passengers on the ship is not large, the Whale still divides it into first class, second class, and third class cabins based on different fares to meet the needs of different passengers. The simplest one is the temporary tent area on the deck. About 70 passengers gathered here, and Yi Lian was one of them. Yi Lian grew up by the sea and went fishing with his father. He has a deep affection for the ocean. Therefore, she chose the seaside and ocean as the place for her penance. She knew that hard training was not about enjoyment, but the training of self-will, so Yi Lian chose the tent house with the most difficult conditions. Here, except for her, most of them are poor people who are struggling to make a living. Their life is simple, even a little difficult, but Yi Lian does not feel lonely, but finds a simple strength among them. Although the conditions in the tent house are simple, for Yi Lian, this is part of her spiritual practice. She believes that through this penance, she will have a deeper understanding of Starfather's teachings and walk more firmly on the path of faith. The Giant Whale continues to sail on the Eastern Ocean, and Yi Lian is also in her tent room, quietly feeling the breath of the sea and thinking about the true meaning of life. This journey will be a valuable experience in her life. Fortunately, the Whale sails along a low-latitude route with mild climate and relatively calm seas, which makes the tickets in the tent area open to passengers who are eager to experience sea travel. Despite the poor conditions, many people still choose to buy it because of its cheap price on the vast ocean. Fresh water is as precious as liquid gold. Passengers in the tent area can only buy the most basic drinking water, and luxury washing water can only be used in the cabin, which makes them a little discouraged. Yi Lian is no exception. The long journey has caused her to lose her former freshness, and her unkempt appearance has covered up her beautiful face. However, this rough appearance has become her best protective color, allowing her to avoid unnecessary attention and disturbance. The robe she was wearing was given by Shen Xing. Although it was large, it was intact, but her shoes had long been worn out during the journey, and she could only walk barefoot, in contact with the wooden boards on the deck. The Whale has been sailing at sea for half a month, and the life on board is monotonous and boring. Passengers in the tent area kill time by playing cards, chess, listening to stories, or chatting. Yi Lian looked up and could see the passengers in the first-class cabin. They were well-dressed, leaning against the railing, enjoying wine and pleasant conversation. Passengers in the second class held coffee in hand, looked at the sea view, and discussed their ideals in life. Although the third-class passengers were simply dressed, they were clean and tidy. Their eyes showed envy of the passengers in the higher cabins, as well as contempt and complacency for the passengers in the tent area. The faces of the passengers in the tent area looked much calmer. Most people's skin is tanned and their bodies may be thin but strong. It's just that there are few smiles on their faces, and more of them are numb and confused under the pressure of life. On this giant ship, passengers in different cabins seemed to live in different worlds. The differences between them made Yi Lian deeply understand the stratification of society. The sea and sky are the same color, and the Whale cuts through the waves in the Eastern Ocean. The passengers under the tents rarely have the mood to appreciate this magnificence. Their lives are simple and difficult. The daily hard work and struggle for survival can only make them turn a blind eye to the beautiful scenery around them. Yi Lian sat under the tent, staring at the horizon, but her heart was filled with ups and downs. She secretly thought that this journey might not only be a personal practice for her, but also a profound insight into human nature and society. Witnessing the differences in the lives of passengers in different classes on the ship made her think deeply. Starfather created human beings with equality in mind, and the code also preaches that all are born equal. Yi Lian had a slight realization in her heart, and she murmured in her mouth, "Why is everyone's fate so different?" She couldn't help but recall Yi Wu, who was traveling with her. The two had communicated with each other for a period of time during their ascetic training. God's way is to balance the world, but man's way often exacerbates inequality. I had doubts during my penance, and it was the words of the high priest that clarified my doubts. She had not quite understood these words, but now she began to understand their meaning. Human beings have the ability to think. This is the greatest blessing and the deepest curse. Yi Lian pondered. She felt that human beings always seem to be wandering on the road away from Starfather. This may be the meaning of the existence of the Supreme Priest, to guide human beings back to the right path and avoid destruction. We use our wisdom to create civilization, and we use our selfish desires to create suffering. At this moment, Yilian seemed to have touched the edge of some kind of truth, and her soul resonated with Starfather's teachings. Shen Xing felt the changes in Yilian's heart in the sky, and his voice rang in Yilian's heart. Your progress is gratifying. It's time for you to take a step further. Suddenly, Yilian felt that Shen Xing's consciousness was connected to her, conveying profound knowledge. Yilian closed her eyes and immersed herself in this power. She knew that this was Shen Xing's enlightenment and an affirmation of her belief and understanding. You have a deeper understanding of Starfather's will. Shen Xing's voice was full of approval, and then continued. Now, I will teach you higher-level divine arts. Yilian closed her eyes lightly. Her soul seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze, feeling unprecedented freshness and comfort. After a while, Shen Xing's enlightenment and baptism was completed. His voice sounded in Yilian's heart again, with a hint of relief. You have been successfully promoted to the Star Attendant. Among the 6 of you, you have made the most rapid progress. Yilian felt the fullness and surge of power in her body, and she was silently grateful in her heart. Thank you, teacher, for your teaching. Shen Xing's consciousness gradually receded, and Yilian slowly opened his eyes. Although her appearance is still slovenly, her eyes are brighter, shining with light as deep as the sea. At this moment, Yilian's vision became broader, his ears became sharper, and his body became lighter and more powerful. She knew that this was not only an increase in strength, but also a deeper understanding of Starfather's will. Standing on the deck of the giant whale, Yilian took a deep breath of sea breeze. Next to Yilian, a group of passengers in the tent room were sitting together, listening to an old man with a gray beard telling about the past. Chapter 32. You have never seen the power of Priest Shen, but I have witnessed it with my own eyes. The old man attracted everyone's attention right from the start. When he saw everyone's eyes gathered over him, he couldn't help but become even more elated. I remember it was more than 30 years ago when a huge planet approached our planet. The old man described how the planet collided with other planets in the Sky Dome galaxy in a short period of time and finally headed straight towards the Sky Dome star. At that time, the planet covered the sky and the sun, and people thought that the end was coming. The old man's voice was low, bringing everyone back to that moment of panic. But Priest Shen took his time. The old man changed his tone, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then continued. When the planet was about to hit the sky star, Priest Shen appeared. He made gestures to arouse the emotions of the people around him. He stood in the sky and summoned a black hole with his wave of hands. Old man, although I am uneducated, I can still count the stars in the sky, but they are black holes. Priest Shen turned the planet into dust with one strike and dissipated it into the universe. The story was told vividly, and everyone was fascinated. Suddenly, someone questioned. I heard that the planet was broken into dozens of pieces. Didn't it mean that it turned into dust? The old man was displeased and glared and retorted. What do you know? I was in the temple area at the time and saw it with my own eyes. Is there any lie? His determination left doubters speechless. The old man continued. Priest Shen's heroic appearance is something I will never forget. He is not only our savior, but also the highest priest appointed by Father Star. Lord Shen Xing is nearly 100 years old, and he is still thinking about the future of our humanity. The surrounding passengers nodded one after another. Their admiration for Shen Xing was beyond words. He recruited 6 disciples and taught them magical skills so that we humans can resist future threats. Yes, Lord Shen Xing is our patron saint. With Priest Shen here, we humans have hope. Everyone was talking a lot, and their admiration for Shen Xing arose spontaneously. But some people became worried and said with some sadness, Priest Shen is old. I don't know how long he can protect us. Master Shen Xing is the person chosen by God. How can we predict his lifespan? His students will inherit his will and continue to protect us in the future. No, old man, even if I die, Priest Shen will not die. The old man sighed and immediately retorted with a glare and blowing his beard. Everyone nodded and confirmed the old man's statement, but some people whispered, but we haven't seen any big moves from Mr. Shen Xing's students. Lord Shen Xing's students naturally have their own tasks, which are not something ordinary people like us can understand. Everyone was talking a lot, but no matter what, Shen Xing's status in their hearts was unparalleled. While listening to everyone's praise for the teacher, Yilian suddenly sensed a strange movement coming from the water. As a newly promoted star attendant, her senses have become extremely sharp. The noise came from a huge creature, which was swimming rapidly in the deep sea and approaching the whale at a rapid speed. Although it's a few kilometers away from the ship, it's almost a blink of an eye. The deep sea is the domain of giant beasts, but gentle whales cannot reach this speed. Such a huge movement excludes whales, and the only remaining ones may be sharks. However, sharks usually do not attack steel giants unless they are some violent behemoths. Based on comprehensive judgment, the only possibility is the megalodon shark in the sea. Yi Lian concentrated on listening to the sounds under the water. His body tensed up, ready to respond to possible crises at any time. The passengers in the tent room on the deck were still chatting, unaware of the coming danger. What great achievements can the students of Priest Shen have in the future? Priest Shen is a son chosen by God who is rarely seen in 1,000 years. His students seem much ordinary in comparison. Just as the comments were coming and going, there was a loud noise on the sea and water splashed everywhere. A huge black shadow broke out of the water, carrying high waves, and violently hit the hull of the whale. The whale shook violently, and the passengers on board were horrified and staggered around. Immediately afterwards, there was another impact, and the hull shook even more violently. Megalodon, it's Megalodon. Someone shouted in horror after seeing the true identity of the source of the attack. There was chaos on the ship, with passengers screaming and running away in all directions. Yi Lian, however, remained calm in this chaos. She knows that now is her time to show her strength and protect innocent people. Yi Lian took a deep breath and prepared to face the upcoming challenge. Her eyes were firm, and she was silently thinking about Shen Xing's teachings and her responsibility as a divine attendant. In her perception, the outline of the megalodon became increasingly clear. She can feel the power of this deep-sea beast, but she is not afraid. This will be her first test as the star attendant, and it will also be her opportunity to show her strength. Panic among passengers quickly spread facing the giant megalodon, the overlord of the deep sea. Their fear is not without purpose. This giant beast is more than 30 meters long and weighs dozens of tons. It dominates the ocean with its amazing flexibility and ferocious hunting habits. Although megalodons are rare in the vast ocean, once they lock onto their prey, almost no creature can escape. Due to the small number of people on the freighter, it rarely attracts the interest of the megalodon. But the situation of passenger ships is completely different. Once encountered, it will be extremely dangerous. Megalodons are known for their high intelligence and ferocious hunting tactics. They will use their huge bodies to continuously slam into the hull of the ship and make the ship lose its balance. Once the boat capsizes and the passengers fall into the water, the megalodon will prey on them one by one. The sound of impact continued, and the megalodon slammed its huge body into the side of the whale. The tilt angle of the hull gradually increased, and the danger of capsizing was imminent, and the despair of the passengers also increased. Star Father bless. Star Father bless. Countless people pray in despair, hoping to be saved by gods. However, Yi Lian's face remained as calm as water, and her heart was firm, unmoved by the panic around her. After becoming the star attendant, she is ready to face various challenges. As the impact intensified, the tents on the deck were torn apart, and the ship's chimney stopped smoking. Yi Lian calmly threw her backpack aside. She felt it was time to show her abilities and protect these innocent passengers. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the newly acquired magical power in her body. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes shone with determination and perseverance. Yi Lian's figure moved quickly on the deck. Her pace was very fast, and she was walking smoothly on the sloping deck. When she reached the boat, she jumped into the sea without hesitation and shuttled through the water like an elegant fish. Someone fell into the water. Chapter 33. Someone fell into the water. Some passengers who witnessed Yi Lian jumping into the sea exclaimed that they thought she fell into the sea accidentally. However, Yi Lian did not fall into the water, but purposefully dived into the deep sea to face the huge megalodon shark. Underwater, the waves caused by the megalodon had no effect on her. She relied on her excellent water properties and magical power to quietly approach the giant beast. The megalodon was so focused on attacking the whale that it didn't notice the tiny human. Yi Lian took advantage of this and swam under the belly of the megalodon. That's where her father told her about her weakness. Concentrating all his strength, Yi Lian put his 5 fingers together and aimed the knife at the soft belly of the megalodon and struck hard. Her strength was beyond imagination. The belly of the megalodon was easily torn apart by her, and a blood mist suddenly filled the sea water. The megalodon rolled over in severe pain, gave up its attack on the whale, and began to struggle in the water. The rocking of the whale gradually weakened, and the passengers clung to the railings and witnessed this incredible scene. Yi Lian did not stop. She jumped out of the water like a bolt of lightning, rose to an altitude of 20 meters, and then dived down at an astonishing speed. The passengers finally saw Yi Lian's true face. She had no weapons in her hands, only her hands soaked in the blood of the giant beast. Her hands are like magical weapons, striking the vital points of the megalodon. The megalodon's struggle became increasingly weak, and waves of blood appeared on the sea surface. With Yi Lian's continuous attacks, the megalodon finally stopped struggling and floated quietly on the sea. Yi Lian stood on the back of the megalodon, her face unchanged and her heart not beating. She knew that the battle was over. After confirming that the megalodon had no signs of life, Yi Lian jumped lightly and easily jumped back to the deck of the giant whale. The passengers witnessed all this. They were deeply shocked by Yi Lian's strength and courage and could not express their surprise and admiration in words. The sea breeze blew gently, blowing Yi Lian's long hair to fly elegantly. The sun shone down and reflected on her beautiful face, giving her a golden halo. Yi Lian at this moment is like a goddess in the holy light, making people dare not look directly at her. Finally, someone recognized the clothes on her body and exclaimed, "Isn't she the passenger in that tent room? She was the one who jumped into the sea just now." The passengers in the tent room were even more shocked. It was difficult for them to connect the beautiful girl in front of them with the unkempt, ragged and barefoot passenger from before. The gap between the two is simply worlds of difference. The tourists and crew members on the ship walked out one after another, focusing on Yi Lian. There was both doubt and awe in their eyes. Yi Lian's face was as calm as water, as if all this was normal to her since her hair was already wet from the sea water. Yi Lian had no choice but to pull her long hair behind her back casually, and then walked calmly towards her tent. Her steps were light and graceful. Wherever Yi Lian passed, the surrounding passengers involuntarily moved out of the way and kept a distance from her. In their hearts, Yi Lian is more awesome than the giant toothed shark. There was silence on the whale. No one dared to make any sound. After a while, Captain Lu He walked onto the deck and bowed deeply to Yi Lian to express his respect. "I am the captain of the giant whale, Lu He." There was a tremor in his voice, but more of it was gratitude. "On behalf of all the crew and passengers on the ship, thank you for your life-saving grace." "Excuse me, what should we call you?" Yi Lian stopped, turned around, and faced the captain. There was a hint of gentleness in her eyes, and she answered softly, "My name is Yi Lian." When Yi Lian announced her home, the air on the boat seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by a burst of suppressed gasps and exclamations. "Yi Lian, isn't she the student chosen by the highest priest?" The fog in people's hearts suddenly dissipated. The supreme priest's magical inheritance has obviously given Yi Lian superhuman strength, which allowed her to win the battle with the megalodon. Since she is a student of the highest priest, her arrival is undoubtedly a guarantee of their safety. The eyes that were originally full of fear now become full of enthusiasm and admiration. People prayed in low voices, "Father Star is above. Thank you, Star Father, for your blessing." Captain Lu He's eyes also changed from alert to relieved. With a joyful smile on his face, he bowed to Yi Lian again, his tone full of gratitude. "We are so lucky to meet you, divine attendant Yi Lian. Thank you for your rescue. You not only saved us, but also allowed us to witness the miracle." There was no complacency on Yi Lian's face. She responded humbly, "As a teacher's student, it is my responsibility and mission to protect mankind. I just did my duty. Thank you, Priest Shen, for your blessing." Lu He's voice was full of sincere emotions, and only then did everyone on the ship truly understand the significance of the Supreme Priest's recruitment of students. It turns out that the highest priest has foreseen all this and recruited students to protect us humans. The old man who once told the story of the Supreme Priest was even more excited at this moment. He whispered to the people around him, "Look, I have said long ago that the Supreme Priest recruits students for the future of our humanity. Priest Shen is our patron saint. We are lucky to have Priest Shen as our guardian." The old man's words were full of pride and gratitude. His words resonated with the people around him, and they all praising in unison, "Thank you, Priest Shen, for your blessing." Yi Lian stood there quietly, her figure becoming extremely tall in everyone's hearts. She is not only Shen Xing's student, but also a hero of mankind, the executor of Starfather's will, and their rebel in times of crisis. The celestial cult and its highest priests enjoy supreme prestige and influence on the celestial planet. Captain Lu He recalled that Yi Lian had spent time in a tent on the deck, and he couldn't help but feel guilty and uneasy in his heart. He realized that he might have neglected this distinguished guest, the most protege of the supreme priest. With awe and apologies, Lu He nervously invited Yi Lian, "Servant Yi, we have a first-class cabin on the ship with more comfortable conditions. Please move there to rest." Yi Lian shook her head gently. Her eyes were clear, and she said sincerely, "No need, Captain. I am traveling this time to follow the teacher's instructions and undergo penance and trials. If I choose to be comfortable, I will violate the original intention of practicing hard and have no face to face the teacher's teachings." Seeing that Yi Lian was resolute and what she said was out of respect for the highest priest, Luha did not dare to insist anymore and just nodded respectfully in agreement. Later, Luha pointed to the corpse of the giant beast in the sea and asked cautiously, "Servant Yi, how should I dispose of the corpse of this giant-toothed shark?" Yi Lian responded calmly, "This megalodon is a problem you encountered. Since it has been solved, you can deal with it yourself." When Luha heard this, a grateful smile appeared on his face. He bowed to Yi Lian again and said, "We will keep Yi Xinshi's generosity and tolerance in mind, and thank you for your mercy." The carcass of the megalodon is undoubtedly a huge treasure to the people on board. Its skin, flesh, bones, and even other parts are of extremely high value, especially this rare sea overlord. Needless to say, its preciousness after Yi Lian returned to his resting place. The crew on the ship and the passengers in the tent worked together to quickly set up a temporary lifting frame and used the mechanical arm on the ship to carefully pull up the huge body of the megalodon. The whale made some arrangements since they knew that Yi Lian was present. Everyone was careful not to fight or grab, and everyone got enough weight. When the ship started again, everyone was grateful to Yi Lian, but they didn't dare to make loud noises next to Yi Lian, for fear of disturbing Yi Lian's qingxiu. Chapter 34. First of all, thank you for reading my humble work. Secondly, I hope readers who see this can read this chapter patiently. The important questions are put at the back, which can also be regarded as some introspection of myself. This book is a soft science fiction work. It will not describe in detail some aspects of technology, but will use more words to describe some streams of consciousness. It's not about any high-level philosophy or human nature. I just want to depict the characters and civilization in the book in a more three-dimensional way. Let all characters have their own thoughts and lives. This is also the respect that the author should give to the characters. In addition, the author's respect for readers is, I will read every comment you make, and I will reply to any comments that I can respond to. And you may optionally add some settings in the comments. Because my writing style is limited and my knowledge is limited, I cannot perfectly translate my thoughts into words. I can only let you cater to my imagination. The author would like to apologize here. Also, coming back to the work, why do you want to open a separate chapter to talk about some of the previous issues? Because we are about to enter the next stage of the plot in the next chapter. Earth civilization is about to come within the scope of Shen Xing's Skynet. First of all, we have to stack up our armor, and then we start talking about the business. All settings in this work are purely fictitious and have no connection with any real people, events, groups, or organizations. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Why does the civilization development process of Tianqiong Star not match the development process of the Earth? Because there are no two identical leaves in the world, and the development path of the Earth and Tianqiong Star will not be exactly the same, because it is mixed with Shen Xing's intervention and the rise of Xinqiang sect. So all developments are unique to Tianqiong Star. Development path, there is something wrong with some of your technology settings. How can suits and straw sandals be products of the same era? In the setting of this book, the technological development of civilizations is relatively distorted. This is also because the author's knowledge of science and technology is not high enough, so each civilization may have mixed technologies. For example, the Earth civilization has almost full travel technology, but there is no development in war technology. This is all relative, and it is also to let everyone clearly see which aspect of development each civilization prefers. It is good for everyone to understand this setting. Bow and thank you. Will there be many wonderful technologies described later? No, because this book is soft science fiction, and the author has no intention of showing off his meager knowledge. The description of science and technology is basically passed through in one stroke. He will not describe too much, but will focus more on the interactions between people. Discussions between civilizations, or between people and civilizations. Why does the transition from previous chapters happen so quickly? Because after hundreds of chapters, the main plot is too short and weak. Why is Shen Xing called by so many names? Shen Xing has many names on the Sky Dome star, such as God's chosen son, God's chosen person, supreme priest, priest Shun, high priest, etc. According to everyone's habits, the names may be slightly different, but there is no difference. As you all know, just represent Shen Xing. Why does Yi Lian have a separate scene? Is it the heroine? Because of the plot point, I summarize the whole incident from one person's perspective. It does not mean that she is special. The stories of other divine servants will also be described later. This book does not have a heroine. I always feel like I've seen your setting somewhere. Yes, the author admits that his knowledge level and cultural background cannot support a complete work, so there will be some familiar settings, and there may also be other literary works that the author and readers have read. For example, The Stellaris that everyone has already perceived may have some other related settings later, but the entire worldview will not directly copy other worldview settings. About system settings, because many readers will guess the origin of the system in each work, I believe this book will be no exception. For a science fiction work, the easiest thing for everyone to guess is the setting of the so-called experiment left behind by a higher civilization. This idea is very fatal, because no one wants a protagonist who is a god to have some conspiracy theories on him. So here I will clearly explain the origin of the system to you. The system exists as the protagonist's second consciousness, which means that it is actually the protagonist's own consciousness that created the system, because after Shen Xing's rebirth, his desire for the system is as strong as every reader, and I believe everyone knows the role of consciousness. No, consciousness may allow individuals to influence the physical world through their thoughts because Shen Xing wanted to own the system. The system appeared this is an idealistic setting. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the protagonist create the system with his consciousness, or did the system give the protagonist consciousness? My answer is, there is no need to worry about this issue because there is one biggest black hand, that is, the author. As for the origin of fictional power, I will tell you in the following plot. So the setting of fictional power involves another issue. I like to see the protagonist do his own thing. You won't see a being who can use the same power later, right? The answer to this question is, although there will be existences that use the same power as the protagonist, the strength they can use is far less than the protagonist's. And there won't be any planet like the protagonist. The protagonist is unique. Those who can use the power of the same source are individuals. The power of small individuals and several galaxies is added up. You can tell who is stronger and weaker at a glance, right? In the Invincible novel, people can appear who use the same power as the protagonist, but they cannot surpass the protagonist. This is an eternal theorem. If everyone is willing to be more tolerant on this issue, I believe this will only become a great point in the work. Bow and thank you, readers. Why does the protagonist not feel like a god / why does the protagonist still support a civilization? In fact, we have received many comments from readers here, all talking about the relationship between the protagonist and civilization. So please allow me to tell you about Shen Xing in my novel here. Before Shen Xing was reborn, he was just an ordinary earthling. After his rebirth, because his consciousness changed from human to planet, he lost some human consciousness and emotions. But in the final analysis, he is a man, not a god. Gods don't need emotions, but humans do, just like the way of heaven and the great road. What they need is to maintain order and balance, even if they have to abide by the rules and annihilate themselves. But Shen Xing is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people like you and me. Shen Xing is not just a paper figure. He is three-dimensional and vivid in my heart in a good work. The characters must make readers feel real, rather than fictional characters that exist simply for fun. Please allow me to boldly ask, do any of you readers have a favorite virtual character? Have you ever studied his personality, hobbies, and living habits? You will also record some of what he said or write a story about him. Words can give life. Shen Xing cannot be sought after by thousands of people and praised by thousands of people, but in my heart, he deserves such a sense of reality. The universe is silent, lifeless, and boundless. He is only lonely and not crazy because of the setting I forcibly gave him. After creating civilization and being worshipped as a god, he will also have vanity and a sense of superiority. What he wants is for someone to watch him show his strength. He will also be unable to use his abilities to perfection because of his limited knowledge and imagination. Instead, he needs to study this and that. I can only guarantee that he is strong enough, but I cannot guarantee that he is perfect enough. He will also forcibly restrict the development of civilization because of his own selfish desires, and he will also try to become a better leader of civilization after growing up. Therefore, readers, please understand that every character in the book has his own thoughts, personality, and growth journey. Thanks again. This is all I can think of at the moment. I hope there are questions you want to ask among these questions. If you have any suggestions, you can leave them in the comment area. Thanks again. Thank you for looking at my work. Chapter 35. I took a day off yesterday. I have read all the comments from readers. In order to respond to everyone, I will add 6 chapters today. In the future, the author of the last chapter will tell me about my request for leave, and it will also be published in the comments section. If you find that there is no update, you can check it out. Thank you, readers, for your support. You can ask questions and suggestions in the comments at any time, and I will answer them. After a distant voyage of more than 3 centuries, the vanguard fleet of the United Nations of Earth finally arrived at the boundary of the large galaxy where the Sky Dome star is located. This place is only 30,000 light-years away from the Sky Dome star, which means that the Earth United Nations fleet has entered the Skynet monitoring range carefully laid out by Shen Xing. When three magnificent spaceships full of futuristic technology came into view, almost instantly, Shen Xing became alert. Facing this sudden alien visitor, he did not dare to relax at all. Recalling the last mysterious visit of the metal ball, Shen Xing is well aware of the risks he may face this time. He immediately released his consciousness and created an invisible body of pure consciousness in the universe. This is a new usage he discovered during his daily exploration of consciousness, which means he can extend part of his consciousness. Although it is useless, it can carry out investigation activities within the scope of consciousness. A series of questions emerged in Shen Xing's mind, but they were also accompanied by strong curiosity. Where do these spaceships come from? What kind of intelligent life is controlling them? How do they look different from humans? To what stage has their society and technology evolved? Why did they come near the Skyvault star? Did they come with peaceful purposes, or did they hide hostile intentions? Full of questions and thoughts, Shen Xing's mental induction quietly penetrated the outer shell of the spacecraft. His exploration operations were smooth and unimpeded, without triggering any alarm-like sound or attracting the attention of the crew on board. Shen Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not completely let go of his vigilance. He knows that this is not only a potential crisis, but also an opportunity that may bring new knowledge and technology to Tianqiangsing and promote the further development of civilization. While dealing with it carefully, we must also ensure the safety of Tianqiang Star, and at the same time, we must try our best to explore the secrets hidden behind this unknown visitor. For thousands of years, Shen Xing has been committed to building and promoting the prosperity and development of human civilization in the sky. He carefully selected and trained 6 disciples and taught them magical skills just to deal with possible extraterrestrial contact. Judging from the magnificence and sense of technology of the 2 spaceships in front of us, the civilization they represent may have reached a level of technology and knowledge that awes the civilizations on the Sky Dome star. If they are hostile to Tianqiangsing, Shen Xing must make a decision quickly. Should we take a preemptive strike or adopt other strategies, such as using clones of stars in the sky to try to capture them by force to obtain more information? Facing a technologically advanced civilization, Shen Xing quickly thought about how to benefit the residents of Tianqiang while ensuring his own safety and advantages. His consciousness first penetrated into the core area of the spacecraft, the cockpit, where the crew controlling the spacecraft were busy. When Shen Xing's consciousness observed these crew members, he was stunned. These intelligent beings that control spaceships are surprisingly similar in appearance to humans. Shen Xing's consciousness surged. When one problem is solved, another problem will follow. Do all intelligent life forms in the universe tend to form similar forms during their evolution? Or is there some kind of cosmic law behind this that he hasn't yet understood? He was immersed in this amazing discovery and thought quietly, does this mean that, despite coming from different planets, the evolutionary paths of life may have some degree of commonality? This possibility made Shen Xing have deeper doubts about the diversity and unity of life in the universe. When Shen Xing was deep in thought about the evolution of life, a clear conversation suddenly came from the cockpit, interrupting his thoughts. Report to Commander, we will arrive in outer space where the target planet is located in 3 hours. A crew member in a blue uniform was reporting the current situation to a serious-looking man. The man called the commander has a resolute face, with clear lines like a sculpture, and a body as tall as a pine. His uniform is straight, and there is a badge representing his military rank on the blue uniform, which makes him look a bit luxurious. Start mobilizing reconnaissance spacecraft and detectors, shut down the main engines, and conduct a comprehensive system check. Yes. Wei Wensa looked at the deep space in the distance. He didn't know whether he was talking to Audiobook beside him or mumbling to himself. Never since the advent of antimatter thrusters has humans traveled such great distances in the stars. Why would we leave our homes if we weren't forced into desperation? Audiobook operated the virtual screen in his hand and answered Wei Wensa's words with some emotion. Commander Wei, how long has it been since you saw wild geese on Earth? The wild geese are the collective name for birds of the genus Anseriformes in the family Anatidae, order Anseriformes, and have been listed as critically endangered species. They often live in groups near water and fly to the north to breed after the spring equinox every year and fly to the south to overwinter after the autumnal equinox. Are you talking about what's in the textbook? I mean, I haven't seen wild geese in a long time, at least 300 years. Then do you think the geese will miss their original hometown? In order to make a living, you don't need to miss your hometown. You just need to look for it. After Wei Wensa finished speaking, he turned around and left the main window of the starship, walked to a chair nearby, and sat down. took out a bottle of strange-colored liquid from his arms, and drank it in one gulp. I have always found nutrient solution to be very unpleasant to drink, but you are actually able to drink it down in one gulp without changing your expression. Olibert spread his hands and began to direct others to perform their respective operations. As for Shen Xing, who was invisible from the side, his consciousness trembled violently after hearing these conversations. That was Huxia. That voice was so pure and so familiar, as if it was awakened directly from his distant memory. Shen Xing's consciousness jumped suddenly, followed by a strong feeling of dizziness, and his consciousness fluctuated in an invisible state. The existence of the conscious body seems to be integrated with the surrounding space, but it also stirs up ripples due to the sudden local accent. His consciousness, as huge as the starry sky, seemed to go blank under this sudden impact, and all his thoughts solidified at this moment. Not only because of the surprise of hearing the mother tongue, but also because of the countless memories and emotions behind that language. His eyes flashed across the earth's mountains, rivers, bustling cities, as well as those kind smiling faces and warm greetings. Shen Xing felt an indescribable surge of emotion, which was a deep attachment to his hometown and endless nostalgia for the past. His consciousness began to long for contact with those people from the earth, to understand their stories, and to tell them his own experiences. At this moment, Shen Xing almost forgot where he was and that he was already a being that transcended the constraints of the body. He just wanted to immerse himself in this sudden local accent and let his soul get some comfort. However, this influence gradually increased and began to spread from Shen Xing's main consciousness to other clones. Chapter 36. Before the Earth fleet arrived, Su Xiaoyi embarked on a journey to the western division of Tianxiong Star, filled with curiosity about the unknown and expectations for the mission. As a student of Shen Xing, he knew that he would face not only the test of nature, but also a profound understanding of human nature and social responsibility. The west of the supercontinent has historically been a place where blasphemers went. So many people don't like to go to the west. There are also many policies and benefits that have not been extended to residents in this direction. Although they are just some issues left over from history, they are also unavoidable for the people of Tianqiangsing who have very strong beliefs. The capital of the Western Division is Shazhou City. Since high-speed rail and airports are only clustered at the borders of other divisions in the Western Division, if you want to continue westward, you can only take a car to go deeper. In this barren area, it seems to have been forgotten by the rapid development of technology. The only way for many people to get information is through letters and newspapers delivered by the post office and newspaper offices in Shazhou City, which also need to be distributed by residents in the west. When they arrived at a small town on the edge of the desert further west of Shazhou City, Su Xiaoyi and the enthusiastic uncle driver said goodbye to each other and said goodbye. After parting ways with the driver, Su Xiaoyi carefully observed the scenery of this small town. A small town on the edge of the desert, called Sandstone Town, lies quietly on the edge of the endless sand sea, as if it is an isolated island in a golden ocean. This place was once burned to the ground by the impact of falling meteorites, and now only a desolate sandy land remains. The town is surrounded by endless sand dunes. Under the sunlight, the sand grains sparkle with dazzling light. Heat waves evaporate in the air, forming distorted light. At the entrance of the town, there is an arch made of weathered rocks and wood, with the name of the sandstone town engraved on it. The writing has been blurred by wind and sand erosion. On both sides of the arch, several drought-tolerant trees grew tenaciously, their branches and leaves swaying gently in the hot wind. After stepping into the gate of Sandstone Town, Su Xiaoyi recorded the local customs and tried to find places with more people in the town. Under the hot sunshine of Xian Town, Su Xiaoyi's footsteps seemed particularly heavy on the dusty path. As he walked, his eyes stopped in front of the simple clinic. There was a long queue in front of the clinic, and every resident in the queue had traces of disease and pain etched on their faces. Su Xiaoyi frowned, and then came to the clinic. All the people in line saw the Xingqiong cult uniform made by Shen Xing on his body, and they all silently made way for a gap. Su Xiaoyi walked into the clinic and saw a few tired doctors trying their best to treat patients under limited conditions. The sparse bottles on the medicine cabinet say it all. Then he walked to the elderly doctor who was managing medicines and asked about the situation. "Hello? May I ask why there is such a long queue at the clinic? We have run out of medicines, and it will take a month to wait for the latest replenishment. Moreover, the local doctors are relatively unfamiliar with the disease and cannot quickly treat these patients. What about those people who are waiting to buy medicine? Maybe there are some urgent cases who are waiting to see a doctor." The city's medical supplies are scheduled to be provided once every 3 months because the road to the town is difficult. Doctors from outside are not willing to come. Local doctors are not professional enough. And this has never happened before, but recently there have been a lot of people with high fevers. It should be some flu. Many people can survive it as long as they can. After talking about these things, the old doctor kept sighing, and his wrinkled face was full of helplessness. Su Xiaoyi briefly asked the old doctor again and left the clinic. Su Xiaoyi walked out of the clinic and saw a mother holding her child. The child's cheeks were red due to high fever. The mother's eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, which touched Su Xiaoyi's heart. Before he had magical powers, he missed a lot of classes because he was frail and sick when he was in school, and his family had to run around for him. Fortunately, he later became a student of the high priest in one go. After possessing the magic, his body was no longer so fragile, and he no longer got sick frequently. Su Xiaoyi stepped forward, touched the child's head, and asked with concern, "Madam, how long has the child been ill?" "It's been 2 days. No matter how I deal with it, my fever has not gone away. There are too many people queuing up, and we don't know if it will be our turn." The mother spoke with tears in her eyes. Although Su Xiaoyi's magic made him strong and healthy, he could not help this poor child. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart, and Shen Xing's voice sounded in his consciousness, "Teacher." Su Xiaoyi shouted in surprise. Then he clearly felt that the teacher seemed to have given him a magical skill. This was an ability that could restore an individual's state to the state before illness, which involved the use of some time power. Su Xiaoyi, use this power to treat those in need. But remember, real change needs to start from the root. "I know how to do it, teacher." Su Xiaoyi digested the use of his ability, and then a faint light appeared in his hand, and he gently touched the child in front of him. The crying child seemed to feel better, and soon the crying stopped. The mother quickly touched the child's forehead and shouted in surprise, "The fever is gone. The child is fine. Thank you, priest." The people around seemed to have heard what the mother said, and they quickly gathered around Su Xiaoyi. Su Xiaoyi first calmed down the enthusiastic crowd, and then started to take action. He first used magic to treat several more serious patients who were close to him, and then other patients waiting in line. Su Xiaoyi has been treating patients in the town these days. His actions quickly spread throughout the town, and people began to call him the God-given doctor. But Su Xiaoyi knows that simple treatment is not a long-term solution. He began to plan how to improve local medical conditions, including establishing a better medical system, training local medical personnel, and promoting basic health knowledge. As a divine attendant, he quickly contacted the medical department of the Western Division and then put forward some constructive suggestions of his own. Although it has not yet been resolved, the medical reform in the remote Western areas has been put on the agenda, and the supporting medical team in the Western Division will arrive soon. These days, Su Xiaoyi is using magic to heal patients. During the treatment, Su Xiaoyi learned from the small town residents that there were more small towns and villages deep in the desert, where the medical conditions were even more backward. After supporting the medical team, he decided to leave Sandstone Town and go deep into the desert to help residents in remote areas. Just after he had been traveling in the desert for a while, Shen Xing's voice full of admiration resounded through his consciousness again. "You have a deeper understanding of Starfather's will. Now, I will teach you higher-level magic." After Su Xiaoyi respectfully expressed his gratitude to Shen Xing, he began to accept the enlightenment and baptism of Shen Xing's humanoid clone. But suddenly, he felt as if a huge force was raging inside his body, tearing at his internal organs crazily. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then his face turned frightened. He felt that the teacher's enlightenment and baptism suddenly stopped in the middle, which made his whole body suffer some serious damage. But his first reaction was not to treat himself, but to confirm whether the teacher was safe. "Teacher! Teacher!" The blood in Su Xiaoyi's mouth was mixed with the fragments of internal organs, but no matter how he shouted, he could not hear Shen Xing's voice. Something happened. Something happened to the teacher. As the divine attendant of Tianqiangxing, Su Xiaoyi understood the current situation almost instantly. He took out his cell phone with difficulty and sent a message to other gods. "Teacher, temple, quick!" Then he fell to the ground in pain, with a strong foreboding feeling in his heart. He struggled to use the magic given to him by Shen Xing to restore his broken body. But it is only a drop in the bucket compared to the speed of collapse caused by the laws of the universe. Su Xiaoyi looked in the direction of the central temple, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He had just left Sandstone Town, probably less than a kilometer away, but for him now, the distance of 1 kilometer is like a chasm. He first tried to stand, but because the laws of the universe were raging in his body, the pain made him kneel on the ground. "I want to go to the teacher." Su Xiaoyi used magic to recover his body while crawling with both hands. Chapter 37. Time goes back to before at this time. Shen Xing's human clone was carefully looking at the information in his hand, which recorded some technologies that had just been born and had established theories. In the Star Pavilion, there is an old man who is cleaning silently. The broom is slowly waving on the ground, making a slight swishing sound. Shen Xing put down the information in his hand and looked at the old man who was cleaning. Thank you, priest. Xingqian Pavilion is already very clean. There is no need to clean it anymore. The power of divine magic is omnipotent. Xingqian Pavilion is already spotless, so why do you need to do this? There was a hint of emotion in Shen Xing's eyes thanks to Huiji. This old man who once held an important position in the Star Sect is now gray-haired, but he still maintains his love for life and his persistence in work. Shen Xing looked helplessly at this old man who should be close to the same age as himself. Since when Jing was released, he often asked Xia Huiji to help him deal with some things. He did it meticulously every time and could not find any faults at all. After Xia Huiji's retirement age, Shen Xing never bothered Xia Huiji, but the 80-year-old man has been silently cleaning every corner of the temple every day since then. High priest, you praise me too much. Xia Huiji stopped the broom in his hand and turned around. The wrinkles on his face revealed traces of time, but his eyes were still clear. Cleaning this Star Pavilion is not only a habit for me, but also a kind of practice. Shen Xing stood up, walked slowly to Xia Huiji's side, and said softly, I understand, priest Xia. I have always admired your belief in Star Father, but you are not young anymore. You should enjoy your old age and don't have to work so hard. Xia Huiji smiled softly and waved his hand. High priest, are you driving me away? Although I am older, my body is still very strong. Besides, I watch this Xingqian Pavilion being built day by day. I have feelings for every stone and tile here. Shen Xing sighed. He knew Xia Huiji's temper. After all, this old man had been with him for 40 years. He gently patted Xia Huiji on the shoulder and said, in that case, then you can continue. After that, Shen Xing didn't say anything more, but walked silently to the gate of Xingqian Pavilion, then stood quietly, with his back to Xia Huiji, and said, Priest Xia, if you want, I can restore your youth. Xia Huiji paused for a moment, then resumed the rhythm of sweeping the floor. His voice was hoarse, but when faced with the temptation to return to youth, he was surprisingly calm. High priest, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel that every wrinkle and every gray hair is. The years I have experienced are the testimony of my faith in Star Father. Shen Xing turned around at this moment and looked deeply at Xia Huiji. He had some respect in his heart for this old man who had spent his whole life silently by his side. Thank you, priest, for your persistence and devotion to Star Father, which is an example for all believers. There was a hint of warmth in Shen Xing's voice. He respected Xia Huiji's choice and understood the old man's respect for the years. Xia Huiji smiled softly and continued his cleaning work as if it was the most important thing in the world. High priest, you are exaggerating. I am just doing what I think is right. Moreover, I feel very honored to be able to contribute to Star Father's hall at this age. Shen Xing nodded. He knew that Xia Huiji's heart had been integrated with Xingqian Pavilion. Every stone and tile here carried his emotions and memories. In that case, I respect your choice. Shen Xing said slowly, his eyes showing deep respect. But if you need anything, let me know anytime. High priest, thank you for your concern. I will continue to guard this Star Pavilion until I can no longer walk. Just after Xia Huiji said his last words, Shen Xing suddenly trembled and then fell straight backwards. Xia Huiji was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then the broom in his hand fell to the ground. He was shocked and turned pale, and hurriedly took his old steps and ran towards Shen Xing, High Priest. His voice was full of anxiety and disbelief. Shen Xing's body fell to the ground. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. Xia Huiji knelt beside Shen Xing and stretched out his trembling hand to test Shen Xing's breathing and pulse. He found that Shen Xing's breathing had stopped and his pulse had not moved at all, as if, quick, come quickly, get someone here quickly, notify the Institute of Life. Xia Huiji shouted outside, with a hint of trembling and sorrow in his voice. The priests outside the door heard the noise and rushed in. When they saw Shen Xing lying on the ground, they were also shocked. Quick, go and notify the Life Institute to come over immediately. The priests are very anxious. They all know that Shen Xing is not only the high priest of the Star Sect, but also the spiritual pillar of the entire Sky Star. Shen Xing's sudden collapse will be a huge impact on the Star Sect and the entire planet. Xia Huiji gently straightened Shen Xing's head and supported him with his own body. He stared at Shen Xing closely, praying silently in his heart soon. The medical team from the Life Hospital hurriedly arrived. When they saw Shen Xing's condition, they also looked solemn. Thank you, priest. Please step aside and let us inspect the high priest. After hearing the words of the person in charge of the Life Institute, Xiaohuiji stood up slowly and gave up his position. But his eyes were still fixed on Shen Xing, and his heart was filled with worry. The medical team quickly launched an examination. They used the most advanced medical equipment to conduct a comprehensive examination of Shen Xing. The priests waited anxiously for the results. Xiaohuiji looked at the busy people. He wanted to do something, but no one needed him now. He wanted to know what happened to Shen Xing, but he knew nothing about medicine. He could only stand there blankly, with tears rolling down his eyes. He is now just a helpless old man faced with this sudden accident. He could do everything meticulously, but now he can't do anything and can't do anything. High Priest, it's my fault for not taking good care of you. Xiaohuiji's whispers echoed in the Xingqian pavilion. His face was full of self-blame and helplessness, and his heart was full of uneasiness and fear. Time passed by, and the air in Xingqian pavilion seemed to be frozen. Everyone was waiting for the diagnosis results of the medical team. Finally, after a period of intense inspection, the person in charge of the Life Hospital stood up, with a look of sadness on his face. Priests, the High Priest. The person in charge's voice broke the silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, their faces full of anxiety and nervousness. What's wrong with the High Priest? Tell me quickly. Why bother at this time? Can you afford the delay? Facing the questions from everyone, the person in charge of the Life Institute just remained silent and said the words that no one wanted to hear. The High Priest has returned to Starfather. The air in Xingqian Pavilion seemed to solidify at this moment, and the words of the person in charge were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Xiaohuiji stood in the corner without any words or actions. It's just the turbid tears in the corners of my eyes that I still can't hold back. Fell on the spotless ground. Chapter 38. Warning before reading. This chapter has a lot of bad reviews, and many people are angry, so you can skip it, but I still hope you will at least finish reading this reminder. What I want to express in the outline is that the consciousness has received a little impact, and then the memories of the past life and this life are mixed. The huge consciousness also symbolizes that everything will not be forgotten, especially the precious memories of the past life. Just like everyone will have unforgettable memories, and in some inadvertent moments, they will be evoked by familiar objects or events, making your memories fresh again. As expected, this is a growth chapter for the protagonist. The Earth where the protagonist once lived has disappeared. Even if they are in the same universe, the era of the current Earth is far different from the era of the protagonist's life. Therefore, there will be a conflict between the protagonist and the Earth civilization in the current universe. We are on the same road, very strange, and the two chapters before this are also to express the bond between the protagonist and the people of Tianqiong Star. This is why after experiencing this dream, Shen Xing regards Tianqiong Star as his current hometown in his heart, because the protagonist is eager to abandon the past, and because the author is also eager to express maybe the writing is not strong enough to show the desired effect perfectly, or maybe most readers don't like this kind of plot. I'm sorry to dissatisfy you with low-quality chapters in the text QAQ, because revising the entire chapter will create a sense of fragmentation. I would like to trouble readers. If you don't like it, please skip this chapter directly. Shen Xing, it's time to get up. It's time to cook braised pork ribs today. Shen Xing squinted his tired eyes, turned around on the bed, and relaxed his numb arms. He didn't respond to his mother's words. He just turned on his phone and looked at the time. 11:37. I can sleep some more. Shen Xing slowly closed his eyes again when he woke up again. He was woken up by the sound of a phone call. He picked up the phone a little irritably and looked at the note of the call. Shen Ling, hello. Hey, brother. What should I do if Zhang Wo doesn't eat cat food? Is he sick? Do I need to take him to the pet hospital? If you feed it so much mess every day, it still needs to eat cat food. Even if you stuff it in its mouth, it won't eat it. Shen Xing responded a little irritably. The clear female voice on the other side paused for a moment, and then continued. Okay then, Grandma asked you to come back for dinner in the evening and talk about making dumplings. What kind of stuffing? Leeks and cabbage. I'll take a look and talk about it. If there is any work at night, I won't necessarily come back. After Shen Xing finished speaking quickly, he hung up the phone and lay on the bed again, doing his daily routine of mobile games. After finishing his routine, he read some novels and watched short videos. He stretched and got ready to get up. Shen Xing rubbed his messy hair and walked out of the room to the kitchen. Apart from a bowl of rice sealed with plastic wrap, there was only a solitary plate of braised pork ribs on the dining table. I picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating the rice with the ribs. I kept looking for movies to watch while eating. The meal is over, but the movie hasn't been found yet. He placed the dishes and chopsticks on the table without moving them. My mother is a very clean person. so she always keeps her home very clean. Every time she comes back, everything will be restored to its original state. Shen Xing quickly washed up, locked the door with the key, and then put the key under the footmat. My father is a person who comes home very late. Every time he comes home yawning and covered in mud, he is not afraid that no one will be able to get in. Shen Xing rode his electric bike to his grandma's house. Shen Ling and Shun Hao were playing around in the yard. After seeing Shen Xing coming, Shen Ling hurriedly greeted him, and then Shun Hao started to put on a face. My sister is playing with my brother and won't play with me again. I'm going to find Grandma. Shen Hao ran back home angrily. Shen Ling completely ignored Shun Hao's intention. She hurriedly said to Shen Xing, "Brother, it's been a long time since you came here. Quickly check if Jiang Wo has lost his appetite." Shen Xing raised his head and glanced at the second floor. There was Jiang Wo's kitten room, and the sound of meowing came from inside. Jiang Wo is a lively civet cat. Every time he hears Shen Xing's voice, he meows loudly. Because Shen Xing would bring some cat strips or canned cats every time he came to his grandma's house. Maybe Jiang Wo thought that Shen Xing had returned from hunting after a long time. Shen Xing parked the car and followed Shen Ling into the house. Grandma's house is a 2-story building allocated by the village. There is a small yard outside. When you enter the yard, you can hear the chickens raised by Grandma chirping. As soon as I opened the door, I heard my grandma's voice coming from the kitchen. "Here comes the star. Sit down quickly. The food will be ready soon." Shen Xing came to the kitchen first and saw the short old lady busy cooking and cooking. She also had to peel 2 garlic cloves and hammer her legs from time to time. "I'll be leaving in a moment, Grandma. I'll see how the kitten is doing." "Has your lumbar disc gotten better these past 2 days? Your legs are still numb? Didn't you say you shouldn't do so much work?" "Oh, I have nothing to do. I just need to lie down for a while after cooking." "Go and see the kitten. It's not put down upstairs. Why don't you put it down for a while and close the kitchen door?" Shen Xing opened her mouth after listening to her grandma's words, and then blurted out, "It's been such a long time since I last saw you. I miss you so much." Shen Xing didn't know why he said this, but his nose was a little sore when he said this, but he felt strange. "Oh, what do you have here? Just come and take a look when you are not busy. Come home for dinner tonight. The rice is well cooked and the dumplings are made with your favorite fillings. And what you said you wanted to do before. Eat chicken wings. Your father, mother, and uncle are all coming back for dinner tonight. Let me take a look. It might be a little busy at night." Okay. If you can't come back, I'll ask your mother to take you home." "Home? That home? Sky Star? No, where's the star in the sky?" Shen Xing was a little distracted, but quickly recovered. He felt that he was a little uncomfortable today. Maybe it was because he came back too late after going out for dinner with his friends last night, and he was woken up again today, so he didn't get enough sleep. "Okay, then I'll go up and have a look." Shen Xing left the kitchen and went upstairs to the kitten room. Shen Ling was squatting next to Jiang Wo, the civet cat, looking worriedly, but Jiang Wo narrowed his eyes indifferently, as if he didn't want to pay attention to her. After Jiang Wo saw Shen Xing's figure, he meowed twice, jumped to Shen Xing's legs and rubbed it twice, then looked up at Shen Xing and meowed again. Shen Xing reached out and touched the cat's head. Jiang Wo rubbed Shen Xing's hand with some enjoyment. "It's been a long time since I brought you food." For some reason, Shen Xing murmured to himself, "Yes, because you haven't been here for a long time. Last time you told Grandma that you wanted the sandbags from your childhood, Grandma sewed a big bag for you, and you didn't come to get it." Shen Xing remembered that the last time he came back was a month ago. He didn't want his grandma to look lonely with nothing to do at home, so he lied that he needed sandbags for company activities and asked his grandma to help sew a few. Actually, he forgot, but Grandma remembers it in her heart. After Shen Ling finished speaking, she puffed up her cheeks like an angry pufferfish, which made Shen Xing feel a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. "Has Shen Hao gone to school these 2 days? I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. I played at home for 2 days. How was your high school entrance examination?" "Of course I did well on the exam. Did you copy it?" "Shut up." Shen Xing looked at Shen Ling, who was a little bit crazy, and smiled slightly. Then he touched Jiang Wo and put him on the stairs. As soon as Jiang Wo saw that he could go out to play, he rushed down the stairs, meowing twice. But after a while he heard his grandma's somewhat angry shout, "Don't go to the kitchen. Go, go." It seems that Jiang Wo went straight to the kitchen as soon as he got downstairs. He is indeed a fighting cat among cats. No matter how many times he is kicked out, he will not admit defeat. "Don't forget to close the kitchen door next time." Shen Xing murmured to remind himself that he seemed to have forgotten to close the door when he went upstairs. After he went downstairs, he came to the back room. At this time, There were dinosaur toys lying upside down on the floor. Shen Hao was knocking them down with table tennis balls. Meteorite. Big meteorite. Boom. Boom. Just as Shen Xing was about to say something, he suddenly felt a little dizzy, probably because he didn't sleep well. He always thought Shen Hao was noisy, but in fact he was no different from his childhood self when she was a child. Shen Xing was particularly fond of dinosaurs. She often watched The Naughty Blue Cat, 3,000 Questions of the Age of Dinosaurs, on TV, and then imitated dinosaurs to run around. She often asked her parents why there were no dinosaurs in the world. Shen Hao, do you miss me? You always play with your sister, I don't miss you. Shen Hao snorted, because Shen Xing found Shen Hao very annoying, so he often secretly took Shen Ling out to play, which made Shen Hao feel a little unbalanced after knowing about it. Then let me play with dinosaurs with you? Okay, then you act like a bad guy and hit dinosaurs with meteorites. Shen Hao was a little excited. He handed the bucket of ping-pong balls to Shen Xing, and then asked Shen Xing to attack the dinosaur toys on the ground. Shen Xing helplessly picked up the table tennis ball and started knocking down the toys. As an adult, he knocked them all down quickly. Shen Hao couldn't help but scream. You succeeded. You killed them all. For some reason, Shen Xing's head felt dizzy again. He felt a little dazed. He thought it was Shen Hao's noise, so he found an excuse to leave the back room and came to the living room. As soon as he arrived in the living room, Shen Xing found his mother coming in with 2 big bags of vegetables. After seeing Shen Xing, he made a joke. Are you up? We are in the same house and I haven't seen you for almost a week. I've been too busy these 2 days, so I slept a little too long. Shen Xing said a few words casually, then picked up the key and prepared to leave. Hearing his mother's voice, his grandma also walked out of the kitchen. Shen Xing is leaving? Can I bring you something to eat in the unit? No, Grandma. I'm going to order takeout. Eat less takeout and eat better at home. After hearing Shen Xing's words, her mother couldn't help but tell her, okay, I understand. Shen Xing picked up the key, came outside the door and started the electric car. The sun is very harsh in the hot summer. It has just rained heavily, so the humidity in the air is very high, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Before Shen Xing could leave, Grandma followed him out to see him off. Slow down on the road. I understand, Grandma. You should go back. It's too stuffy outside. Hearing that Shen Xing was leaving, her mother quickly came out of the house, talking as she walked. Hey, that's right. Bring 2 cigarettes for your dad when you come back. If you want any cigarettes, send them to me via WeChat, and I'll go and see if they are available. Okay. Please slow down on the road and don't use your phone while riding. I know. Go back quickly, Shen Xing said as he rode away from his grandma's house, and then, Shen Xing's world turned upside down in an instant. He only remembered the bright light on the phone screen, followed by the screeching sound of brakes and the loud crash. At that moment, he felt unprecedented fear and despair. Then everything fell into darkness. Chapter 39. Shen Xing's vision was blurred, and anxious and concerned voices sounded in his ears. He felt like he had a dream in the dream. Shen Xing saw himself riding an electric bicycle in the rain, with the light of his mobile phone flashing in his hand. He wants to stop, but the body is out of control until that terrible impact. He tried to focus, but everything was spinning, making him feel sick. He could feel his heart beating wildly in his chest, and every beat was accompanied by pain. High Priest, you're awake. A young priest on the medical team exclaimed in surprise. The person in charge of the life hospital quickly stepped forward and checked Shen Xing's vital signs. The High Priest's signs of life are recovering, but he is still very weak. We need to continue to monitor and make sure there are no other complications. No. The voices of the people around him stopped with Shen Xing's hoarse voice, and they looked at the High Priest's face with tears streaming down his face. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what it was that made the High Priest shed tears. In everyone's impression, the High Priest is always a calm and rational person without any strong emotional fluctuations. When everyone was stunned, Xia Huizhi ran to Shen Xing's side and grabbed Shen Xing's hand. High Priest, how are you? Xia Huizhi's voice was obviously trembling, and his eyes were full of worry and uneasiness. Looking at Xia Huizhi's appearance, Shen Xing couldn't help but open his mouth, but looking at Xia Huizhi's vicissitudes of face, he still didn't say anything. I'm fine. I just had a dream. I met Starfather. Starfather? Xia Huizhi repeated, his voice filled with uncertainty and exploration. High Priest, you mean, you saw Starfather in your dream? Shen Xing nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting the dim light coming from the window, and the expression on his face was unpredictable. Yes, I met Starfather. The atmosphere in the ward became more solemn. The members of the medical team looked at each other, not knowing how to respond to Shen Xing's words. The revelations and dreams seemed to have a deeper meaning that only the high priest can understand and comprehend. Xia Huizhi relaxed his grip on Shen Xing's hand slightly, and his voice was low and powerful. High Priest, Star Father's Oracle, we will talk about it later. We will all keep your teachings in mind. But right now, your safety and health are the most important to us. Thank you. I'm fine. It's just that this dream made me re-examine myself. Shen Xing smiled slightly. Although there were still tears on his face, there was a hint of relief in his smile. The person in charge of the Life Academy asked softly, High Priest, do you need to rest? Or is there anything we need to do? I just want to be quiet and think about it now. You all go out and leave me alone for a while. The medical team and Xia Huizhi slowly exited the ward, leaving Shen Xing alone. Shen Xing was lying on the bed, looking through the window and staring at the distant sky. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Get out of the way. I want to see the teacher. Shi Xinyang, Shi Xinchu. Wait a minute. The high priest said there is no one around now. Yang Sa and Chu Shixin were stopped by a group of priests. They were very anxious. After receiving the news from Su Xiaoyi, they ran nonstop towards the central temple. Since the two of them were relatively close, they rushed back quickly. The two of them are now the star god attendants, and their physical fitness is beyond the reach of ordinary people. No ordinary means of transportation can keep up with their speed. Yang Sa, Chu Shixin, calm down, the teacher is fine. A slightly calm voice came from behind Yang Sa and Chu Shixin. They looked back and found that Yi Wu had also rushed back at some point. Yi Wu, how did you know? You too. Are you just barging in here without reading the news? Yang Sa and Chu Shixin touched their heads, took out their mobile phones and looked at the messages, and found that Su Xiaoyi had sent a message in the group of divine servants. The teacher is okay. What do you mean, Lao Su? You called us back in a hurry, and everything happened again. Chu Shixin put his cell phone in his pocket and said angrily with his arms crossed. It's good that the teacher is fine, otherwise I will use magic to force my way in. Yang Sa breathed a sigh of relief, and then Danfeng glanced at the group of priests, making the priests blush. The priests were madly grateful to the rules and regulations of the Star Sect and the high priest in their hearts. Fortunately, these divine servants had some scruples, otherwise they would really not be able to stop the few people with the power of divine magic. How can you use divine magic at will? Yang Sa, you are a little impatient. Yi Lian also came to the temple. Although she came in very slowly, the dense beads of sweat on her face betrayed her impatient heart. Why don't you wipe your sweat first before talking, Sister Yi? Yang Sa chuckled lightly, and then Yi Lian realized that he was sweating profusely and his face was a little flushed, but he still snorted and stood quietly in the temple. Just when everyone was joking with each other, Lin Luan helped Su Xiaoyi walk in. Everyone saw that Su Xiaoyi was covered in blood scabs, and they were stunned for a moment and then hurriedly came over to greet them. Okay, Xiaolin, you can let me go. Brother Su, can you do it by yourself? Lin Luan asked with some concern. Su Xiaoyi shook his head and then said, I'm fine. If it weren't for this injury, I wouldn't have noticed the teacher's abnormality at the first time. Su Xiaoyi's words made all the divine attendants present fall silent. There was worry and guilt in their eyes, and they obviously felt remorseful for what happened to Shen Xing. Brother Su, what's the matter with your injuries? Yang Sa frowned and asked with concern. Su Xiaoyi waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. It's just some minor injuries, nothing to worry about. The important thing is the teacher. How is he now? Although I generally know that the teacher's condition has stabilized, I don't know the specific situation. Yi Wu took over the topic and said in a deep voice, the teacher doesn't want to be disturbed, so we are all waiting outside. Isn't the teacher always very powerful? Why is it suddenly like this? Chu Shixin scratched his head and asked with some confusion. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the divine attendants changed. Chu Shixin, how can you talk about the teacher casually? It's time to change your temper. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. Yi Lian suddenly said in a cold voice, which made Chu Shixin's aura weaken by 2 points. He shrank his neck to show that he should shut up. Even teachers may have accidents. As divine servants, we should provide support and protection to teachers at such times. Yi Lian sighed softly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Lin Luan nodded and agreed. Sister Yi is right. We should stay calm now and wait until the teacher summons us before we go in. At this moment, Xia Huizhi walked out with a trace of solemnity on his face, which made several divine attendants look seriously. The high priest wants to see you. You can go in. Chapter 40. Just after Shen Xing regained consciousness, he took over the consciousness body in the Earth fleet again. At this time, Shen Xing was able to start thinking again, why do people on Earth come here? To what extent has Earth's science and technology developed? Could it be that we observed a planet exactly like the Earth in space and came to check it out of curiosity? At this time, a meeting was taking place in the fleet's conference room. Shen Xing stopped thinking and listened carefully. Wei Wensu sat in the main seat, while the remaining two captains participated in the meeting in the form of projections. Also in the conference room were several people wearing spacesuits, who seemed to be members of the reconnaissance fleet mentioned earlier. Commander-in-Chief Wei Wensu's voice clearly spread through the communication system to every ship. Attention, everyone. We will suspend sailing in 1 hour and take a temporary rest. Wei Wensu issued the order. As the order was conveyed, the crew quickly took action and began to prepare for rest and recuperation. Wei Wensu turned to face the conference room, where many senior generals, scientific advisors, and pioneer reconnaissance team members had gathered. After 2 centuries of arduous voyage, our new hope is now close at hand. And behind us, the main fleet of Earth civilization will also arrive at its new homeland in 20 years. There was a trace of unnoticeable excitement in Wei Wensu's words, and the applause in the conference room came like a tide, but soon subsided when Wei Wensu raised his hand. Although victory is in sight, we cannot relax our vigilance. Wei Wensu's expression suddenly became serious, and he said coldly, "The Milky Way may have fallen into the hands of aliens, and our home planet Earth is also in danger of being occupied." His words were heavy, making everyone present feel an invisible pressure. The target planet could become our new home, a safe haven. But before that, we must conduct a comprehensive survey to ensure there are no potential threats. Wei Wensu then announced an important mission, led by Major General Liu Hongfeng and Professor Alibert, to conduct a detailed inspection of the target planet. Major General Liu Hongfeng, Professor Alibert, you will be responsible for this survey mission. Wei Wensu's eyes stayed on the two of them briefly, and then he issued detailed instructions. I need you to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the environment, climate, and ecosystem of Earth 2, and report to me. Commander Wei, if there is intelligent life on the target planet, can we try to avoid conflicts and seek the possibility of peaceful coexistence? Professor Alibert stood up to speak. With obvious worry on his face, Wei Wensu frowned, and his answer was emotionless. If they pose a threat to us, they must be eliminated immediately. We cannot allow anything to jeopardize the future of humanity. Professor Alibert wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Richard on the side. Alibert, what are you still struggling with? This is an order, not a discussion. Major General Liu Hongfeng, get ready to go. Seeing Alibert being stopped by Richard, Wei Wensu said to Liu Hongfeng, as you command, Commander. Major General Liu Hongfeng answered succinctly, and then quickly left the conference room. Preparing to carry out the mission, Alibert sat down helplessly, his heart full of contradictions and struggles. Richard's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the illusion in his heart. When Wei Wensu saw that Alibert was still struggling with the issue of intelligent life, he couldn't help but emphasize again, remember, our first priority is to ensure the survival and development of mankind. Any possible threat must be eliminated. As the meeting ended, the crew began to get busy, preparing to carry out the survey mission to Earth 2. Shen Xing's consciousness quietly observed all this. After the meeting ended, complex emotions surged in his heart, which eventually turned into a faint anger. If it were other alien races, Shen Xing might be able to predict and even accept it. But in front of him, he was facing people from Earth, his former compatriots. For some reason, this made him find it particularly difficult to accept. Not only did they plan to invade his planet, but they also planned to kill the people on the Sky Planet. Even if there is no enmity between each other, the level of civilization is getting higher and higher, but the cruel behavior is like that of beasts. If civilization has no choice in this universe, then they will all fall at our feet. In Shen Xing's heart, the Earth has already passed away with his death and that dream. Now I only have one home, that is the Sky Star. A group of displaced fugitives still want to conquer my planet and my civilization. What a wishful thinking. Since you chose to deliver it to my door, it just solves my urgent need. Shen Xing was thinking that the arrival of people from Earth might provide an opportunity for the civilization upgrade of Tianqiong Star. The large troops from the rear will also arrive in 20 years. This is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. By absorbing all the achievements of the Earth civilization, Tianqiong Star will soon achieve a technological leap. Now Shen Xing has completely grasped the details of the people on Earth. Due to insufficient technological level, they were unable to participate in the galactic war, and in the end they had no choice but to flee. Their goal is the Sky Star, this place they call their new home. Shen Xing knew that it was just a reconnaissance fleet of the Earthlings. It will be a huge threat to the civilization on the Sky Star, but there are not only humans in the Sky Star in him. Shen Xing acted immediately, switching his consciousness to his human clone, preparing for the upcoming war. While he wants to ensure the safety of Tianxiong Star, he also needs to use this opportunity to further improve the level of civilization of Tianxiong Star. Central Temple. In the Star Pavilion in Xingchen Pavilion, Shen Xing was facing his 6 students. The 6 divine attendants' eyes were firm, ready to listen to Shen Xing's teachings. We are facing unprecedented challenges, and a powerful civilization is approaching us. They intend to conquer our planet and threaten our way of life and beliefs. The glory of Star Father cannot be desecrated, and our home cannot be violated. Today will be the moment when you truly fight for Star Father and all mankind. The 6 students were shocked at first, and then showed anger and determination on their faces. Su Xiaoyi, as the eldest among them, was the first to express his stance. Teacher, please rest assured, we will spare no effort to defend the glory of Star Father and protect the people of Tianxiong Star. Shen Xing nodded in approval. The enemy's technology far exceeds ours. You must deal with it carefully. Then Shen Xing consolidated the 6 people's magical skills and helped Su Xiaoyi repair his physical injuries. The 6 people felt that they had been completely transformed. But while repairing Su Xiaoyi's body, he found some strange ingredients in his body, but it seemed that he didn't know about it. Shen Xing couldn't help but take another look at Su Xiaoyi, preparing to explore it more carefully in the future. Thank you, teacher, for your gift. The students responded in unison, their voices full of gratitude and respect. The enemy has not arrived yet. You should go and rest first to prepare for the upcoming battle. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will be your strong backing. The uneasiness in the students' hearts was dispelled and replaced by firm belief. As long as the teacher is here, we have nothing to fear. The 6 people thought silently in their hearts. They believed that with Shen Xing in charge of the Sky Star, any enemy would return without success. In the distant space, Shen Xing's consciousness has been monitoring the movements of people on Earth. At this time, the reconnaissance spacecraft is heading to the Sky Dome Star at an extremely fast speed. There's about an hour left. The reconnaissance fleet will reach the outer space of the Sky Planet. Chapter 41. Although the size of the reconnaissance ship is small compared with the huge Vanguard ship, it is still an awe-inspiring giant ship when viewed up close. At this time, in the hall inside the reconnaissance ship, 50 humanoid mechas and 5 small experimental spacecraft were neatly arrayed, waiting for the upcoming mission. An engineer reported to Major General Lu Hongfeng. Reporting to Major General, the mecha has sufficient ammunition and is ready to go at any time. Very good. Lu Hongfeng nodded and turned to Ollie Bert. How is the satellite ready? Satellites include reconnaissance satellites and armed satellites, which have different purposes. Ollie Bert has been looking a little depressed and powerless since his setback yesterday. He replied in a low voice, "Get ready. Once it reaches the target planet, it can be launched immediately." Seeing Alibert's low attitude, Lu Hongfeng snorted dissatisfiedly. Professor Olibert, no matter what your personal emotions are, you must understand that your first priority is to consider from the perspective of the entire human race, for the future of all U.S. people on Earth. For the ultimate victory, we can even sacrifice the lives of our own people, let alone the lives of aliens. Olibert lowered his head and remained silent. His heart was still full of contradictions and struggles. He knew that Lu Hongfeng's words might be strategically correct, but he still found it difficult to accept this cold reality in his heart. When Lu Hongfeng saw this, he did not force him. He spoke in a slightly slower tone. I understand your concerns, but the mission we have is huge. Our goal is to ensure the survival and continuation of civilization on Earth, even if that means making hard choices. Olibert took a deep breath and tried to adjust his emotions. As a member of the team, he must put aside his personal emotions and focus on the upcoming task. I understand, Major General Lu Hongfeng. Olibert raised his head. His eyes regained some brilliance. I will do my best to complete my mission. Seeing that Olibot had regained his determination, Lu Hongfeng nodded slightly and acknowledged Professor Alibot's attitude. Then he turned back to the command podium and began to issue further instructions and make final arrangements for the upcoming reconnaissance mission. Attention all personnel, we will arrive at the target planet within an hour. Reconnaissance team, check your equipment and make sure all sensors and communications equipment are in optimal condition. Members of the investigation team responded quickly, and Olibert was also in the investigation team. They began to conduct final inspections of the equipment. Their mission is to collect detailed data about the target planet and provide accurate intelligence for the Vanguard fleet and the subsequent main fleet. Mecha team, prepare for battle. Once an unexpected situation occurs, we will be ready to take immediate action to ensure the safety of the investigation team. The humanoid mecha pilots all responded, and then conducted final system checks in their respective control cabins to ensure that the mecha's weapon systems and power units were in optimal condition. Professor Olibert, are the investigation team ready? Olibert nodded. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that he had a heavy responsibility. Our reconnaissance team is ready, Major General. We will conduct a detailed analysis of the environment of the target planet and look for areas suitable for human habitation. The atmosphere in the cabin was tense and serious, and everyone knew their mission. Their eyes were firm, and their hearts were full of expectations for the upcoming mission and curiosity about the unknown. In the boundless starry sky, a fleet full of technology is advancing at an extremely fast speed. They are the main fleet of people on Earth, carrying the dreams and destiny of more than 5 billion people. This huge fleet consists of more than 3,000 giant ships, each of which is comparable to a giant floating city. Their grandeur and splendor are awe-inspiring. In the conference room of the fleet, senior officials of the Earth United Nations are holding a meeting with unconcealable joy on his face. Joint Leader Wei Hong announced the long-awaited news to the senior officials present. Everyone, we finally have some exciting news. Commander Wei Wensu has received good news. The Vanguard fleet has arrived not far from the target planet. The long journey of hundreds of years finally ushered in the dawn of hope. The faces of the senior executives present all showed expressions of excitement. The pain of losing home and the bitterness of being displaced will now come to an end. Now that the new home is in sight, how can we not feel excited? Commander Wei Wensu ordered the fleet to take a short rest and sent a reconnaissance spacecraft to explore the situation. According to Commander Wei, based on various assessments, there seems to be no civilization on the target planet that can threaten our existence. There was a hint of relaxation in his tone, but then he became serious again. Even if there are some intelligent creatures of lower civilizations, they are not a danger to us. Admiral Mike has issued an order to Wei Wensu. Once intelligent creatures of lower civilizations are discovered, they will be eliminated immediately. There was a hint of cruelty in Wei Hong's words, but some people already had a look of intolerance on their faces. Li Xiaowei, a member of the United Nations Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stood up with anger and excitement in her voice. Chief of Guards, I firmly oppose General Mike's order. We humans on Earth are not a cruel civilization. We cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately, and we cannot impose pain on others because of our own experiences. Wei Hong was slightly angry. He tried to comfort Li Xiaowei. Li Xiaowei, I understand your mood, but we must think about the future of all mankind. We have granted Commander Wei Wensu temporary decision-making authority. He has already made a decision. Unless he is revoked from his post now, his order cannot be changed. We must obey the overall situation and not let personal emotions affect the future of the entire human race. Have you forgotten the ruins of the Dill civilization we discovered in the Twin Galaxy? You should also know the interpreted contents. Are you saying this now to make the Earth's civilization irreversible? Li Xiaowei's face turned pale. Of course he had heard of the Deer civilization site. It is precisely because of the information reserves left in that site that the Earth has made a technological leap and successfully achieved today's technological level. But after a long period of interpretation, scientists discovered that this civilization was once a friendly alien civilization dedicated to helping the development of lower civilizations. But it became an inconspicuous piece of history in the universe because of the backstab of a certain affiliated civilization. A member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs next to him also persuaded softly. Li Xiaowei, what the chief said is absolutely true. We must put the overall situation first. Although Li Xiaowei was still full of indignation, she knew that her thoughts could no longer change the current situation. She could only sit back on the chair silently, praying silently in her heart. May there be no intelligent life on that planet, and may we humans not become executioners covered in blood. Chapter 42. After a short observation, Shen Xing had a rough understanding of the level of civilization and technology of the people on Earth. This made him feel a strong desire. People on Earth have been able to cross such vast distances, and they seem to have used some wonderful means. Shen Xing was able to sense some of the remnants of Space Force on the Earth ship. In other words, they are very likely to have experienced a space jump. Compared to the science fiction novels Shen Xing read before his rebirth, this is considered a relatively luxurious level of technology. I don't know how many years it took for the people on Earth in this universe to climb step by step from the technological level of the 21st century to today's heights. Shen Xing knows very well that if the current technology of Tianqiong Star is used as a starting point, it will take at least thousands of years of hard work to achieve the current achievements of people on Earth. If the Earth's technology can be completely absorbed and integrated, Skystar will be able to bridge the development gap of thousands of years. This is a qualitative leap. Although the current technology of Tianqiong Star is still lagging behind compared with that of Earth, Shen Star has its own unique advantages. First of all, he now understands the scale of the people on the Earth almost to the bone, while the people on the Earth know nothing about the civilization of the Sky Star. Even if the people on Earth conduct reconnaissance, the information they have must be limited. After all, the Sky Star has the unpredictable variable of star fathers. Secondly, Shen Xing fully possesses the power to destroy the entire Earth fleet. Even if the main fleet of Earth civilization arrives, Shen Xing has no fear. People on Earth can only rely on the power of technology. The Sky Dome Star is guarded by countless celestial bodies in the universe. Even without using all his strength, Shen Xing was able to intercept the Earthlings' main fleet and launch a counterattack, causing the Earthlings to pay a heavy price. What makes Shen Xing even more confident is the trump card in his hand, Tianyuan Star. From the moment he sensed the Earth fleet, Shen Xing summoned his Tianyuan Star clone and let it head towards the Sky Dome Galaxy at an astonishing speed. Nowadays, the huge star of Tianyuan Star cannot even be defined as a star, and the small black hole carried in the core of the star makes Tianyuan Star an incomprehensible cosmic object. Once Tianyuan Star's huge gravitational pull is fully released, will completely tear the entire galaxy apart. Shen Xing believes that as long as it is used properly, Tianyuan Star will become the key to determining the situation of the battle. Therefore, Shen Xing has no panic in his heart at this moment. Facing the upcoming crisis, he did not even plan to inform the people of Tianqiong Star for the time being. He hopes to take this opportunity to make mankind realize more deeply that only by uniting as one and developing civilization with all our strength can we survive in the torrent of the universe. After a short voyage, the Earth civilization's reconnaissance spacecraft finally arrived above the Sky Dome Star. Through the huge screen on the spacecraft, the members of the reconnaissance team stared at the blue planet below. The torrent of emotion surged in everyone's heart, and many people couldn't help but burst into tears. Hundreds of years of lonely travel, countless generations of perseverance and sacrifice. Now, they finally arrived at their dream new home. This planet, called their new home, appeared in front of them with its splendor similar to that of the Earth hundreds of years ago. Activate the hull concealment system and release satellites for further investigation. Major General Liu Hongfeng's voice was also filled with rare, uncontrollable excitement, and he quickly issued the order. As the order was conveyed, dozens of satellites were released from the reconnaissance spacecraft. They each entered different orbits of the Sky Dome Star and began detailed exploration of the planet. The satellite is operating normally, the detection equipment is started, and various data are starting to be detected. With the sound of the system, the large screen is divided into multiple small screens, showing the magnificent scene of the sky stars from different angles. The machine broadcast in the spacecraft began its broadcast, and each piece of data shocked the scientists even more. The planet's surface temperature is being measured. The surface temperature is approximately 14 degrees Celsius. The current rotation and revolution period of the planet is being detected. The rotation period is about 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. The revolution period is about 365.24219 days. Detecting satellites. The distance between the target satellite and the planet is about 363,104 to 405,696 kilometers and is rotating counterclockwise from west to east around the target planet. The satellite's rotation and revolution period are being detected. The rotation period is about 27.32 days of Earth time. The revolution period is about 27.32 days of Earth time. Chief Scientist Ollie Burt looked at the data on the big screen with dull eyes. Perfect, simply too perfect, almost exactly the same environment as the Earth. Only the continental plates are similar to the theoretical supercontinents, and the other data are even more perfect than the Earth. Other scientists were also shocked by this series of findings. They couldn't believe that there was a planet so similar to the Earth in the universe. This is nothing short of a miracle. I can't believe it either. There are planets in the universe that are so similar to the Earth. What shocked the scientists even more was that the reconnaissance spacecraft also detected Sky Dome's little friend, the Moon, similar to the Earth. Except for a slightly different color, its mass, diameter, and distance from the Earth to the Moon are exactly the same as the Earth's moon. So, have we come to another dimension of Earth? A scientist suddenly asked this question with a confused look on his face. Professor Olibert shook his head and rejected this hypothesis. It's unlikely. Except for the structure of the Earth and the Moon here, the surrounding environment is completely different from the Earth. The universe is so vast that it is very possible that there is a planet similar to the second Earth. We should just be lucky enough to discover it. As the investigation deepened, the scientists' mood gradually changed from shock to awe. They realized that Tianxiong was not only a planet similar to the Earth, its existence itself is a miracle of the universe and the best proof of their exploration of the unknown. But before everyone could escape from their obsession, they were suddenly interrupted by a burst of rapid sirens. Warning! Warning! The machine's announcement became more urgent, and every word seemed to strike the heartstrings of the members of the investigation team. Man-made building discovered. Man-made building discovered. Technological creations discovered in outer space. Technological creations discovered in outer space. Everyone quickly checked, and a towering building came into view on the screen. Its top points directly to the sky, solemn and sacred, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Impossible. They have never launched any satellites before this. Their scientific and technological civilization has actually reached the level of the 21st century. What on earth is going on? Before they could recover from the shock of the building, the scene turned and an even more astonishing sight appeared in front of them. Discover higher intelligent life. Discover higher intelligent life. On a busy street, people on the Sky Star are passing through. Everyone's expressions instantly became solemn, and Lu Hongfeng immediately made a decision. The camera is zoomed in. I want to see what they look like clearly. His eyes narrowed to a slit, as sharp as an eagle as the camera zoomed in. The full picture of the people in the sky was revealed in front of everyone. When the members of the investigation team saw these advanced intelligent beings, they were stunned as if they were struck by thunder. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. These people actually looked the same as people on Earth. Chapter 43. In the vast universe, somewhere in the AS 996 Nebula, a spaceship from the Earth is floating quietly in the cabin. A group of members of the reconnaissance team stared dumbly at the screen in front of them. What appeared on the screen was a group of sky people who looked exactly like them. The people from the sky on the screen are exactly the same as the people on Earth, both in terms of body structure and facial features. This incredible similarity caused everyone in the spacecraft to fall into deep shock and confusion. The camera moves slowly, reflecting every detail of the people in the sky. Even every feature of their appearance is strikingly similar to that of the yellow race on Earth. This amazing similarity caused hundreds of people in the spacecraft to fall into silence. Their brains seemed to have stopped functioning, unable to organize any language after a long time. Someone finally plucked up the courage and asked in a trembling voice, Why do they look exactly like us? This discovery was like a bombshell, causing a commotion in the cabin. At this moment, the camera suddenly scanned a row of text, which caught Alibot's attention. Look back at their words. Hurry up. Olibert urged excitedly. The camera quickly retracted and finally settled on the sign of a relatively luxurious shopping mall. Olibot not only recognized those words, but was also extremely familiar with them. Starlight Shopping Plaza. Major General Lu Hongfeng. This is your simplified Huxia character. Olibert read word by word, and with each word, his eyes grew bigger. His voice was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone on the spacecraft was completely confused. A crazy idea suddenly emerged in their minds. Are the aliens on this planet Earthlings? When did the people from your country come here? Olibert couldn't help but look at Lu Hongfeng, who frowned and his eyes were full of confusion. This discovery undoubtedly brought an unprecedented shock to this immigration journey. They may have discovered a hidden secret, and this secret will completely change mankind's understanding of the universe. Lu Hongfeng shook his head helplessly, and the serious Major General's voice could not help but tremble. How do I know? I can't understand all this at all. On the big screen, pictures flashed one after another, as if playing the epitome of civilization in another world. The fast and stable high-speed train runs on the rails, and the vehicles drive slowly on the road, including some new energy vehicles. The giant steel ship is driving on the sea, going from one side of the continent to the other on the other side of the dim sky. The lights of the city are like stars, shining with the light of human wisdom. After calculation, the level of technological civilization development on this planet is approximately equal to the level of the Earth in the middle of the 21st century. The voice coming from the radio seemed to set the coordinates of an era for this newly discovered world. The population is being calculated. The data on the screen kept refreshing, finally settling on 268-821-4723. After calculation, the total population of the planet is approximately 2.7 billion, and the error is within approximately 100 million. Few people noticed the broadcast sound on the screen. Whether they were soldiers or scientists, their faces were full of deep doubts and confusion. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, looking at each other, but no one could give an answer. According to the current speculation of scientists, in the vast universe, billions of star systems have the opportunity to give birth to a kind of advanced intelligent creature. In their understanding, although they have not seen countless planetary civilizations, they also have a general understanding of those alien civilizations that have been observed. Among the alien civilizations they know of, no one has ever been so strikingly similar to the Earth and its people. However, in this supercluster adjacent to the Virgo supercluster, there is actually an environment exactly like the Earth. There are even planets inhabited by advanced, intelligent life forms that are exactly like humans. All these coincidences seem to have gone beyond the scope of coincidence and cannot even be explained by miracles. Under such a situation, a question in Professor Alibert's mind became more urgent. He asked Major General Liu Hongfeng uneasily. Major General Liu Hongfeng, we should not wipe out the human race on this planet, right? This question seems to have touched a soft spot in Major General Liu Hongfeng's heart. If life on this planet is like other alien civilizations, it has no similarities with Earth civilization and Earth people. Liu Hongfeng would kill without any psychological burden. But in the face of these indigenous people who may have the same origin as humans and the Huxiao language they use, even Liu Hongfeng felt an unprecedented hesitation and struggle. Liu Hongfeng was at a loss and looked at Alibert helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Let's report to Commander Wei Wensu first." The news quickly spread back to the Vanguard fleet in deep space located at the edge of the Sky Dome galaxy. While all members of the Vanguard fleet were busy making arrangements to immigrate to the planet, a shocking situation report came from the reconnaissance spacecraft, including various texts, images, and video materials. Inside the Vanguard fleet, Wei Wensu and all the members saw the message, and their breaths seemed to freeze at this moment. Their eyes were locked tightly on the screen, where a planet strikingly similar to the Earth appeared. When did Earth civilization arrive on this planet? Are these beings the descendants of people on Earth? If they are really the descendants of people on Earth, where should we go? After seeing the information, some crew members unconsciously began to talk to themselves, and their voices echoed in the silent cab. These questions are like an electric current that penetrates everyone's heart. The option of killing seems so feeble at this moment, at least for now. This idea has been ruthlessly abandoned. If any violent action is taken at this juncture, it will be a blasphemy against civilization and will also be severely sanctioned by the United Nations on Earth. Wei Wensu took a deep breath and quickly weighed various possibilities in his mind. After a moment, his voice sounded again, "Send a reconnaissance team to land and thoroughly investigate all conditions on this planet. I want to understand their origins, culture, technology, and their possible connections with us. After you have thoroughly figured out all the details, report to me." His words revealed an unquestionable authority and also showed respect for the unknown and reverence for life. At this critical moment, every decision may affect the future of civilization on both planets. Wei Wensu needs more information in this way. You can make the wisest choice. Chapter 44. In the spacecraft above the outer space of Tianxiong Star, Liu Hongfeng received an order from Wei Wensu. Liu Hongfeng turned to Alibot next to him, stared at Alibot, and said, "Professor Alibert, Commander Wei requires us to thoroughly explore all conditions on the planet. I need you to personally lead the team and go deep into the planet to bring us first-hand information." There was a touch of uncontrollable excitement on Alibert's face. His heart beat faster, and his eyes shone with a desire for the unknown and a passion for exploration. As a scientist, his endless pursuit of knowledge and curiosity about mysterious phenomena burned deep in his heart. "I will live up to my mission and uncover these mysteries." There was a hint of determination and expectation in Alibert's voice immediately. Alibert led a team of 25 top scientists in an advanced experimental spacecraft and slowly sailed out of the cabin of the reconnaissance spacecraft. Behind them, 25 mighty mechas were like loyal guards, quietly waiting for instructions to escort this exploration journey. "Professor Alibert, where do we choose as the landing point?" An experienced pilot of the experimental spacecraft asked through the internal communication system. Alibert's eyes swept across the screen of the spacecraft and finally settled on a point. "To be cautious, let's first find an inhabited remote area. It is best to be in coastal areas, which should be more developed. He had his own considerations in mind, and did not want to cause too much commotion at the beginning so as not to disturb the residents of this planet. After receiving the instruction, the driver began to accurately search and locate the target. The experimental spacecraft is like a meteor, streaking across the sky. The spaceship passes through the atmosphere and heads toward its destination rapidly. Audiobook and other scientists stared at the blue planet outside through the portholes, with complex emotions surging in their hearts. Once upon a time, our Earth was so beautiful. A scientist sighed, with a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his words. Soon after, the experimental spacecraft arrived at its destination. Their destination is the edge of the Eastern Division, a small city called Beihai City. Residents in villages on the outskirts of the city make a living by fishing and live a simple and peaceful life. When the experimental spacecraft appeared in the sky, the fishermen stopped what they were doing and looked up curiously at these strange sights they had never seen before. "What are those in the sky?" a fisherman asked in surprise, pointing to the sky. Others also raised their heads and saw that the small dots in the sky gradually grew larger and became clearer. Under Albert's instructions, the experimental spacecraft slowly landed in the sea next to the small fishing village. The hatch slowly opened, and Albert and the scientists rushed to leave the spacecraft wearing spacesuits. With a longing for a new world and a thirst for knowledge, they set foot on this unknown land. The surrounding fishermen gathered around curiously. They were full of curiosity about these visitors from the sky, but they were not afraid. On the Sky Star, the development of science and technology has brought peace and prosperity, and there have been no traces of war for a long time. Moreover, the technology of Shen has been advancing rapidly in recent years. The fishermen thought that the scientists might have some new invention, so they did not make a fuss. In the vast universe, Shen Xing is like a silent watcher, overlooking the subtle game between the Sky Star and the Earth's civilization. His gaze penetrated the stars and discerned the trajectory of all developments, but he did not waver in his will because of Lu Hongfeng's restraint. The reason why people on Earth press the pause button on killing is not out of pity for life or yearning for peace. The reason why they hesitated was because they discovered that the humans on the vault of heaven looked strikingly similar to them and used the same words. This makes them suspect that there is a deeper secret hidden behind it, which is worth exploring and uncovering. However, for Shen Xing, the hesitation of the people on Earth is undoubtedly a strategic turning point. In his plan, once the Earthlings attack, he will have to fight. In that case, the conflict will inevitably escalate, and he will have to face the entire Vanguard fleet. As for the subsequent main fleet, it is still unknown whether it will come for these pioneers. Shen Xing knew that the technology possessed by this Vanguard fleet was just the tip of the iceberg compared with that of the main fleet. If he can cleverly control all the people on Earth, then Skystar will have the opportunity to absorb all the technology of the people on Earth, thereby maximizing its own interests. Therefore, Shen Xing made a decision. Since the people on Earth are temporarily standing still, he will also hide his edge and remain silent for the time being. He wants to show a weak posture to induce the enemy to relax their vigilance like a cunning hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. He wants the people on Earth to see the tranquility and peace of the Sky Dome Star, and let them immerse themselves in this false sense of security. And when they are least defensive, Shen Xing will launch his plan to control all the people on Earth in one fell swoop. Transform their strength and wisdom into the wealth of the sky and stars. This is a carefully planned chess game, and Shen is the chess player hidden in the dark, and the people on Earth are just pawns on a chessboard. Unknowingly, he has stepped into the trap he carefully laid. In the small fishing village of Shen, when the scientists stepped out of the hatch, a burst of hot and humid air came from the filtration system in the thin space suits. It was completely different from the dry and cold environment during space travel. What they saw now was the same color as the sea and the sky. The boundless blue connected with the sky. The fishy sea breeze blew gently, and the land under their feet was solid and hot. After being tested in spacesuits and briefly adapting to the atmosphere of Sky Dome Star, several scientists took off their hoods. They once again lamented the similarity between the sky and the Earth. Even the composition of the atmosphere was as adaptable to them as the Earth. This is a natural feeling they have never experienced before, a real touch of the source of life. A torrent of emotions surged in the hearts of the scientists. Several female scientists could not suppress their inner excitement, and tears fell down their cheeks. The male scientist couldn't help but feel sore at the tip of his nose at this moment, being moved by this primitive and pure emotion. Looking at them wearing light white uniforms and smart glasses, there is a slight buzzing of communication headsets in their ears. Such attire looks a bit strange and mysterious to the fishermen. Who are you? What are you doing in Shiko village? The moment they heard these words, these scientists' hearts trembled again. This is Huxia with correct words and pronunciation. You? Are you from Earth too? A scientist named Yao Yuan in the team couldn't hold back his thoughts and asked, What Earthling? This is Shiko village, Bihai City, Eastern Division. Who are you? The fishermen's answers were a little confused. They obviously didn't understand Yao Yuan's words. I'm from Earth. Where is the Earth? I've never heard of it. The fisherman shook his head, looking a little helpless. His attitude was sincere, without any pretense, and he obviously knew nothing about what Yao Yuan said. Hearing this, the scientists began to whisper among themselves, how long has the Earth's civilization been passed down on this planet? Have they all forgotten about their ancestors? This place is relatively remote. We should go to the big cities to ask. Ollie Bird adjusted a certain setting on his neck, and his face soon turned into a standard Asian face. Several other Caucasian scientists also quietly turned on the facial feature system and changed their ostentatious Caucasian faces. Brother, what year and month is it now? It's August 8th, year 5625 of the sky calendar. Chapter 45. It's August 8th, year 5625 of the sky calendar. They actually have a history of more than 5,000 years. Some scientists were whispering into their communication headsets. They were shocked by the answer. According to the time displayed on the timer, it was 3,177 before we set off, and now it should be 3,563 using the Gregorian calendar. But what they speak is obviously Mandarin Huxiao that was born after the 20th century on Earth. It seems we have to try to explore the historical records of this planet. Ollie Bert pretended to think and whispered in the communication system. Then he turned to look at the fishermen. Uncles, we are currently conducting a small experiment. Can we borrow your children's and use textbooks? Ollie Bert signaled other scientists to take down a magnetic ball with a hollow center from the spacecraft. These are some personal gadgets he brought with him when he came down from the Vanguard fleet. This sphere is composed of a strong magnetic mineral and can be freely changed and combined without falling apart. I can trade this gadget for you. Hey, what is this? It's really strange. The old fisherman at the head took it and played with it for a while, and then said to a few people with a smile, You scientists study some weird things all day long, so I will bring it to my baby to play with, just in time for you to get the high priest. I can show off the award to my kids when I see it on TV. Ollie Bird also smiled back, but no one thought of the title high priest in depth and only regarded it as some kind of award-giving position. The old fisherman happily took the magnetic ball and ran back to the village. Soon he came back with several books. Ollie Bert took the book and looked at it, and found that these books were called The Sacred Book of the Stars, a required reading for middle schools, on the human history of the stars of the sky, and the Great Star Father. Why is this title a bit strange? Ollie Bert looked at these strange book titles and was confused for a moment. He couldn't help but have some questions in his mind. Is this really something that needs to be learned in school? This is my baby's textbook. Can you read it? Uncle, what subjects are these books about? The last time we looked at them was before the revision. One is a textbook, then there are some extracurricular readings issued by the Oracle Academy, and there is also a book that seems to be written by the great scientist named Wen Jing. That's what you said. This starry scripture has been revised quite frequently recently. After all, with great scientists like you here, there is really no way to invent and create every day. What does my baby say at home every day? Oops, I have to memorize one more knowledge point or something. Seeing that the old fisherman started talking incessantly, Ollie Bert quickly interrupted him. Uncle, we are still busy doing research, so please continue to work. Oh yes, you scientists are quite busy. After chatting with the old fisherman using the art of language, the scientists followed Ollie Bert back to the experimental spacecraft, and the spacecraft slowly rose into the sky. After the spacecraft was stabilized, other scientists could not wait to gather around Ollie Bert. Professor Ollie Bert, open it quickly and take a look. Several scientists were excited to read the textbooks on the new civilization. Ollie Bert nodded and took the lead in opening the book that looked most like a history book, on the human history of the sky and the stars. Star Father created everything in the world and also created us humans. Humanity must remember, Star Father's light will always shine on the world. The majesty of Star Father cannot be violated, and the glory of Star Father cannot be desecrated. Then it is written immediately below, this reading is written by Oracle Academy and is only for students of all stages to read. Main editor, Hong Zhong. People here still believe in religion? Why is the institution that publishes books called the Oracle Academy? What kind of god is Star Father? They began discussions, trying to understand the impact of this newfound religious faith on the civilization of the planet. The text on the first 2 pages deeply attracted their attention. These words are full of praise and reverence for a supreme God. People on this planet still believe in the existence of the so-called creation God, which is really a bit ignorant. Several scientists muttered when they saw such a large description of a god in the first 2 pages. They have not yet entered the space age and can feel the greatness of cosmic civilization. It is understandable to believe in the existence of gods. Don't forget that there were many people who believed in religion more than 1,000 years ago. Audiobook shook his head and said, "These records may be a cultural manifestation of their early civilization." Audiobook continued, "It reflects the values and worldview of the inhabitants of this planet. We cannot easily judge the ignorance of a civilization based on our own knowledge alone, or advanced." The scientists who were mumbling just now fell silent. Albert's words made them realize that although they came from a more advanced civilization, it is crucial to maintain a humble and open attitude when exploring and understanding a brand new civilization. Keep looking back. Audiobook continued to flip back, and finally some normal history appeared on the next few pages. The book records a grand narrative about the evolution of species from the birth of single-cell organisms, to the prosperity of mammals, to the rise of early sapiens. However, when these familiar evolutionary processes were presented in textbooks on Shen Xing, they were confused again. Evolution, this scientific theory that is widely accepted on Earth, seems so out of place when it appears on the sky. Are they really not the descendants of people on Earth? A scientist murmured to himself, how can they think that they have evolved? If they really evolved independently on this planet called Tianqiong Star, then there is no way they are exactly the same as us on Earth, let alone that they can speak Huxia. This is absolutely ridiculous. Some people are already shaking their heads. They think this situation is too ridiculous for rigorous science. Audiobook took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves in his heart. Then he continued to scroll down, and there might be clues to solve all the mysteries hidden behind it. His movements were very solemn, as if he was opening not just pages of a book, but a secret door to another world. As the pages of the book turn, the scientists' moods fluctuate like the fluttering corner of the book. They are eager to find the inextricable connections between the Sky Vault star and the Earth from these texts, or to reveal the unknown history that may exist between the 2 planets. At this moment, all the noise and doubts were temporarily silent, leaving only the subtle sound of Albert's fingertips touching the paper and the rapid and expectant breathing of the scientists. But they discovered a strange fact in the history books of Tianqiong Star. The narratives of the primitive era are full of mystery and legend. These records constitute the creation myth of Tianqiong Star civilization. Chapter 46. In the primitive era, the Great Star Father sent an envoy to the primitive tribe and gave the tribal leader the name Ancestor. God's envoys impart knowledge to human ancestors, who then pass it on to other people. The leader of the tribe, Renzu, calls the tribe the Star-given tribe, which means that the tribe members have the knowledge and abilities given by Star Father. During this period, the central temple, the oldest building in mankind, was built, and the first sacrifice in human history was performed. That time, the Great Star Father came. At the same time, they also learned that the Earth under their feet was called the Sky Vault Star. In the quiet cabin of the experimental spacecraft, the scientists sat together, facing the history textbook from the Sky Dome Star, their brows furrowed, and there were more and more question marks. If they didn't look like us and didn't speak Huxia, there wouldn't be anything weird in the history book, but a scientist's words have not yet finished, but his unfinished meaning is understood by everyone. Under the premise that the 2 planets and the 2 civilizations are so similar, the so-called Star Father in the history books is most likely a description of the people on Earth who have visited this planet. Could it be that a small group of people from Earth came to the Sky Vault planet, and then they multiplied the humans on the Sky Vault star, and left behind the legend of the creation of the Father God, as well as the skills of /and-burn farming and the Huxia language? After hearing this speculation, Audiobook shook his head and expressed his disapproval. If there were people from Earth coming over, it must have happened in the past 500 years. If it weren't for the ruins of the Dil civilization, we wouldn't have been able to discover the shortcuts in the universe. But strictly speaking, the human history of Tianqiong Star is at least nearly 6,000 years. At that time, the civilization on Earth simply could not have the ability to travel across such long distances. After hearing what Audiobook said, another scientist put forward his own opinion. Maybe they recorded it wrong. After all, mankind has no shortage of historical inventors. But this explanation did not seem to convince everyone. Without finding a definite answer, Bert had to continue to read the history book in his hand, hoping to find clues to solve the mystery in the following content. Feng became the sole emperor of the Star Empire. He ordered the establishment of the Star Church, maintained the authority of Star Father, and wrote the book Star Scripture. In the year 3146 of the sky calendar, the 56-year-old Xing was given a second life by Star Father when he was about to die. In the year 3236 of the sky calendar, Xing passed away at the age of 146. His body was sealed in a bronze coffin and placed at the foot of the Star Father statue. When the temple was about to be breached, Huang successfully pulled out the star scepter from the temple and swept across the continent, re-establishing the Star Empire. Star Father divided the continent into 5 continents, for oceans. In the year 5540 of the sky calendar, the God-given son Shen Xing arrives. In the year 5578 of the sky calendar, Shen Xing became the highest priest of the Star Church. In the same year, the high priest merged the 5 continents, and the Star Empire was once again unified. In the cabin of the experimental spacecraft, the scientists' emotions gradually became excited as the pages of the book were turned. They expressed great doubts about the content of the history books in their hands. It doesn't look like I'm reading a history book, it looks like I'm reading a fairy tale. A scientist shook his head and said doubtfully, in that era, it was impossible for a person to live to be 146 years old. Although there were individual differences, it was nonsense to come back from the dead. Is this high priest still a human being? Is this high priest the Star Father? Is he a legendary high-dimensional creature? He has such weird abilities. There wasn't much trouble at first, just simple complaints and mutterings, but what they saw next made them unable to hold their nerves. In the year 5591 of the sky calendar, the supergiant planet collided with other planets and headed straight for the sky star. The high priest created a black hole to destroy the planet. Faced with these incredible records, the scientists' anger and confusion spread in the cabin. They can't accept these ridiculous stories being taught as history. Damn it. I really can't stand it anymore. You call this a history book? It's just science fiction, right? Is it possible to rub a black hole and destroy the planet with your hands? You have to be good at making up lies. Are all the humans on this sky star retarded? How can 2 planets remain intact after a collision? Do you believe this kind of nonsense? It's even been openly written into history textbooks. It's so G unbelievable. I think it's not that the humans in Tianxiong Star want to believe it, but that the power of religion is too great. People are forced to accept the rule of religion and have to accept such lies that even children can expose. Humans in Skystar are too deeply poisoned by religion. We must help them eradicate the cancer of religion, liberate their minds and spirits. Yes, this kind of religion must be eradicated. The more I read this kind of history book, the more angry I become. How can there be such a religion that restricts people's thoughts? This so-called high priest is basically the leader of a cult. Fortunately, he was born early. If he were still alive now, we would have tried him in public. Bert listened quietly. He knew that this kind of emotional release was necessary. But he also knows that as scientists, they need to remain objective and rational. Everyone, I understand your anger, but we must also realize that our understanding of the culture and religion of the Sky Star is still very limited. Bert took advantage of every opportunity at this time to try to appease the scientists' emotions. We cannot completely deny their civilization based on these records alone. Maybe these stories have special meaning to them. Looking at their history books, I can't see any connection with the Earth at all. We still need to conduct a more in-depth investigation. One scientist summarized the current situation and proposed the need for further exploration, while others complained feebly, and the atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. At this time, Yao Yuan came up with a bold idea. Anyway, we look the same as the people on this planet and speak the same language, so we can just blend in and explore. This sentence is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Alibert's mind was moved, and he was full of endless curiosity about this new planet. I think it is okay. Regardless of whether there is an answer in the history books, we should go to this civilized society for in-depth investigation in person. Alibert's words made the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly lively. I want to sign up. I want to go too. Just don't go. You can only understand Huxia, but you can't speak it. It's easy to expose your secret if you go. Scientists are scrambling to express their wishes, but at the same time some people have raised the issue of language. Alibot thought for a moment, and then said, well, I won't go down. Let Yao Yuan take Yang Kuei, Yao Ling, Zhang Yu, and Peng Wenyan with him. Several people who were named cheered and expressed their excitement about this journey. Olibert paused for a moment and finally said, "The most important thing is that you must respect the local culture, act with caution, and do not interfere with or disrupt their social order." "Don't worry, Professor Olibert. We all understand." "That's right. There's nothing interesting on the spaceship. I'm going to see what the folk customs are like on this planet." Olibert nodded, and then after reading all the books in his hand, he opened the back and looked at it with some uncertainty. Customized by the Oracle Academy of Star Sect, recommended for primary and secondary school students to read. Chapter 47. This chapter has been modified. In the sky above the sky star, Shen Xing observed every move of Earth scientists from a transcendent god's perspective. They originally came with the purpose of exploration and discovery, but were led into a deeper fog by a historical book. Shen Xing's lips couldn't help but smile. "Go and search, but you will never find the answer." Shen Xing found it both funny and sad that the people on Earth regard the Star Dome sect as a cult and his doppelganger as the leader of the cult. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pity in his heart. "People on Earth, you think your civilization is more advanced than the stars in the sky. You are really too self-righteous." Shen Xing had a hint of playful expectation, wanting to see how much of a stir these Earthlings could make. In the experimental spacecraft, scientists have begun to plan how to gain a deeper understanding of this mysterious sky star. One scientist offered crucial advice. "As the saying goes, if you have money, you can travel all over the world. If you want to penetrate deeply into the society of Tianxiong Star, we must first obtain the currency of Tianxiong Star. This will be convenient no matter what you do." Faced with the doubts about how to obtain currency, Yao Yuan pondered for a few seconds before a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Let's catch some fish and exchange some money with the fishermen just now." Under Yao Yuan's command, several automatic robots flew into the blue sea like hunters in the deep sea, looking for prey that could be used as exchange currency. Soon, the experimental spacecraft flew back to the original fishing village again. The fishermen gathered around curiously, hoping to exchange for some wonderful little items again. The hatch slowly opened, and Yao Yuan and others got out. He said bluntly, "I want to exchange some money with you." "What should I exchange for money?" "Is it the same little toy as before?" a fisherman asked expectantly. Although they are just some novel toys, at least they can make their children happy and interact with the scientists in front of them. Yao Yuan shook his head, turned around, and pointed to the C5 automatic robots flew over from far to near, grabbing several bags of sea fish on their robotic arms. Although the distance is still far, the fishermen's eyes have been deeply attracted. "How can we catch so many fish? Technology is so advanced now. Now I can handle the workload for a long time." The fishermen exclaimed one after another, and they all looked at the technologically advanced robots with bright eyes. The robot flew closer and threw several bags of sea fish on the shore with a bang, and there was a heavy crash on the beach. The fish in the net bag have not yet completely died and are still struggling on the beach. Because this robot is an invention of previous generations, it already has some malfunctions, but catching fish is still very simple. Yao Yuan pointed at these sea fish and showed a warm smile to the fisherman. "I'll trade them with you." There was a sense of confidence and calmness in his words, as if all this was just a trivial matter. Among the 5-person team, Yao Ling was better at socializing. She gave these sea fish to these fishermen at extremely low prices, and these fishermen received their due portion at almost the price of cabbage. Even if they don't eat or raise it themselves, they can still make a considerable income by reselling it directly. The experimental spacecraft flew into the sky again, and the people on the spacecraft observed all this through the cameras on Yao Yuan and others. Seeing Yao Yuan and the others happily walking on the Earth, other scientists couldn't help but feel a little jealous. In the eyes of scientists, the mission of sneaking into the Sky Dome star is full of unprecedented excitement and challenges. Compared with hundreds of years of boring space travel, the charm of ground missions is simply irresistible. "Why don't you let me go? I want to go to such an interesting thing." A blonde scientist protested in English, his voice full of desire for adventure and curiosity about the unknown. In the Earth United Nations, Wuxia and English are listed as official languages. Although everyone can understand these languages, not everyone can express them fluently. Olibert rubbed his forehead. Facing the enthusiasm and dissatisfaction of his colleagues, he felt helpless and tired. "You can't speak Wuxia, so don't make trouble." He tried to use this reason to quell the opponent's protest. However, another scientist immediately refuted, "I can speak Wuxia, so why aren't you letting me go?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Olibert rolled his eyes, looked at the 2-meter-tall scientist who looked like a giant bear, and said, "Oh my God, Ivanov, you have the nerve to ask why?" Your height of more than 2 meters is so eye-catching. We must try to keep a low profile during this trip. Ivanov was a little embarrassed, so he walked aside and silently drew circles. After using various reasons to appease other people's dissatisfaction, Olibert felt a deep fatigue. He knew that the importance of this mission far exceeded personal desire for adventure. They needed to carefully select the most suitable candidates to ensure the success of the mission. Olibert looked around at the scientists around him, their eyes flashing with infinite yearning for this undercover operation. I know everyone is excited, but we have to be sensible and choose the most suitable players. This is not a game, but a serious scientific exploration. We need not only enthusiasm, but also wisdom and prudence. Olibert spoke in a gentle voice, and his words gradually calmed down the originally excited scientists. Each of you has your own strengths and specialties, but this mission requires team members who can integrate into the society of Tianqiong Star. We need not only language skills, but also a deep understanding of local culture and social rules. According to observations, only Asians are the most suitable for exploration tasks. According to current observations, their cultures are basically the same. Yao Yuan is our fairly senior scientist, and he brings Yang Kuei, Yao Ling, Zhang Yu, and Peng Wenyan with him. Yang Kuei was once a scientific officer who retired from the Mecha Army, and he had a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Needless to say, Yao Ling and Peng Wenyan are part of the few psychologists we currently have on board. Zhang Yu is a sociologist, and is there anyone more suitable than these? Seeing that no one had any objections, Olibert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he himself also wanted to go to the Sky Dome Star, but he restrained himself in order to set an example. At this time, he calmed down his expression again and looked at the monitor aside. And if you look at it, these people are more stable than you. Look, is that a little rabbit? It turns out that the little rabbit looks like this in person. Little rabbit, don't run away. Come into my arms. Damn it. Look at that big tree. It's so handsome. What do you mean by that? I picked up a super straight branch, and I called it the Holy Sword. Okay, you guys, please be careful. The cameras are on. That's right. Yao Yuan, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. It's almost closed. Then several of them turned off the cameras. In front of the dark screen was Olibert, whose eyes were dark. Behind them are scientists with bulging veins. Chapter 48. When the night is like a layer of soft black velvet, gently covering the surface of the stars in the sky, the experimental spacecraft is like a hidden star, floating quietly above the sky. 5 people, Yao Yuan, Yang Kuei, Yao Ling, Zhang Yu, and Peng Wenyan, have lost their identities as scientists and are ready to explore the sky in depth like ordinary travelers. The 5 Yao and Yuan people carried the common currency of Tianqiong Star that they exchanged with the fishermen. It had the image of the high priest Shen Xing printed on it. However, they did not recognize Shen Xing and only thought that he was a great person in the history of Tianqiong Star. Also carried are smart communicators, micro cameras, energy pistols, and healing potions. Although they have conducted detailed reconnaissance of the planet, the unknowns and dangers on the ground still keep them vigilant, and the energy pistols in their hands are always ready to deal with emergencies. The night in the forest is quiet, and occasionally small animals shuttle through it. After a few people played around, they temporarily turned off the camera and never turned it on again. Thanks to the development of genetic medicine, their physiques have been significantly improved. After playing for an afternoon, several of them showed calm expressions and no signs of fatigue. They took a taxi in Bihai City and said they were going to the capital. They told the driver that he was confused. Only then did they realize that the place they were in was far away from the capital. In desperation, the few people could only ask the master to take him to the farthest location, and then took several trains before arriving at the central section. The capital of Sky Dome Star, Star Dome City. The outline of Star Dome City looks particularly spectacular in the night, especially the towering Star Dome Central Temple in the center of the city. The towering figure of the Central Temple casts a solemn shadow in the night sky, making people involuntarily feel their own insignificance. Yao Yuan stared quietly for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "Then let's go into the city." When Yao Yuan and the other 5 stepped into the city, the bustling scene around them made them feel as if they had traveled back to the 21st century Earth. Star Dome City, as the largest city in Sky Dome Star, shows a different kind of prosperity even at night. When night falls, the city of Star City puts on another costume. The brilliance of neon lights and the warmth of thousands of lights are intertwined to form a bustling and charming night scene. The pedestrian streets are crowded with people, neon lights are flashing, a wide range of products are displayed in the windows of major shopping malls and shops, and the performances of street performers attract passers-by to stop and watch. In bars, restaurants, and cafes, people are talking and laughing and enjoying the nightlife. The high-rise buildings shine in the night, like a forest made of steel and concrete. The glass curtain walls of the high-rise buildings reflect the light, forming waterfalls of light, highlighting the prosperity and vitality of the city. In other corners of the city, various night markets, snack streets, and cultural squares are also bustling with activity. The aroma of various delicacies fills the air, making people salivate. There are noisy people, busy traffic, and a busy market life. The street lights in Star Dome City emit a dim yellow light, adding a warm color to the city's night. In this environment, although the attire of the 5 people was slightly different from that of the people around them, it did not attract too much attention. They shuttled among the crowd, smelling the faint fragrance in the air, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yao Yuan calmed down and whispered to the other 5 people, "Let's go buy clothes first, and then inquire about the situation of Shen Xing sect in the evening. Tomorrow let's go to the central temple to find out what's going on and meet this so-called high priest of the starry sect." Several people nodded in agreement, and then walked into a brightly lit clothing store, preparing to integrate into this planet. When I first stepped into the store, no one looked around. The hangers were filled with all kinds of clothes, colorful and fashionable. A smiling waiter came up to him and greeted him warmly. "Welcome to Fantasyland Clothing. What do you need?" "Hey, why do you call it fantasy clothing? Why not call it Xing?" Yao Ling blinked and asked curiously. While asking, Yao Ling also observed the salesperson's micro-expression. She was not out of sudden curiosity, but a premeditated desire to get information. Sure enough, he saw the salesperson's face change, but his expression expressed dissatisfaction. "Are you guys from the village? This star character can only be used by companies with huge influence or the Star Sect. For example, Starlight Shopping Plaza is the property of Yi Shenshi, one of the 6 gods. Be careful what you say." Yao Ling was stunned for a moment. She wanted to see fear or panic on the salesperson's face, but she didn't expect that the first emotion expressed was dissatisfaction. She was thinking in her heart, does the Starry Vault sect really make people unable to resist, even a little bit? Peng Wenyan on the side just inserted herself between the two of them, then changed the topic to clothes and said, "Let each of the 5 of us choose something." The salesperson's frown relaxed, and then she helped everyone look for clothes. 10 minutes later, the 5 of them had each chosen suitable clothing and put on the costumes of Tianqiangxing. The design of sky-shaped clothing is relatively simple and capable. There is no strange design or so-called artistic sense. It just makes people comfortable to wear and look good. Standing in front of the mirror, they scrutinized their new image, making sure nothing revealed their true identity. Looking at their reflection in the mirror, they have completely blended into the crowd of this planet. When paying the bill, Yao Yuan took out a few $100 bills and handed them to the waiter. On the front of these bills, there was the image of the high priest, and on the back, there was the central temple. This is the universal currency on the Sky Dome and can be freely circulated around the world. After walking out of the clothing store, the 5 people blended into the crowd on the street. Looking at the people around them who were exactly the same as themselves, complex emotions welled up in their hearts. It can be seen that the humans on Sky Dome have a very high sense of happiness in life. I hope our arrival will not bring disaster to them. Zhang Yu sighed. As a sociologist, he made a preliminary definition of the social portrait of Tianqiangxing. His heart was also full of worries like Olibert. He was one of the few people on Earth who advocated peace before landing. When Yang Kuei, a tall man, heard these words, he couldn't help but nodded. The situation of Tianqiangxing has been reported to the Ground Federation government. We can only hope that the top management of the Ground Federation can make wise decisions so that our actions can have a satisfactory result. The 5 of them continued to walk on the streets of Star City while chatting. In their hearts, they have both expectations for the mystery that is about to be unveiled and also worries about the possible impacts. On this planet full of unknowns, every step seems so cautious and important. They know that their actions are not only related to their personal destiny, but also related to the future between the 2 planets. Chapter 49. In total, 10 chapters have been updated in the past 2 days. Thank you all friends for your support. Yao Yuan and the others were walking on the streets of Tianqiangxing soon. They were attracted by a tempting fragrance. It's a snack street. I can smell the aroma of barbecue. Yao Ling is the youngest among the group and the liveliest one. She excitedly pointed to the smoky place in front of her, her voice full of desire for delicious food. "Professor Yao, let's go try some barbecue." Yang Kuei, Zhang Yu and Peng Wenyan also swallowed involuntarily and looked at Yao Yuan with the same expectant eyes. During their hundreds of years of space travel, they ate nutritional solutions and synthetic food cubes that were nutritionally balanced but lacked taste. Even the meat is artificial meat produced by biotechnology. These things are nothing compared to real barbecue. On Earth, real meat has long become a luxury product. It is rare for scientists to taste it, let alone ordinary people on Earth. Okay, let's go and investigate the food culture of the people in the sky today. Li En smiled slightly, and then said after hearing this, Yao Ling was so happy that she almost jumped up. Several people walked towards the snack street in a happy mood. I saw Yang Kui, touching his stubble-covered chin, with a trace of a smile on his face, as if he had some bad idea. What do you think they would think if they knew we were inspecting the food culture here? He must have a distorted face, separated from his body, and extremely jealous. Peng Wenyan couldn't help but joke. Her eyes kept sweeping back and forth at the snack street in front of her. Yao Ling couldn't help but laugh loudly as she imagined the envious and jealous expressions of her colleagues. The more she thought about it, the more interesting it became, and then she suggested, how about we turn on the camera later? Give them a live broadcast. Okay, I think it's completely okay. Yang Kui immediately clapped his hands in agreement. You guys, it's true. You have to behave well even if you get an advantage. Aren't they jealous and crazy? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile helplessly, but then he said with an interesting look on his face, however, I also want to see how envious they will be. It must be very interesting. When they proposed a live broadcast, although Yao Yuan found the idea interesting, he also felt a little headache. Don't make trouble for me. They were not selected for this mission and are already a little dissatisfied with us. If we continue to stimulate them like this, how can we continue to be in the scientific research group in the future? It doesn't matter. Sooner or later we will live on the Sky Dome star anyway, and sooner or later they will be able to taste these delicacies. It's just a matter of time. You are also over 200 years old. Can you act more mature? No matter how old I am I still a granddaughter to you? Yao Ling said in a brisk tone. Although she was joking, Yao Ling still respected Yao Yuan very much. After all, Yao Yuan had also been her science teacher after she was born on the spaceship. Yang Kui chuckled and defended Yao Ling's idea. Professor Yao, actually we are also helping others. Think about the hundreds of years of space navigation. There has been no entertainment program. We are tired of watching old movies. We can give them some live broadcasts. How exciting would this be? Yes, what Brother Yang said makes sense. Zhang Yu said with a serious face. His serious attitude made Yao Yuan feel both funny and helpless. You guys can really make trouble for me. Yao Yuan smiled and shook his head, but finally agreed to the proposal. Don't worry, I promise not to irritate them. Yao Ling smiled and put the small camera on her chest and turned on the radio button. Above the clouds of the Sky Dome star, other scientists who failed to participate in the ground mission were filled with resentment and injustice. Claire had angry blue eyes hidden under her blonde hair. He said excitedly, "Shit, although I'm not good at Huxia, I can understand every sentence. I don't speak, I'm like a mute. Isn't that enough? Why can't I go?" Ivanov, a strong man over 2 meters tall, stood like a wall in the crowd. He nodded heavily to express his agreement with Claire's point of view. That's right, height is my talent, and I'm proud of it. How can this be a reason to prevent me from participating in the mission? That's right. You say I'm too beautiful and attract attention easily? Is it my fault that I'm good-looking? This is a reflection of my good genes. The speaker was a female scientist named Natasha. She had an undeniable beauty, but her face was filled with dissatisfaction at this moment. Suddenly, the communicator in the experimental spacecraft broke through the uneven sound and sounded a rapid ringtone. As the communicator rang, all the dissatisfaction instantly turned into worries about the safety of his companions, and the atmosphere in the experimental spacecraft suddenly became tense. They're calling. Get through quickly. Natasha's face was full of anger just now, but now she immediately became serious. She quickly prepared the armed mecha for battle, and she was responsible for commanding Ollie Bert while he was resting. For these scientists, hundreds of years of living together have established deep friendship and trust between them. Although they complain about task allocation, at critical moments, they are always able to put aside their personal emotions and focus on the overall situation. The moment the communicator was connected, everyone had anxious and concerned faces. Professor Yao Yuan, what happened? The armed mecha is ready. There was obvious anxiety in Natasha's voice. Her eyes were locked on the screen, waiting for Yao Yuan's reply. On the ground of Tianxiong Star, Yao Yuan felt the concerns and worries from his colleagues on the experimental spacecraft. Yao Yuan felt a warm current in his heart, which made him feel a little embarrassed. When colleagues are worried about their safety, they are ready to prod them in a light-hearted way Professor Yao, why don't you speak? Do you need the support of armed mechas? Natasha's voice came from the communicator again. Her voice was anxious and urgent, and her tone was full of extreme concern for the safety of several people. Don't worry, we are not in any danger. I am contacting you this time because Yao Yuan suddenly became speechless and didn't know how to express the true intention of the live broadcast. Yao Ling didn't have Yao Yuan's worries. She took over the topic easily. Sister Natasha, we have nothing to do. It's not because you didn't participate in the mission. I was afraid that you would be too bored in the sky, so I just wanted to give you a live broadcast of the situation on the Sky Dome Star. When Natasha and others heard this, their worries immediately dissipated. She said with a hint of smile in her voice, "As long as you are okay, thank you for your kindness." "Oh, Xiaoling, you are so good. You can still think that we will be bored. You don't know, we are almost suffocated in the sky." After hearing Yao Ling's words, Ivanov chatted enthusiastically, and even Claire said in broken Huxia, "Yao, thank you so much. I can't carry out the mission. It would be great to watch your live broadcast. Oh, by the way, what content are you going to broadcast to us now?" Chapter 50. Oh, by the way, what content are you going to broadcast to us now? Natasha looked at the monitor screen with some anticipation, eager to know the content of their live broadcast. Yao Ling coughed, and then transformed into an enthusiastic food anchor, patiently introducing her colleagues in the sky. "That's it. We are going to investigate the food culture of Tianqiong Star. This is the most famous food street on the Sky Planet. Did you see the smoke in that store? That's a barbecue restaurant. We are going to investigate what the barbecue on the Sky Dome Star actually tastes like. I have only eaten artificial meat in my life. I have never eaten barbecue, especially barbecue from other civilizations. I will try it on your behalf. Did you see the big sign outside? There's really everything. Pork belly, a treasure in the palm of your hand. Oh my God, is that a lobster? It feels half as big as me. I have never seen this kind of thing even when I was on Earth. I really want to try all of these." Yao Ling used her passionate and energetic voice to vividly explain the local customs and tempting food of Tianqiong to her colleagues in the sky. Her voice was transmitted to the experimental spacecraft through the communicator. However, in the experimental spacecraft above the sky, as they listened to Yao Ling's explanation, their emotions gradually became excited. Their hands clenched into fists unconsciously, and their teeth gritted loudly. The blood surged rapidly in their blood vessels. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and their hearts beat uncontrollably. Every beat seemed to be knocking at their sanity. Natasha, a normally calm and elegant female scientist, could not control her emotions at this moment. She quickly took out the energy pistol from her arms, turned her head suddenly, glared at the driver with an almost cannibalistic look, and said angrily, "I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to land immediately. I'm going to kill this little girl. Prepare the next clone for her." Her eyes flashed with angry fire, like an enraged lion ready to attack its prey. The fierce look made the driver shudder and feel panic. "Professor Natasha, don't be impulsive." Other scientists hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her, their voices full of anxiety, trying to calm Natasha's anger. A scientist with sharp eyesight and quick hands snatched the energy gun from Natasha's hand and prevented a possible tragedy. After everyone's efforts to stop and persuade, Natasha was finally pushed back to the chair, but her heart was still turbulent. "Professor Natasha, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil." "I can't calm down. These bastards, I thought they were in some kind of danger. It turns out that it's not enough for them to be happy down there. They also want to stimulate us." The burly Ivanov and the blonde Claire also clenched their fists at this moment, with veins on the backs of their hands exposed, as if they were ready to vent their anger at any time. What's there to show off? When they come back, I'll beat them up. FK, they are nothing. The investigation of food culture is obviously a pretense of serving the public good for personal gain, and you say it so openly. When they come back, we must not let them have an easy time. On the ground of Tianqiong Star, Yao Yuan and his companions clearly heard the angry condemnation from their colleagues on the experimental spacecraft through communication headsets. Their hearts tightened. They exchanged glances with each other and shrank their necks involuntarily, as if they could feel the anger of their colleagues pouring out of their headphones. However, Yao Ling still maintained her carefree attitude and seemed not to care about the anger of her colleagues. "I'm kind enough to live broadcast for you, but you're not only ungrateful but also angry? Don't you want to watch the live broadcast yet? If you don't want to watch it, I'll turn it off. Look. Why don't you look?" Natasha almost squeezed out a sound through her teeth. Although she was filled with anger, if she really lost the opportunity to watch the live broadcast, it would undoubtedly be a greater loss to her. Yao Ling didn't chase her and stuck out her tongue at the camera. Natasha knew this girl's usual temperament, but being Ed so suddenly made her feel uncontrollably red. The 5 Yao and Yuan people have entered the bustling night market food street in Xinxiang City. There are crowds of people here, the lights are brightly lit, and the noises come and go, making it a bustling scene. When they came to the barbecue restaurant, the rich aroma of barbecue filled their nostrils, making people salivate. The 5 people's saliva flowed down involuntarily, and Yao Ling pointed the camera at the barbecue restaurant, capturing every tempting detail. It tastes so good. Compared with this, artificial meat is just garbage. This is so cheap. We can afford 100 meals. Boss, give us one of everything on the menu. Yao Ling's grand appearance made the owner of the barbecue restaurant stunned for a moment. He came out and looked at the 5 people in confusion and couldn't help but persuade. Do you really want to have a portion of everything? You 5 people can't finish it. Everyone has one. Don't worry about us. We won't charge you any money. The boss reluctantly ordered them and then motioned for them to sit aside. The 5 of them sat down at the outdoor table. Yang Kuei's eyes lit up again, as if he had discovered a new world. He immediately shouted, "There is wine here. Boss, bring a box of beer. The wine here is so cheap. The wine in the spaceship is too expensive. I can't afford it. I must get drunk today." Yang Kuei rubbed his hands excitedly, and then looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu also wanted to get excited, but he still kept calm. Every word Yao Ling said was like a sharp needle piercing the hearts of everyone on the spaceship. Their hearts were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and Ivanov's saliva flowed to the floor unconsciously. Barbecue and beer are not only a luxurious enjoyment for them, but also a nostalgia for their past life. More than 1,000 years ago, when the Earth still had fertile land, these were commonplace meals for ordinary people. But during the years of wandering in space, these have become unattainable dreams. After all the dishes were served, facing the large table of dishes and a box of beer, the 5 people couldn't wait to pour the beer into the cups, and then began their gluttonous feast. It smells so good. It turns out that barbecue can be so delicious. I really want to eat such delicacies every day. When I settle here in the future, I will definitely eat barbecue for every meal. It's really delicious. Cool. It tastes great. Stimulate. I won't come home until I get drunk tonight. A few of them drank and ate hazelnuts while drinking. The people on the spacecraft were shaking when they watched. Ivanov knelt on the ground and cried silently. Wow, this is paradise. I really want to eat barbecue and drink beer. Natasha's anger had subsided a lot at this time. She also looked at the contents of the monitor with longing eyes, and then comforted everyone in a gentle tone like Ollie Bird. Yes, it will be. It won't be long before we can settle on the Sky Dome Star. Then we can eat barbecue as much as we want. We can drink beer as much as we want.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.